agenda. And we decided to come back later on after circulate the documents about the regional offices of IPU. I hope that all of you received the documentation, and I will give the floor again to the Secretary General to explain once again what is the point of this and what you are requested to approve. Please, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of Council, good morning and welcome to this sitting of the Council. Yes, you are dealing with unfinished business. Last Tuesday. Wednesday. It was Wednesday. We're all mixed up. Last Wednesday, we did discuss the issue of establishing or not establishing IPU regional offices across the world, and you were apprised of the outcome of the deliberations of the Executive Committee in this regard. During your discussions in Council, you did ask for clarifications on a number of things, and we did realize that the note on this particular item had not been circulated to you for a variety of reasons, and you therefore decided that you be given in some time to review the note as and when circulated, so that you could take decisions today on the basis of a clear understanding of what you are called upon to decide. I have instructed my colleagues to distribute that note to you. I hope that you have all now had time to review the contents thereof. But just allow me to make a few clarifications so that it's clear to all of us what it is that we would like you to take a decision on. The note explains the rationale for opening an office or regional offices across the world for the IPU. You have an explanation of the advantages of such a move, but we have also in that note identified challenges that would have to be addressed in the context of establishing such an office. But when the Executive Committee met then and examined both the advantages and challenges of the establishment of offices, they concluded that it would be highly beneficial to the organization if we could decentralize the IPU in terms of creating outposts in the various regions. So that is one outcome of the discussions. They also acknowledged the challenges that came with the establishment of such offices, and wanted to ascertain that in the process of establishing the offices, those challenges could be properly addressed, and they are there in the document that we have circulated to you on page 2. So on the basis of this, they did decide to recommend to Council that it consider establishing regional offices of the organization. These offices would be, as identified in the document, administrative units of the organization. They are not political organs or structures of the organization. They would be intended to help the IPU implement a strategy in terms of work plans and programs, outreach to the members in the various regions. They would work in cooperation with geopolitical groups whose blessing would be required to establish those offices. But it is very clear in the note that these offices are going to be operating at arm's length of the geopolitical groups. They would operate under the authority of the Secretary General of the organization, because according to the rules and statutes, it's the Secretary General who has responsibility for organizing the organizing the secretariat in a way that allows it to perform the mandate that you entrust to them. So that office would be under the authority of the Secretary General and not under anybody else's authority. We think this is very important for that regard, although it would provide support in a way to the geopolitical groups. This would only be administrative in nature. It would not be intended to help those geopolitical groups forge political positions on the issues, because already we understand that each geopolitical group has its own coordination mechanisms already. So this is these offices would be administrative structures that would help implement the program of work as agreed by the Secretary General on the basis of the strategy that you have adopted. So, Mr. President, in the note that we have circulated to you, we have indicated the 4 decisions that you are required to take today. 1, you have to decide, agree or disagree with the principle of opening regional offices. If you think it's a good idea and you decide that it would be good to have regional offices, then you want to also concur with those requirements and criteria for opening such offices as articulated in the annex to the note, the minimum requirements for establishing an IPU regional office. Thirdly, you would then take note of offers that have already been made by a couple of countries, Uruguay and Egypt. And fourthly, you would want to request the Secretary General to undertake consultations with those 2 countries in order to ascertain that they are in a position to meet the requirements that you will have agreed to, and then on the basis of those consultations report back to the Governing Council so that we can agree to the establishment of 2 offices in 2 regions on the basis of an experiment. Those would be test projects to ascertain that we're on the right path, we are doing the right thing, and we have clearly said that at the end of 2 years, there will be an evaluation. On the basis of the findings of that evaluation, we might decide to open more offices, or we might just decide to close those offices that have been created. So, Mr. President, I hope that I have been able to clarify any gray areas that may still persist in that note that you have in front of you. On the basis of that, Mr. President, you may now wish to ask your colleagues to make a determination on those questions that have been put in bold on the first page of this note that is in front of you. I remind you that it is document CL/210/inf.3. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I think it's completely clear, but I will ask, we will not repeat the discussion, because now I think everyone that without the document had doubts about what we are deciding now have a concrete information about the decisions that we will take today. And so, but I see that 2 colleagues are rising. First Uganda, then Honorable Speaker of Namibia. Allow me, Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I just want to seek clarification before we take a decision on this. We as Uganda are not objecting Egypt housing the IPU office, but I have a view that the office should be for Africa, so that in future, in the event that IPU decides to open offices in geopolitical, after the 2 years that you are giving us a grace period, how would the whole world envisage Africa having 2 offices? Because we will need one for Africa, since the one you are opening now is for the Arab world. That is the reason why I raised that issue. So if you give us clarification satisfactory to that, we will be very appreciative. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam. Very pertinent, the questions you raised. Maybe, I don't know if it's the same, otherwise I will ask our colleagues from Egypt if they can clarify the offer that they give. Please, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I think the explanation offered by the Secretary General have gone a step further in terms of helping us to fully understand and comprehend what this exercise is all about. However, we are still not very clear, because we understood that the Executive Committee have not yet finalized this important exercise, particularly with respect to the question relating to Egypt. Whereas Uruguay, I thought there was a much better clarity in terms of the way forward. So with regard to the issue related to Egypt and the role of Egypt here, it sounded to us as being an exploratory exercise, still yet to be clarified in terms of the modality to be covered and how it fits in to cover the continent of Africa. So I think there is a need for further clarity there before we can take, if it is for noting, pending further issue being fully clarified, I think that will help us. But it should not be regarded as representing a finality of what is to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We received, and I confirm with our Secretary General, one clarification from Egypt that the proposal is for the Arab world. And so it will not exclude in future, after, again, this one evaluation of these 2 pilot projects, to open one in Africa, also Africa continent, but specific to the African countries. But, Honorable Speaker of Egypt, may you confirm, Honorable Speaker of Egypt, may you confirm the information I gave to our colleagues, please?
Thank you, Mr. the President. Although I speak always in Arabic language in the international meetings, I prefer in the subject matter to give my speech in English so as to be clear and directly clarify all the points I should raise. As we raise the issue of Egypt's hosting of the regional office of the Interparliamentary Union, I would like to clarify a number of ambiguous issues among some African brothers. When Egypt hosts the regional office of the Interparliamentary Union for the Arab Group, this does not mean in any way that it is separated from its African reality and identity, as it is so proud to belong to it. We have a firm and well-established commitment since ancient times towards our African brothers, and it is an integral part of Egypt's constance. In this context, the Egyptian Parliament, when it hosts that regional office, is fully prepared to provide support to the brothers in African Parliament through that office. And at the same time, we are committed to providing support to any African country that wants to host a regional office of the Interparliamentary Union through consensus within our African groups. Egypt is African, and its African affiliation will remain one of the constants of its national identity, as it is the heart of the African continent. And Egypt, with its geographical location, will remain a pivotal meeting point that seeks peace and prosperity for its brothers in African countries. The Egyptian constitution affirms that Egypt is part of Africa. These are points I wanted to clarify in the light of Egypt's historical responsibility towards its African continent and its firm commitment to African issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as understood, the question to work with the African group is something to decide on other moment after the evaluation of the work with the Arab group. Tanzania.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I would like to speak first on behalf of Tanzania, but also on behalf of the African Geopolitical Group. Mr. President, I have heard the clarification given by the speaker from Egypt, of which I agree. Now, the way the Secretary General had put the matters on the table, I would like to say, as a matter of principle, Africa Geopolitical Group supports the establishment of regional offices, IPU regional offices, as a matter of principle. And we also agree to the criteria that has been set. But we are of the view that the criteria that has been set needs to be more robust, in the sense that the conditions that are going to be put wouldn't be in a way that these regional offices are established in areas that are shared geographically. Because the IPU regional offices will be closely linked to the geopolitical groups. Now, you can't be looking at the other relationship, ignoring the fact that geography is part of it. So while the African group supports Egypt to host the office, we are concerned by the fact that Egypt is hosting that office for the Arab group. Geographically, Egypt is in Africa. And so we support it to have the pilot office. But we are concerned about the fact that geographically Egypt is in Africa and is hosting an office for the political side of it, because these are geopolitical offices, geopolitical groups. So you have to look at the geography and also look at the political affiliation. So that's our concern, and I hope it is clear in this meeting. So if it were that Egypt had discussed with the African group that it's going to host a pilot office for the Africa region, we are okay, because geographically Egypt is in Africa. But when it's hosting for the Arab group, we are concerned, because geographically Egypt is in Africa. And I have heard also our brother from Egypt saying is ready to support any other African country that is going to be ready to establish a regional office for Africa. Well, that's not the point we are trying to argue. That's not the point, because it could be that Egypt is hosting the Arab office, and then we probably select Libya to have the regional office for Africa. So both offices will be in the north. That's not the issue. The issue is Egypt is in Africa geographically, and we appreciate the fact that they share the political bit with our Arab brothers and sisters. So that's our issue. So that's the area where we think the criteria that has been set has to be more clarified in order to have these regional offices in geographical positions, because an office is not really politically hanging somewhere. It has to be situated somewhere geographically. So as a matter of principle, Africa accepts the establishment of regional offices. We also accept the fact that Uruguay will have a pilot office. We also accept the fact that Egypt will have an office, but we want Egypt to establish that office for the region of Africa. Not that Egypt is ready to support other African countries. That's not our point. I hope we have made this point clear. And just to finish up, Mr. President, the Secretary General had taken us to this, the document that is talking about the criteria and the establishment of regional offices for the IPU. And I'm looking at this is, okay, page 3, the last paragraph is saying, I'm not reading the whole of it. It's saying the IPU would be wise to learn from these approaches before embarking on establishing any regional office structure. So if the Secretariat of the IPU recognizes these challenges, this is the reason why we think these criteria that have been set need to be more robust, need more information, so that when these regional offices are being established, there are no much arguments that we are having right now. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. The last intervention on this point, Dr. Ali Nouami from the United Arab Emirates.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. President. I think it's very important to understand that these offices, actually, they report to the Secretary General. They don't report to the geopolitical group. And I am on behalf of the Arab group, you see, I support that the office in Egypt be not only representing the Arab geopolitical group, but also African geopolitical group. I support what all our African brother has said, and we are willing to accept labeling that office also as an office representing the African geopolitical group. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I think now we are repeating ourselves, and you are repeating the discussion of Wednesday. And I know that all of us, we like so much Kigali that we wish to stay one more week here. But we needed to go forward. And so I think that all the ideas are completely clear, and especially the Secretary General understood the feeling of many of you to preside the process of consultations and negotiations that we will go implement if we agree today to open this process. And so we have 4 decisions to take. The first one is the principle of opening regional offices. Someone is against it? No opposition? No, one opposition. From, sorry, to the Sweden. So one opposition from Sweden, okay, it was approved. The second point is the requirements for opening those offices. The requirements are on the list that was distributed to all of you. Someone opposed to it? Speaker Mudenda?
Mr. President,
Yes.
The question to be put across is whether the Council agrees to the pilot scheme. It is important that we...
Mr. Speaker, do you read the document?
Of course I did.
Now, the point B, the requirement for opening those offices. This is what we are deciding now. If you agree with the requirements.
Yeah, the structure of the questions, I think,
Yes, please.
does presume that we have accepted the 2 pilot projects.
First, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. Before the point C, we have the point B. And so what we are deciding now is point B. if you accept, because it can be these or others, it was very clear, the procedure. A, the principle of opening regional offices. Yes, we agree. Point B, do you accept the requirements to opening? Okay, agree or otherwise. Then we will follow to the concrete cases that we have on the table. But now we are deciding the requirements, please.
Just a point of clarification.
Yes, please.
At what point are we going to agree on the pilots in terms of the two offers? That is not on the agenda.
Please, Mr. Secretary General, may you clarify?
Thank you, Mr. President. Your interpretation of the questions is correct. If Speaker Mudenda looks at the box or the, I think the last paragraph just before the bold, it says that the Council would be invited to take a formal decision on the establishment of IPU regional offices based on a review of the effectiveness of the pilot projects after 2 years. So yes, this is foreseen, and the rest that follows assumes that once you have, if you do agree that the offices can be opened in Uruguay and Egypt, this would be pilot projects, and we've taken good note of all the comments that have been made here. This will be part of the consultations that the Secretary General will carry out, and when a formal recommendation is made to the Council, it will be very clear that that decision will be conducted on the basis of those pilot projects, subject to evaluation after 2 years. At this stage, you are still dealing with issues of principle and giving a mandate to the Secretary General to pursue consultations in order to allow you to take decisions that are very clear and that reflect the concerns that you are raising here.
Yes, I think it's clear now. Speaker Mudenda?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thought I'm still with the person who spoke last before the other one in terms of putting the requirement on the agenda. If the specifications are not there, what then are we approving? I think there was a preliminary setting to say this is possibly what will be done to establish. Then the Council will be invited to approve while waiting for the details. As for now, I think it is not necessary.
Dear colleague, the procedures, we will, if we agree on the issue, we will give a mandate to the Secretary General to start a process of consultation or negotiations with the countries that present proposals. And of course, the Secretary General needs to understand the borders, the issues that we as the Executive Committee and Governing Council will give him to begin this process. He will not discuss the color of the building, or if there is a carpet or not a carpet there, how many chairs will be inside of the room. He needs to understand what is the mandate we are giving him. This is the point B, the requirements for opening those offices. Secretary General, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think for me it's clear in my head, maybe because you and I have discussed this, but the Governing Council is not being asked now to decide on the opening of offices in Egypt and Uruguay. You are simply taking note that there are offers on the table, and this could be the basis for negotiations that would then allow you to take a formal decision on whether or not to create those offices in those two countries according to criteria that have been identified, with the conclusions from the Secretary General that those criteria have been met by these two countries. So it's clear that no decision is being taken to open any office anywhere in the world. You have taken note of 2 country offers, and you want to see whether those offers would comply with the criteria that you agree with under item B. That is among those questions that you need to answer. Do you agree with those criteria? Do you agree with those requirements? If you do, this will be the basis for examining any candidacies or proposals for opening regional offices.
Nigeria, it was clear now?
No, not quite very clear, because I thought.
I don't understand what you want
I
more.
want everything to be on the table, sir. To be on the table that, yes, approve to create offices.
No.
So that, no, sorry,
No.
sorry, sir.
No. We decide that we agree with the principle. You know, do you know something is a principle, otherwise it's a concrete decision.
Maybe if you listen to Mr. Speaker.
It's clear for me, but
Get me,
it
Mr.
seems
Speaker.
very difficult.
Sorry, sir. Get me, Mr. Speaker. You have a template you have set for what you want and what could be the minimum requirement. To avoid manipulation, it is better you lay bare what you have put in as a preliminary thinking that these are the things A, B, C, Z that you want, that's those states that want to have an office that must satisfy. Then I will go home happy that yes, tomorrow when I come back, I want to have a background check of what has happened. I will say they have satisfied the minimum requirement, but they have not satisfied the minimum requirement.
Okay, you have one personal opinion, but I will raise the floor. Who is against point B, the requirements for opening this office? Who is against? No opposition, was approved. We go to the point C, taking good notes of the offers from Uruguay and Egypt. Just taking good note, just taking note of the offers from Uruguay and Egypt. No opposition. Nigeria opposed. Okay? With one vote against, it is approved. Point D, the request to the Secretary General to undertake consultations with those 2 countries and to report on the outcome at the next session of the Governing Council. So the final decision will happen maybe in Bahrain if the consultations going to a good end. We hope so, we never know. If we achieve agreement, we came back. Finally, dear colleagues, on that moment, finally, we will take the decision. Who opposed? No opposition. It was approved. And now, we can... Sorry? Yes, please.
Yeah, I was opposition under the circumstances. When we had...
Please speak in the mic.
I don't think it is a fruitful effort to try and air an effort of opposition under the circumstances. Because by the time we are trying to explain our position, that things are supposed to spell out like a benchmark for each criteria for a selection of a venue, or whatever it is. Those benchmarks are not there. And when the benchmarks are not there, that means we have not actually agreed on a position. Since we have agreed on a position, that means you are taking it dictatorial just on us to put anything that's there. Because we are not there when you are going to take the decision of accepting the situation. So there's no point actually asking us for opposition under the circumstances.
Thank you. We have already decided. I continue on point B, data protection policy. Paraguay, Mama.
Sorry, presidente, pero es muy distinto el caso de Uruguay, porque tiene el apoyo de todos los países del GRULAC. Unanimidad. Es unanimidad. Por lo tanto, nosotros entendemos que no hay ningún obstáculo para Uruguay. Es más, informamos nosotros que Uruguay ya previó partidas presupuestarias para poner en condiciones el local físico, ¿verdad? Entonces, postergar a la Asamblea de Bahrein 6 meses más, algo que Uruguay viene solicitando hace 10 años, no nos parece justo, ¿verdad?
I understand the question, but in accordance with the principles, again, I remember the decisions we took already. We agree with the principle. We approve the terms of references of this negotiation. But allow me, Mr. President of GRULAC and our colleagues from Uruguay, we understand that you are real committed to receive the office. But now the negotiation process will begin, and as I said, I believe that it will be easy to achieve one agreement. But without the establishment of the agreement and the signing of the agreement, it's not possible to take a final decision. Imagine that the process of negotiation will begin, and in the next 2 months we don't achieve one agreement. So we just came to a final decision after the success of the negotiations that will happen between Secretary General and the host Parliament. And then, formally, we will take the decision. I believe that will be easy with Uruguay, no problem. But formally, they need to agree with all the items that we approved just a few minutes ago. Mr. Secretary General, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, for clarifying that. Just so there is no bitter aftertaste as a result of this debate, let me offer to clarify to the delegate from Nigeria that the benchmarks he is talking about are those that are listed out in this document that has been circulated to you, called Minimum Legal Requirements for Establishing an IPU Regional Office. I think I offer and venture to say that these requirements are very detailed. Of course, we are not perfect. We are venturing into uncharted waters, but that is why it has, if you've agreed, that if you were to establish regional offices, those initial regional offices would be established on a pilot basis, pending evaluation after 2 years. So what the President has asked and you have agreed to is that you agree to these minimum requirements, which will serve as a framework for consultations by the Secretary General with the offers that are already on the table, that is Uruguay and Egypt. And we will report back to you to say that we have found that these two offers, or one, is in a position to fulfill all these requirements. Of course, if they are not in a position to fulfill these requirements, then they will not be offered the opportunity to open those regional offices. I hope that this is very clear, that we're not just giving a blank, an open check to the Secretary General and his colleagues, that there are minimum requirements that he's going to ascertain when he has those consultations.
Thank you. And also very important, Mr. Secretary General, with these requirements that we approved, we have a transparent process and also equal to future negotiations to other ones. Because otherwise it may someone think that we have a special treatment to the case A and a different one to the case B. No, the rules are clear for all. That will be the same, and it was more transparent process. Inside also the decisions of the Executive Committee, we approved the document about data protection policy. You know that IPU receive a lot of information, a lot of data with personal aspects of many persons, not just MPs, but especially MPs. And in this time, when sometimes we discover that we can have any kinds of attacks, IT attacks, it's very important to defend ourselves and to defend the data we receive, and they are there in Geneva headquarters. And so the Secretary General and the team prepare a document about data protection policy in accordance with the working group on transparency, accountability and openness, and the document was shared to all of you. I will ask if there is any opposition to the document prepared by the Secretary General and approved by the Executive Committee. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Mudenda, please, from Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am not opposing the document. I'd raised my hand earlier on before you closed the item on the regional offices. It is my humble submission, Mr. President, that the consultations that should take place, championed by the Secretary General, should include our chairman of the Africa Geopolitical Group. And that element, I think, needs to be indicated so that at that level during the consultations, the Speaker of Tanzania, who is our chairperson of the Geo-Africa Political Group, if she could be part of the consultation, and I think she has articulated some of the issues that are of concern. It's just a slight amendment that I'm appealing to you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secretary General took good note of that, and he said to me, side by side, that of course he will do it in this process of negotiation. So about data protection policy, no one opposed document. Okay, great. It's decided. Then the Executive Committee approved also policy to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment at IPU assemblies and other IPU events. Unfortunately, we understood that during our assemblies and our events of IPU, we have also harassment against women, and so we needed to abort the issue, and that's why we prepare with the Gender Partnership Group and identified good practice from the United Nations, Code of Conduct to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment. We Secretariat and the Executive Committee accept to have a code of conduct about harassment in our meetings, assemblies and other events. Secretary General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Very quickly, you have reported on the deliberations of the Executive Committee, and that's what transpired. The decision that you're called upon to take is contained in page 2 of the document that is in front of you. First of all, that you agree that the IPU make use of the UN Code of Conduct to prevent harassment, including sexual harassment, at UN system events as the basis for the IPU's anti-harassment policies. If you do agree to that, and we have agreement from the United Nations that we can use their code of conduct and align it with us, we'll use this to adapt and make a policy that reflects the provisions of that code of conduct, which I can certify is very comprehensive indeed. On the basis of that, then, therefore, we would prepare that adapted policy, and the Secretariat would also draw up a plan of practical measures to implement the code of conduct for the IPU. Lastly, and this is normal, the Gender Partnership Group, the specialized dedicated body within the IPU, would be entrusted with the mandate of monitoring and reporting on the implementation of the set plan of action. Mr. President, I hope it's clear what decision the council is called upon to take.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I believe all of you received the document. No, may I ask if there is opposition to this code of conduct that we will now approve?
Okay.
No opposition. It's done. And so, dear colleagues, we come to an end to the point 4B. And I will now make the presentation of point 4A. And then the Secretary General will go to present their own report. On the first one is report of the President activities since our last session of the Governing Council in Zadua, and then the report of the Secretary General about the progress of the organization and implementation of IPU strategy. So I will go there maybe to present the report. Dear colleagues, last 6 months, I will try to be very short, but it is my duty to explain the main lines of the activity of the President since the last Governing Council meeting in Nusa Dua. And I will talk about it in 3 areas. The first one is to promote the values on strategy of IPU. Second, achieving IPU universality. And finally, reinforcing the IPU visibility. First, to promote the values and strategy of IPU. During the last 6 months, I did 22 visits to all countries, trying to all continents, countries from all continents, trying always to, in each visit, defend our values. Defend the values of democracy, human rights, the state of law as something essential to the IPU. Gender empowerment in our parliaments and youth participation in politics and parliament. I did 45 bilateral meetings during the assemblies and other events, 45 bilateral meetings to see also sometimes how is possible to reinforce the links between different parliaments and the IPU, 10 online meetings with bodies of IPU, the Executive Committee, with the Secretary General, with the board that decide the Crème et Passe Award, just to be some example. And finally, try to participate in other important initiatives of IPU. Everywhere, we have a forum of youth, of young parliamentarian meeting, I attended. There is a meeting of the women's speakers of parliament, I attended. It's a meeting about interfaith dialogue, I attended. If there is a meeting about SDGs to Asia, I attended. If there is a meeting about SDGs in Latin America, I attended. And so try to give also relevance to all activities of IPU. And then try to promote the Crème et Passe Award. We will have, for the first time here this afternoon, the decision who is the winners and who will receive this award. And I hope that next year it will be possible to repeat and for the future, to support the task force on the war in Ukraine. Our colleagues know how relevant is this task force to achieve peace in this, to put an end in this conflict. And they have all the support from the President, of course. And finally, in all the speech, in all the interventions, I try to defend our values. Democracy, rule of law, gender participation, youth empowerment and dialogue. The second point is to obtain the universality of IPU. We are missing, as we all know, 15 countries to achieve 100% of countries accepted and recognized by United Nations. These 15, we have one special case and then a group of cases. I said a group of cases because they have the same problems. 14 have problems of to be small islands from the Caribbean and from the Pacific that rise many times the problem of financial resources. Not to be member of IPU to pay the fee, because the fee, as you know, is a proportion of the GDP, and so it is not relevant when we are talking about a small country, but of course to attend our meetings. And then many of these parliaments ask, we recognize the relevance of IPU, but why to be member of one organization if after it we don't have resources to participate, to send our MPs to the activities of IPU? Of course, now you have a lot of activities online, webinars and so on. But also we are trying to identify a solution that can sponsor the presence from these small countries from the Pacific and from the Caribbean. In this middle while, it was possible to have meetings with speakers of the Parliament of the Caribbean countries in Halifax, when I attended as the Secretary General, and we begin, on the other case also, we begin to work on that. The other case is the United States of America, and we thought that it's important to IPU to have all the major players inside our organization. I always repeat, to think in a global organization without the United States, without China, without Russia, without India, for instance, is like to have a body without an arm. We need to have all them inside the organization. Now we are doing all the efforts with the authorities from both chambers of the United States to explain the relevance also for them to attend and to come back to the IPU. Not just online meeting, but for instance, in Jakarta, I met also the representatives of US on that meeting of IPU, when we have the speakers conference of the G20, and we are going on with the negotiations. We need to wait and see. And finally, the visibility of IPU. In all the visits I did, in all events that I organized by IPU, I did press conference. Always to explain to the people of, if it is not to the world, to this specific country, what is IPU. That we have 133 years old, that we involve now 178 countries, that we have special values to promote dialogue, democracy, and parliamentary diplomacy to solve the problems, and so on, to give visibility to the organization. Active engagement on social media, of course, because we don't need to work just with the traditional media, but with social media, with statements, reporting presence in our events. Visits to universities and schools. I really believe that the future is to the young people. And so it's very important. In all the visits, try to find a moment where I address when students of international relations, for instance, or diplomatic studies in a special university of this country, country A, B, or C. Go there to share the experience, what is IPU, asking them to participate more in politics, to describe the relevance of multilateralism, always addressing directly the young leaders of a country. And finally, of course, many of it happened with these 22 visits that I did during the last 6 months. Sometimes just 12 hours in the country A, 24. Sometimes with wish, yes, from the host Speaker of Parliament asking, why don't you stay a little bit more? I would like to show you this or that. And I say, thank you very much. Maybe one day I will come back in a private visit to visit. But now I am here to work. Just to give you the example, these months I will spend just 10 days at home, 20 days abroad. But this is the duty of the President of IPU. Thank you.
Between the previous conference, the Assembly, and this one. I would very much want all of us to consider this as part of IPU's activities. He was doing all of the things that he's been doing, not on his personal behalf, but also on behalf, and above all, on behalf of the organization. And so we would like the Assembly records to be very clear on that there are no two separate sets of activities. All you have been doing, Mr. President, is consistent with the values of the organization, with the strategy that the members have adopted. Let me then also say that you have received a very short report from the Secretary General written report, which is basically an enumeration of activities that have been carried out in implementation of the strategy since January this year. Normally, I only give you a glimpse of what we are doing at this time of the year, and a full-fledged report is issued during the first assembly of the year. Next year, I will be presenting the next edition of what we call the impact report, which is more detailed and more analytical, explaining how we have achieved impact or positive results or negative results in the implementation of our activities. So you will allow me very briefly to give you the highlights of what the IPU, in addition to what the President has been doing, what the Secretariat has been doing, with the involvement of you all in implementation of the strategy. And you have on the screen there a slide that shows you how the strategy is designed, what impact it is supposed to achieve, and you all agree that what you want in the context of your new strategy is to promote parliamentary ecosystems that serve democracy for everyone. And in doing that, you have identified 5 strategic objectives that you want to implement: building effective and empowered parliaments, promoting inclusive and representative parliaments, supporting resilient and innovative parliaments, catalyzing collective parliamentary actions, and strengthening the IPU's accountability. And you say that in realizing those strategic objectives, you want to apply this to real-life situations, and that is why you have also identified a number of policy goals that you want to achieve, where you want to make impact, foremost among which is climate change. You did agree that your number one priority is climate change. And of course, you have democracy, human rights, gender equality, and youth participation as your policy goal, peace and security, and lastly, sustainable development, in no order of priority, let me say. Then I just wanted to show on the screen there what something to statistics to give you an idea of the scope and breadth of the activities that we have carried out during the period since January this year. You'll see that we have been involved in 36 national support activities in 16 countries across the world to build capacity, and many of those countries are present here. We have held 45 regional and global events to mobilize and leverage parliamentary action and facilitate learning. Mr. President, you mentioned a host of those events which you attended. Thank you very much for your availability to attend those events on behalf of the organization. And we have been involved in producing 10 publications in various languages, English, French, Spanish, and Arabic in particular. So you'll see there an illustration of what we have been up to. Still talking about statistics, we just want to mention that during the last months, we have witnessed a spike in the popularity of the IPU's digital platforms in the context of our digital transformation. When you look at the website is increasingly displaying and exposing what members of parliament are up to around the world. We are continuing to update and revamp our Powerline database, which is the database of all parliaments in the world, how they are composed in terms of men and women, the leadership, and all other relevant information. And of course, YouTube. You will see that there has been a spike in the number of visitors. The same applies to what we have been doing. I believe you remember that the strategy, the communication strategy stresses the need to reach out to all the 46,000 parliamentarians that we have around the world today. And so my colleagues have been hard at collecting information on those 46,000 parliamentarians. And between March this year and this October, we have recorded an increase of 4,000 new contacts to our database of parliamentarians, which means that we're able to reach out to all these persons directly with the click of a button to share information on what the IPU is doing and how they can be more involved. I would just skip the information about presence on those other digital social media platforms as what do you call it, Twitter, Instagram, and the like. Let me take up strategic objective 1, which is building effective and empowered parliaments. And here you know that when you talk about building democracy, you want parliaments to be the centerpiece of that democracy. And the role of the IPU is to make sure that parliaments, wherever they exist, perform their duties in an unimpeded fashion, in an independent fashion, in a way that reflects the expectations of the people. Sadly and regrettably, we do find that in many parts of the world, in too many parts of the world, parliamentarians do not feel safe. They are not safe in the performance of their duties. And I just want to highlight this phenomenon, this unfortunate phenomenon, which regards the violations of human rights of parliamentarians. Later this morning or early this afternoon, you will be receiving a report of the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And I just want to mention here that unacceptably, they are dealing with 731 cases of MPs whose rights are being violated, arbitrarily, and this is occurring in a total of 43 countries. The map that you have there shows the reasons that buttress the violations of the human rights of parliamentarians. I move on to another aspect of our work, which is relevant to the theme of this assembly, and that is gender equality. And we have determined that violence against women parliamentarians is an impediment to the political emancipation of women. And that is why, as I have mentioned before, studies have been carried out, notably in Europe, in Africa, and Latin America, on the phenomenon of violence against women. What we have done is to shed light, the spotlight on this, on the violence against women. And last year, we did a study in Africa. On the basis of that study, we produced guidelines that are being utilized in many countries. In Africa alone, that report was launched and discussed in 12 countries, the latest being the Central African Republic. And as we speak, we are set to travel to Togo, where we have later this month, in November, a seminar on the issue of violence against women and what parliamentarians can do. I see the delegation from Niger was frantically taking pictures of the slide there. This is because we did hold a seminar in Niger to promote action by that parliament to fight violence against women in parliament. I acknowledge your support, Madam Delegate. Then we continue. We also make the point that we continue to build capacity building for parliaments. And on that next slide, we have it. You have an idea of the institutional support that we are giving to countries such as Chad, Djibouti, Haiti, Mali, Myanmar, what is left of the Parliament of Myanmar, Pakistan. Pakistan is here. We were recently in Pakistan for the Sustainable Development Goals, but also we are doing work with Pakistan on legislative drafting, building capacity for legislative drafting. We have Sierra Leone, Sri Lanka, Vanuatu, Zambia, working on climate change and the Youth Caucus. And then we have others there. The list is long, and I just want to illustrate what we're doing to help those parliaments. We're also helping to develop standards for parliamentary democracy, and there I just want to report that we have recently launched indicators for democratic parliaments that we are testing with a number of countries, including at this meeting. And we hope that in the future we will launch a full-fledged set of indicators for effective parliaments that are consistent with the goals 16.6 and 16.7 of the Sustainable Development Goals. Let me continue with strategic objective 2, promoting inclusive and representative parliaments. And there, of course, we are in the country of gender equality, Rwanda. We've made the point that 10 years into the plan of action for gender-sensitive parliaments, this is the moment for us to recommit, recommit to gender-sensitive parliaments as pillars of gender equality. And we indicate to you that a number of parliaments have been working with the IPU, notably Belgium, Ireland, and Japan, doing assessments of their gender sensitivity and identifying shortcomings that they may want to correct. We have been supporting women's parliamentarians caucuses in Djibouti, Indonesia, Nigeria. Thank you. We had a very good discussion with the Speaker of the House of Representatives yesterday, and we're heartened by your commitment to work ever stringently towards promoting gender equality. And I mentioned Sierra Leone, Tanzania, and the rest. Let me go on to youth empowerment, just to say that now youth empowerment has become a centerpiece of our work. We are pursuing our efforts to create awareness of the importance of involving youth. And Mr. President, you were recently at the conference a global conference of young parliamentarians in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, where young parliamentarians focused on the key issue of climate change. I want to thank the Parliament of Egypt for hosting that meeting. We are also working to support youth caucuses. Yesterday I had a very important meeting with the Speaker of the South Sudan Parliament, where we are supporting the establishment and functioning of youth caucus. I would like to draw specific attention to the campaign that we launched last year. I say yes to more youth in Parliament, and we're heartened that increasing numbers of parliamentarians are joining that campaign. There is a stand here at this convention center, and I encourage all of us to go there and pledge for more youth in Parliament. Currently, we have some 937 leaders from across the world, and I want to single out the strong support we are receiving from the President of Uzbekistan, who's a champion of this campaign too. So please, don't leave Kigali without signing up to that campaign, which will help us to build stronger youth participation. I also would like now to single out something that we have been doing, which is very relevant to the COVID and post-COVID pandemic period. And that is, we all realized, and with some satisfaction, that parliaments were adapting to responding to these risks and other dangers that were brought about by COVID-19. They had used digital technologies to do this. And we're glad that for some years now we have promoted innovation in parliaments, which is intended to help us identify technology that parliaments can use to improve upon their business models. And I'm pleased to report that the various hubs that we have established under the Center for Innovation in Parliament, those hubs are working seamlessly, and I would like to thank New Zealand for hosting one of those hubs for the Pacific countries. I am being long, but I think that there's so many activities, and if I don't report on these activities, my colleagues will kill me. So here, I just want to mention a new tool that we have created, the modular learning model, which is based on harnessing digital technology to promote peer-to-peer exchanges between parliaments, and we are working on various modules, youth empowerment, the SDGs, and in future we're going to be focusing on the budget process and auditing in general. Going to something that is very pertinent to this assembly, and Mr. President, you stressed the point that the IPU provides a platform for parliaments and parliamentarians to come together to share experiences, to learn from one another. And over the past several months, the IPU has continued to offer that platform. And the next slide. The slide you have there is an illustration of some of the events that the IPU has organized in order to provide that platform for inputs into global issues. The annual parliamentary hearing in New York, the Summit of Women Speakers, which you referred to, Mr. President, and the Global Conference on Migration that took place in Istanbul in June. Thank you, Turkey, for hosting that meeting. Then very quickly, we have Strategic Objective 5, which pertains to this organization itself, how we can promote accountability. I believe that when you designed the new strategy, you did lay emphasis on the fact that members of the organization should be increasingly accountable to the organization for the decisions and policies you adopt in the context of your meetings. And so we have been very keen to promote that. Mr. President, thank you for initiating the accountability segment of the Assembly during which parliaments are called upon to report on how they have been implementing IPU activities and fostering policies that follow up to those decisions that you take. And yesterday you had one such sitting here in this very room. So, and I also want to report on the work that is being done by the Working Group on Transparency. You have just approved the data protection policy for the organization. We are now working on a whistleblower policy that is intended to continue to improve upon accountability for the organization. And of course, we pursue efforts to improve upon our monitoring and evaluation frameworks. Lastly, I just mentioned, and this is just for your information, that we are continuing to focus on climate change, as you have asked us to, and my report includes instances of what we have been doing in that area. We are continuing to focus on democracy, human rights, gender equality, and youth empowerment, and as well as peace and security, because as I say, if you implement your strategic objectives without relating this to specific policy areas, you may be preaching in a vacuum. Mr. President, I believe I have been able to give you a glimpse of what it is that we have been doing, we have been up to during the past several months. I just wanted to give you this information to reassure you that we have not been sleeping in between assemblies. We've been doing a lot. A lot of this has been with your support, and we thank you very much, those countries and parliamentarians who have supported our activities during the past several months. And I promise that when we do meet in Bahrain next year, you'll receive a fuller report with the results and impacts of our work. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. This is an interim report, of course. In Bahrain, we have the full report from the President and from the Secretary General about the year 2022. Now I will raise the floor if someone, I will open the floor if someone wishes to put questions to me or to the Secretary General about our reports. I see that Iran is asking the floor.
Mr. President, regarding the adoption of the UN Code of Conduct to Prevent Harassment, including sexual harassment, at UN system events in IPU, the Parliamentarian Delegation of Islamic Republic of Iran, just for the record in this session, would like to present its reservation to any reference to gender identity and sexual orientation and LGBTIQ. Thank you.
So it was not about the reports, but a reservation to the document we approved on the point before. Thank you. We take good note of that. It will be in our records, of course. About our reports, report of the President and the report of Secretary General. No questions. See, Yemen, please, you have the floor.
شكرا لك رئيس الأخوة الأعضاء. حقيقة اليمن عندي ملاحظتين على موضوع الأمانة العامة. القضية الأولى، اليمن في أدبيات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي مسجلة ب10 مليون نسمة، وعدد سكان اليمن 30 مليون نسمة، ونسبة الزيادة عندنا 2.5%. القضية الثانية، بالأمس صوتنا على البند الإضافي أو البند الطارئ، وفوجئنا عندما وزعت لنا الأوراق أن اليمن مسجلة، صوتنا ب11 صوتا مع و11 صوتا ضد. فوجئنا أن الورقة التي بين أيدينا 11 نعم مع و11 مع الطرف الآخر. شكرا.
Thank you, Yemen. I will ask if there is, and then we will answer in the end to the questions raised to avoid dialogue. Other questions raised by any country? So no more questions, just this one. Mr. Secretary General, I don't know if you are in the conditions to explain, or if we needed to come back later on to give one explanation to our colleagues from Yemen. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand that the Yemen delegation was not addressing the Secretary General's report as such,
yes,
nor the President's report.
Yes, same thing happened with Iran.
Yes, it is regarding the record of votes in respect of the emergency resolution yesterday. If that's correct, we will check the records, and if there are any errors in the way we recorded the votes for for Yemen, then this will be corrected in the final records of the organization, of this assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. As I understood, the number of the population of Yemen, the delegation thinks that is not the correct, and that's why the votes applied to them are not what it should be. Okay, we will check. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. I see there is no more points, no more requests, and so we can consider that you take note of our reports, and we go to the point 8 of our agenda, appointing of 2 internal auditors. Dear colleagues, we received proposals from two candidates, and we have two positions, so it seems more easy. If you have 3, it will be different. Mr. Aminatou Abibubu from Niger and Mr. Hugo Carneiro from Portugal. Mr. Secretary General, do you want to explain the process? How we will, if we need to vote in the secret bullet or something, or it's just by acclamation? Please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Yes, we have received formally those two proposals for internal auditor. It is for the Governing Council to appoint these auditors here in Kigali for the 2023 accounts. And we had been told that there was interest by some two other delegates from the 12 plus group. I believe Mrs. Javinen and who was the other one? Mr. Werley of Switzerland. But those candidatures have not been formally submitted to the IPU Secretariat, which means that as of now, we have just two candidates for two vacancies. Mr. President, on the basis of that understanding, you may wish now to ask your colleagues to endorse those two candidatures.
And so, two proposals, two vacancies, and this is a more technical function of IPU, the internal auditor, and both candidates has experience in account and in finance, and we will need to work closely with our financial office and with the subcommittee on finance, of course. There is no oppositions. May we accept these nominations? Then, and congratulations, Mr. Amanitou Abibubu from Niger, and Mr. Hugo Carneiro. And also we have this way a gender group of auditors, a gender equilibrium in this group of auditors. We will go to the point 9, the IPU political project at the United Nations. So it is very easy to explain, and if Secretary General wishes to say something about it, but we approve a new strategy to the IPU. We approved a new communication strategy to the IPU, and then to finalize the building, may I say, of our activity, we need also to put it update with a political project at the United Nations. And so it was prepared. We had a huge discussion at the Executive Committee. I understood that this roadmap includes the consultations or work together, may I say this more maybe better way, working very very close with the members of the Committee of United Nations Affairs, and then after it we will put it on practice. Mr. Secretary General, do you wish to complement, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was just asking my colleagues here to display a slide here, which is an illustration of the subject matter that we have before us. Do we have that?
Not this one.
Yes,
This
we cannot see. Does someone have the hard copy? It's difficult for you to read. We don't have a hard copy of the letter? Okay. Let me just read this letter. Let me read it out to you because I think it's important for us to understand why we are engaged with the United Nations. This is a letter that I received from a colleague, the Executive Secretary of the Preparatory Commission for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty Organization. This is a UN agency based in Vienna with whom we have been working over the years. And he writes to me, "Excellency, dear Martin, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to you and your team for the effective engagement and liaison with Equatorial Guinea and Sao Tome Parliament, which greatly supported our outreach efforts in achieving their ratification of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. These are significant steps towards a safer world. With these two recent ratifications, we now have complete adherence to the treaty in Central Africa. This is a historical milestone, and I cannot thank you and the Interparliamentary Union enough for your continued support and contribution throughout this process. I extend warm appreciation to you, especially for inviting me to speak at the plenary of the 144th Interparliamentary Union Assembly, giving us the shared opportunity to raise the profile of the CTBT, which I know greatly contributed to results we see before us today. Once again, I appreciate your dedicated efforts to help transform the commitment of Equatorial Guinea and Sao Tome and Principe to a world free of nuclear tests into action. It is my deepest belief that these ratifications will provide impetus towards the treaty's universalization and entry into force, bringing us closer to our ultimate goal of a world free of nuclear weapons. I thought I should read this letter in extenso to you to illustrate why it is important for you as the community of parliamentarians to engage substantively with the United Nations, the prime forum for multilateralism. And I believe that I hope this then helps you to understand the note that has been circulated to you all. Mr. President, as you said, this has been under discussion for some time now. We are close to 20 years into deepening our relationship with the United Nations, and we did, you decided to do an assessment so that you can then refocus your engagement with the United Nations, and that is what we call the political project. This document then explains what you need to do to make the involvement of the parliaments and parliamentarians in the UN more effective and beneficial to all. The document which you have there stresses the point that ownership of this process, ownership of the political project with the United Nations lies primarily with parliaments and should be driven by parliamentarians, not by the Secretariat. It is a document then that you did approve the report of the evaluation that I referred to in a previous session of the Council. And today, as the President is saying, you are being called upon to approve a strategy and roadmap for implementing the recommendations of that evaluation. And you will see in the document that is in front of you that action is being proposed in three main areas. One, trying to clarify the purpose of our engagement with the United Nations, establishing objectives and priorities as well as targets. The document explains how this objective can be implemented in actual fact. Then it proposes harnessing the IPU's strengths and reforming processes at the United Nations. Lastly, this document addresses the issue of measuring impact, how you can do this through coordination, monitoring, and maintaining focus. So that is what the roadmap and strategy is proposing for your endorsement so that we can continue to be involved in work with the United Nations and making it more effective, this work being more effective. In this document, we mentioned that in order for your work to be more effective, you need to look at the mechanisms within the organization that are dedicated to engagement with the United Nations. And I just want to mention the importance of the annual parliamentary hearing that we hold in New York in collaboration with the United Nations, which is a very important opportunity for parliamentarians to engage with officials of the United Nations on issues of relevance to the United Nations, to forge a better understanding of those issues and providing the parliamentary voice. I think that's what the term you use, Mr. President. And so we are suggesting in this roadmap that has been endorsed by the Executive Committee that that annual hearing be maintained, but that we look at how its processes and deliberations can be reformed in a way that makes it more effective and efficient in delivering on the objectives. The second proposal that I would like to single out is regarding the Committee on UN Affairs, which is the committee that you have established, one of the 4 standing committees of the organization, to more specifically work on UN affairs. There, the evaluation has shown that, in fact, all the standing committees, all the specialized bodies of the IPU are intended to work on UN-related issues. And what has been suggested in this evaluation is that there should be mainstreaming of the UN in all the structures of the organization, especially the standing committees, whether you're talking about peace and international security, sustainable development, democracy and human rights. They all are dealing with UN-related work. And that you may want to consider reforming the mandate and working methods of the UN committee in a way that allows them to deal more institutionally with the relations with the United Nations. So this proposal is there, and the Executive Committee has agreed that at the beginning of the year, there will be consultations, including with the Bureau of the Standing Committee on UN Affairs, in order to identify ways of making that structure more relevant, more effective in the delivery of its mandate. That is what is contained in this paper, Mr. President. Clearly, the decision that the Executive Committee is asking you to take is to endorse this roadmap so that we can start implementing it, given that it is aligned with the strategy, and if you delay any further, we may have a discrepancy between the IPU general strategy and this particular strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very important to think 2 points. First, it is important to the IPU to reinforce the relation and the participation of parliamentarians during the process decision in UN, and the hearing at UN will go on, will not give up, will not clean from our program of activities the hearing at UN, but of course, as everything on life, we may improve it, and we always should be open to update all our activities with the reality that changed a lot. And finally, how we may have more effective UN committee of IPU, and that's why I believe our colleague, the current president, interim president of the committee, asked the floor. Please, you have.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Je suis donc Laurent Verlier, conseiller national suisse et président ad intérim de la Commission 4 en charge des relations avec les Nations Unies. Vous me permettrez donc de prendre la parole à ce point de l'ordre du jour après les déclarations que vous venez de faire, ainsi que vous, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, qui avez présenté ce rapport très intéressant qui fait suite à une analyse et un audit du travail qui a été conduit ces dernières années. Et évidemment que nous ne pouvons que suggérer au Conseil directeur de prendre acte de ces informations, mais prendre acte également de la feuille de route que nous avons devant nous, puisque comme Monsieur le Secrétaire Général lui-même vient de le rappeler, il a été convenu que le bureau de la Commission tiendrait une séance spéciale au mois de janvier sur les mesures et l'ordre des mesures à mettre en œuvre pour renforcer cette présence et ce rôle de nos parlements au sein de l'ONU et en interaction évidemment avec l'ensemble de la structure de l'Union interparlementaire et tout à fait évidemment avec les commissions concernées. Je prends qu'un exemple. Si on parle de développement durable, dans le cadre des objectifs 2030 de l'ONU, il est tout à fait évident que si la commission de l'ONU est en charge de cela, elle doit le faire avec la commission en charge des questions de développement durable. Donc, comme je disais, séance du bureau en janvier 2023, rapport de ces éléments à la Commission lors de notre prochaine assemblée à Bahreïn en mars 2023, afin de pouvoir rendre rapport à la séance de juin 23 du comité exécutif sur les mesures et les éléments à mettre en œuvre. Je donne une seule illustration. Dans ce rapport, la première mesure qui était parmi toutes les mesures, la première mesure est de renforcer l'intégration de parlementaires dans les délégations nationales. Nous savons que si dans certaines situations ça peut être bénéfique, dans d'autres ça ne l'est pas, parce que du coup les parlementaires n'ont plus droit à la parole, n'ont plus droit de marquer la différence, si vous me permettez de le dire ainsi, dans le bon respect de la séparation des pouvoirs entre exécutif et législatif. Voilà par exemple un des éléments qui, sans aucun doute, fera encore l'objet de précision et d'action, afin d'avoir dans la suite de ce qui est contenu dans ce document et avec la même volonté évoquée par le président et le secrétaire général de mettre à jour le travail fait et de trouver les nouvelles bonnes solutions, les nouveaux bons chemins pour renforcer notre action au sein de l'ONU. C'est dans ce cadre-là que la Commission et son bureau vont interagir ces prochains mois avec le secrétariat et avec le comité exécutif afin que notre travail et notre représentation des parlements à l'ONU soient toujours plus fortes et toujours plus utiles pour les uns et les autres. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Okay, thank you. I will give the floor to Iraq. Where is Iraq? I understood that Iraq wish. Yes, there.
نعم.
Please recall it.
شكرا جزيلا. نحن نعلم جميعا بأن الأمم المتحدة وسياستها هي جامعة دولية ترعى حقوق جميع الدول. هذه مبدأ معروف، وفي كثير من الدول التي تشهد قوميات وأديان وطوائف قد تحتاج هذه الفئات إلى الدعم الأممي أكثر من الآخرين. لذلك أنا أدعو أنه في ضمن السياسة الاستراتيجية للأمم المتحدة أن تتضمن أو التأكيد على أن الأمم المتحدة وممثلياتها أن تكون أقرب إلى الجهات الضعيفة والهشة في المجتمعات، وأن تراعي مصالح الأقليات والأديان والطوائف أكثر من الآخرين. العراق بلد متعدد القوميات والديانات والطوائف، وفيها فئات قوية وفيها فئات هشة ضعيفة. أنا أدعو من هذا المنبر أن تكون ممثلية الأمم المتحدة وفي ضمن استراتيجيتها السياسية على مسافات متساوية من كافة القوى السياسية والقوميات والأديان والطوائف. التأكيد على الدور الحيادي ضمن الاستراتيجية السياسية للأمم المتحدة. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you. I will give an answer, just try to understand if there is other countries that wish to express something about this point. I don't see. Of course, we took good note of the relevance to have one United Nations commitment with IPU and in a reciprocal way. This is important to both organizations and to keep the neutrality of both organizations. And about the intervention of the President of Committee of the United Nations Committee, I will ask to clarify, please, if it's possible to approve this roadmap, and the point raised is about the implementation of the roadmap, and so the process will go on, and we will take care. We took good note, and we agree with the procedure proposed, but as implementation of the process and not to postpone the decision about the roadmap. Please, if it's possible, to clarify.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, chers collègues. Je précise volontiers que nous partageons les éléments mentionnés dans la feuille de route, mais pas forcément dans l'ordre de priorité qu'ils sont mentionnés. Et donc, je veux bien qu'on joue sur les mots, mais je tiens à ce qu'on soit clair ici. Nous allons, avec le Bureau et la Commission, faire des propositions concrètes de mise en œuvre des principes de renforcement de la présence des parlements dans la relation avec l'ONU et du rôle de l'Union interparlementaire. Notre secrétaire général a rappelé l'importance, par exemple, sur le traité de non-prolifération des armes, d'abandon des armes nucléaires. On est conscient évidemment de ce rôle et on veut le renforcer. Nous partageons la même vision et la même interaction. Mais comme je le disais tout à l'heure, par exemple, la première proposition qui est faite, qui est de renforcer la présence des parlementaires dans les délégations nationales, n'apparaît clairement pas comme la première priorité aux yeux de plusieurs des membres de la Commission. Ça n'enlève donc en rien l'intérêt du document, l'intérêt de la feuille de route, et nous n'allons pas freiner le processus, notamment de son intégration dans la stratégie de l'UIP, mais vous permettrez à la Commission et aux personnes qui s'engagent dans ce dossier depuis de nombreuses années de pouvoir venir avec des propositions concrètes devant le comité directeur, après avoir un processus tout à fait transparent et démocratique d'un travail du Bureau puis de la Commission, afin que, ensemble, nous puissions agir et agir encore plus que nous le faisons aujourd'hui. C'est évidemment la même valeur que nous partageons, le même intérêt que nous avons.
Thank you. Secretary General asks the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we do understand Mr. Worley's proposal. That is, this roadmap is the framework for the implementation of our political project with the United Nations. And so, if that is the sense of this meeting, you can endorse that roadmap subject to further consultations, including with the Committee on UN Affairs, to fine-tune exactly what actions we can implement that are most effective for political engagement with the United Nations. I think that this is consistent with what is proposed in the document, that there will be proposals that will be made in the first quarter of next year, which will then be subject for consultations with the Committee on UN Affairs, so that as the year wears on, we can report to you on what exactly we are doing in implementation of the recommendations of the evaluation that are explained in this roadmap. Mr. Worley, I believe that is what our understanding, that you are not deferring decision on adopting this document as a framework for political engagement with the United Nations, subject to those clarifications that you have already indicated. Thank you very much.
We are one organization of parliamentarians, and so I think that is not acceptable, and I believe this is not the proposal, that we will approve something and we will define a strategy without the contribution of parliamentarians, without the consult and work together with parliamentarians. The technicians are very important. The Secretariat is essential, but the final decision in our organization should be from the parliamentarians, again, because we are not a non-governmental organization, we are one organization of parliamentarians. And this is the spirit also of IPU, and I believe the spirit of this document. That's why we may approve and endorse the roadmap, but the implementation and the definition of priorities should be then clarified day by day, with, especially with members of the United Nations Committee of IPU. On this way, we may endorse the document. Thank you. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you, dear colleagues. We received a request because to organize our work, try to finish on time. If it's possible to go directly to one document that is very important and take a long time to make a presentation. Otherwise, it will be part during the morning and maybe part on the afternoon. And it is not something that's easy to accept. We are talking about the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And so, if you agree, we go directly to the report and to the presentation about the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. It takes always a long time. And of course, if we finish the point and it's possible to come back to the point 10, we will do it. We are talking about 11B, I think. No?
27, page 27.
Okay, thank you. C, 14C, not B, but C, Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And so, I will give the floor to the President of the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians, Mrs. Reynoso from Mexico, to introduce the report. And I will always, we will vote each recommendation one by one. And of course, if there is any reservation, we can accept it to our minutes. So, Madam President, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, presidente. Muy buenos días, mis queridas y queridos colegas parlamentarios. Tengo el honor de presentarles el informe del Comité de Derechos Humanos de los Parlamentarios. Nuestro comité, en el transcurso de su sesión, ha mantenido 11 audiencias, durante las cuales pudo conversar con las autoridades, además de que con otros denunciantes, con un experto independiente, con un relator especial de Naciones Unidas. Quisiera expresar mi agradecimiento a todos aquellos que se tomaron el tiempo para responder a la invitación del comité, tanto por videoconferencia como de manera presencial. Durante nuestra sesión, el comité examinó la situación de 428 parlamentarios, de los cuales el 26% son mujeres, y estos casos en 17 países. Asimismo, adoptamos decisiones de admisibilidad concernientes a nuevos casos en Myanmar, en la República Democrática del Congo, en Somalia, en Túnez y Zimbabue. El 98% de los casos examinados corresponden a parlamentarios de la oposición. No obstante, las decisiones que les presentaré para su aprobación por parte del Consejo Directivo conciernen a 413 parlamentarios de 13 países. Les presentaré los casos por orden alfabético. Comenzamos con Brasil. El comité examinó el caso de la señora Taliria Petrone, una parlamentaria brasileña muy comprometida con la lucha contra la discriminación de las minorías y de los grupos en situación de vulnerabilidad en su país. Nuestro comité lamenta que las autoridades brasileñas no hayan respondido a nuestras reiteradas solicitudes de información y se encuentra preocupado por las alegaciones recibidas respecto a que la señora Petrone habría recibido amenazas de muerte y ha sido objeto de acoso debido a su participación política en calidad de parlamentaria de la oposición. El comité insta a las autoridades competentes a que no escatimen ningún esfuerzo por identificar a los culpables y traerlos ante la justicia, puesto que esta es la única forma de evitar que se repitan tales delitos, e insta al Parlamento a hacer uso de sus prerrogativas para contribuir a que se lleven a cabo y sin demora las investigaciones eficaces acerca de estas amenazas. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en la página 1 en ambas lenguas.
may we adopt the recommendation about this case of in Brazil? No opposition. Thank you. Now you go to the second case, please, madam.
Continuamos con Camboya. El proyecto de decisión que se encuentra ante ustedes concierne al caso de larga data de 57 exparlamentarios, todos ellos pertenecientes al Partido de Rescate Nacional de Camboya, disuelto por el Tribunal Supremo en 2017. Tenemos entendido que las autoridades parlamentarias camboyanas mantienen la invitación extendida a nuestro comité para viajar a Camboya y debatir las inquietudes que existen en torno a este caso. Esperamos que esta misión se celebre cuanto antes, dado que las elecciones nacionales de julio del 2023 están próximas y estas representan una gran oportunidad para asegurar que todas las voces de la sociedad camboyana sean representadas en el proceso político. De hecho, según nuestro parecer, las autoridades deberían reanudar urgentemente el diálogo político con la totalidad de la oposición y que se encuentra tanto fuera de Camboya como en el país. Solo entonces podrán generar confianza y encontrar soluciones a la actual situación política. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en la página 4 de ambas versiones.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman.
Just wait. The Secretary General has some clarification.
Yeah, no, I am not saying you should not adopt the report. I'm just saying that during this assembly, I have met with the leader of the Cambodian delegation. And one of the concerns expressed by the committee regarding the lack of cooperation with a view to extending a mission to Cambodia has apparently been clarified. I have received a formal invitation from the Cambodian Parliament for a delegation of the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians to visit the country for the purposes that have been identified by that committee. And they have suggested that we defer that mission until after the month of November, because they have other ongoing engagements during this period. So we will respond to them consistent with the decision that you are taking today to welcome that mission, which we will organize as soon as feasible. And the committee will therefore report to you on developments in the future. Thank you.
Honorable President, I, on behalf of Cambodia delegation, thank you very much for your high consideration of Cambodia. But however, the proposed decision regarding to Cambodia case by Committee on the Human Rights on the Parliamentarian does not reflect the currently real situation in Cambodia. Therefore, Cambodia has no choice but to object this proposed decision. To save out the valuable time, I would like not to repeat what my delegation has already highlighted to the Human Rights Committee and Secretary General Martin Chunggung regarding our firm position on liberal multi-party democracy as enshrined in our constitution. Cambodia has no any politician alleged case, but we have some politicians who committed crime and escaped from the citizen obligation to obey the law. Currently, 30 out of the 39 state delegations attended UN debate in Geneva on the 5th of October 2022, spoke in favor of effort, progress and achievement of Cambodia has rely in promoting and protecting human rights on many fronts. UNHCR urged the special reporter on the situation of human rights in Cambodia to use balanced and constructive methods, taking into account the perspective of the government and national circumstance. If you all are really keen to know more about Cambodia, please kindly come to observe our next general election at the national level on Sunday, 23rd July 2023. This way, you all will learn much more about how our election proceed peacefully in a free, fair, and transparent manner, as recognized by both national and international observers in our recent local election on Sunday, 5th June 2022. Human rights are rarely about perfection, rather a marathon and progress. To fair and moderate observer, Cambodia is viewed as half full glass, as we heard from this country. Thank you with all our best wishes and best regard to you for a great success of 145th IPU Assembly in Kigali, Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleague. Of course, we take to the minutes note of the reservation of our colleagues from Cambodia, and I invite the Governing Council to approve the recommendations presented by the chair of the committee. With no opposition, is adopted. We go to the next case, Costa de Marfim. Côte d'Ivoire, in French.
Gracias, presidente. En Costa de Marfil, el comité ha examinado los casos de 12 diputados y 2 senadores marfileños que fueron víctimas de arresto y detención arbitraria entre 2019 y 2020 por flagrante delito de alteración del orden público y atentado contra la seguridad del Estado. El comité tuvo ocasión para debatir este asunto con la delegación de Costa de Marfil, a la que agradece su apertura al diálogo y su cooperación. Me complace informarles que, a excepción de 3 parlamentarios que se hallan exiliados, todos los involucrados en este expediente han recuperado su libertad. La resolución de sus expedientes y su liberación son fruto de una política de pacificación y de conciliación y reconciliación implementada por las autoridades de Costa de Marfil y que el comité ha recibido con agrado. Por consiguiente, el comité decide cerrar los casos de los parlamentarios mencionados en el párrafo 4 de la decisión, puesto que considera que han quedado resueltos de manera satisfactoria al haber podido reanudar su trabajo parlamentario. No obstante, el comité sigue convencido de que las autoridades parlamentarias deben garantizar que la figura del delito flagrante no se instrumentalice ni se invoque para autorizar procesos arbitrarios contra miembros de la Asamblea Nacional. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en la página 9 de ambas versiones.
I don't see, yes, of course, Côte d'Ivoire.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais donc féliciter le comité pour ce travail, naturellement qui a écouté la délégation ivoirienne. Nous nous satisfaisons de ce rapport en partie et nous voudrons dire que les cas qui ont été abandonnés, naturellement, les 12, il reste que 3 cas, notamment le député, l'ex-député Soro Guillaume, Cess, Mohamed et le député Issaka Fofana. Nous pensons qu'ils ne sont plus députés. Ils ont perdu leur siège depuis donc les élections 2021. Leur cas est devant la justice. Et ce cas-là, l'Assemblée nationale ne doit plus se préoccuper de leur cas. C'est l'État de Côte d'Ivoire qui, la justice est maintenant saisie de leur question. Et donc, c'est la justice qui doit régler cette question. Nous vous remercions pour tout ce travail. La Côte d'Ivoire est un îlot de paix et de stabilité dans notre région qui est troublée par beaucoup de coups d'État. Et je pense que l'Assemblée générale de l'UIP doit encourager le pays à continuer dans la paix que prend le président de la République, la réconciliation inclusive qui est aujourd'hui entamée. Et je voudrais que les cas de Soro, de Isiaka et de Cess ne puissent pas être aujourd'hui auditionnés par l'UIP. Voilà ce que la Côte d'Ivoire demande.
Thank you, dear colleague. I always remember this committee is a very important role. There is no other international organization that will follow and defend the human rights of parliamentarians. And the approach to each case will not finish after the end of the term of a member of parliament. If it began as a parliamentarian, we will continue to follow the situation also if there is new elections and he is not already, don't keep the seat as a parliamentarian. If the approach begins before that, we will continue to follow the situation. And I ask the floor if we may accept the recommendations of the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Okay, adopt. We go to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Please, Madam.
Eritrea.
In my list, okay, but if there is to go to the Eritrea, it's up to you, Madam.
Eritrea.
Okay, so to Eritrea.
Les presento en esta ocasión el caso de 11 parlamentarios eritreos que fueron detenidos en septiembre de 2001 por haber publicado una carta abierta en apoyo a la democracia de su país. A la fecha de hoy no se tiene información sobre su paradero. El comité se encuentra consternado por la absoluta impunidad que rodea este caso y por la persistente negativa de las autoridades a dialogar con la Unión Interparlamentaria. El comité, a partir de la información que tiene ante sí, estima la desaparición forzada de estos 11 parlamentarios y que constituye además un crimen de lesa humanidad y, por lo tanto, hace un llamado a todos los miembros de la Unión Interparlamentaria para que insten a las autoridades de sus respectivos estados a ejercer sus competencias de conformidad con los principios de la jurisdicción universal, con el fin de procesar a toda persona responsable de este crimen que se encuentra en su territorio. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 15 y 12 de las versiones inglesa y francesa respectivamente.
Muchas gracias, colega. I'm asking the floor if someone wishes to talk about Eritrea. No? So I invite you all, the Governing Council, to adopt the recommendations presented by the committee. No opposition. Adopted. And now I will not say the name of the country. I will follow you.
El siguiente es Eswatini. En Usadúa, este consejo fue informado por primera vez sobre la situación de 3 parlamentarios. 2 de ellos han permanecido detenidos por diversos cargos desde julio del 2021 y el tercero huyó del país antes de que se dictara una orden de detención en su contra. El presidente del Parlamento nos ha proporcionado información valiosa acerca de esta situación y ha manifestado que acogería con agrado la visita a Eswatini de una delegación del comité para debatir las inquietudes y preguntas surgidas en torno a este caso, lo cual agradecemos y esperamos, por tanto, que esta misión tenga lugar pronto. Les invito a adoptar el proyecto de decisión en la página 15 y 12 de las versiones inglesa y francesa respectivamente.
Eswatini, ask the floor, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, President. Eswatini has no problem
with the report. It's just on the decision, the first point number 1 on the decision. Just a little error was made there, where it says by invitation of the Speaker cooperated with the committee requested if they could send a mission, and the Speaker agreed to that. So the Speaker is welcoming the mission, but it's not an invitation that came from the Speaker. So that's just the only correction. However, we are fine with this, and the adoption of it will bring light to the whole issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will ask if we may accept the correction. Yes. So the recommendations and with the correction presented by our colleague from Justin, I will ask if we may adopt. No opposition. Adopt. Please, Madam, you can go forward.
Continuamos con Gabón. El comité ha examinado una vez más el caso de nuestro colega gabonés, Justin Doudangoy, quien se encuentra en prisión desde enero del 2020. En primer lugar, quisiera agradecer a la delegación gabonesa por la información proporcionada durante su audiencia ante el comité y por su disposición a trabajar estrechamente en la búsqueda de soluciones satisfactorias para este caso. No obstante, el comité sigue profundamente preocupado por las denuncias de amenazas y actos de tortura de los que presuntamente fue objeto el diputado y cuyos autores no han sido procesados. Asimismo, estamos muy preocupados por las condiciones de su detención. Lamentamos que la misión del comité a Gabón, encomendada por este Consejo hace casi un año, aún no haya sido autorizada oficialmente por las autoridades gabonesas. Exhortamos a las autoridades parlamentarias a perseverar en sus esfuerzos por obtener una respuesta de las autoridades ejecutivas a este respecto y esperamos que esta misión pueda concretarse antes del final del presente año. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 21 y 18 de las versiones inglesa y francesa, respectivamente.
I ask if someone has the floor. No, no one. So, no reservations. We will adopt the recommendation. Thank you, Madam.
Continuamos con Myanmar. En Myanmar, 63 parlamentarios sufrieron graves violaciones tras el golpe de Estado militar de febrero del 2021. Su situación es alarmante, pues desde julio pasado se han prohibido todas las visitas a los parlamentarios detenidos y su comunicación con el mundo exterior. Ello genera la preocupación de que puedan estar siendo víctimas de desaparición forzada. Reiteramos nuestro llamado para actuar en solidaridad con nuestros colegas birmanos. Pedimos a los miembros de la Unión Interparlamentaria que se movilicen para poner fin a la impunidad en el presente caso. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 24 y 21 de las versiones inglesa y francesa, respectivamente.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The situation in Myanmar is worse and worse, and not just the cases reported but also with execution of members of parliament. And so we need to be very strong with the authorities of Myanmar to defend not just human rights, but also the life of our colleagues of Parliament of Myanmar. I will ask someone, I didn't see anyone asking the floor, so I invite Governing Council to adopt the recommendations proposed by the committee. No opposition, adopted. Tunisia?
República Democrática del Congo.
Oh, finally. Republic Democratic of Congo. Okay, please.
Les presento a continuación el proyecto, el nuevo caso del señor Jean-Marc Kabon, un diputado de la oposición en la República Democrática del Congo, que se encuentra en prisión desde el 9 de agosto del 2022 por haber ejercido su derecho a la libertad de expresión. El señor Kabon permanece en prisión a pesar de una decisión del Tribunal de Casación de concederle arresto domiciliario. En vista de la naturaleza de los hechos que se le imputan al señor Kabon, el comité desea enviar un observador al juicio. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 12 y 30 de las versiones inglesa y francesa respectivamente.
I ask if someone wishes to raise the floor. I don't see. And so, dear colleagues, I invite you all, the Governing Council, to adopt the recommendations by the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. No opposition. Adopt. Please, Madam Chair.
Continuamos con Túnez. En Túnez, el comité continúa preocupado por la situación de 120 diputados de la Asamblea de Representantes del Pueblo, elegida en 2019 y disuelta por el presidente de la República, mismos que fueron acusados de asociación para delinquir tras su participación en una sesión plenaria en línea. El comité hace un llamamiento a las autoridades tunecinas para que retiren los cargos contra estos diputados, puesto que no deberían ser objeto de procedimientos penales por motivo de dicha reunión. Asimismo, el comité examinó el caso de la señora Abir Musi, diputada de oposición elegida en 2019, que ha sido objeto de violencia verbal y física por razón de su género. El comité lamenta no solo que hasta la fecha no se haya responsabilizado a sus agresores, sino que continúe sufriendo violaciones tras haber manifestado abiertamente su oposición al presidente de la República. El comité insta a las autoridades tunecianas a poner fin a la impunidad e implementar las medidas necesarias que garanticen su seguridad y la de todas las mujeres políticas de Túnez. En lo que respecta a la solicitud de enviar una misión del comité, lamento informarles que dicha solicitud fue rechazada por las autoridades tunecianas, alegando que no podían responder favorablemente antes de las próximas elecciones legislativas de diciembre del 2022. Es el deseo sincero del comité que esta misión se concrete en un futuro próximo a fin de encontrar un resultado satisfactorio para todos los casos considerados. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 29 y 32 de la versión inglesa y 33 y 37 de la versión francesa.
Thank you. I will ask if someone wishes to take the floor on this case. No. So, may I invite the Governing Council to adopt the recommendations proposed by the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. No opposition. Adopt. Madam.
Continuamos con Turquía. Continúa preocupándonos el caso de los parlamentarios y exparlamentarios de la oposición del HDP en Turquía. La afirmación sistemática por parte de las autoridades turcas respecto a que el HDP y el PKK son el mismo partido o al menos trabajan en estrecho contacto es sumamente problemática. A pesar de que estas dos organizaciones pueden estar dependiendo en gran medida de la misma base de apoyo y trabajando por lograr objetivos similares, el HDP es un partido político legal que no defiende en absoluto la violencia para alcanzar sus metas. Es a la luz de lo anterior que seguimos creyendo que los numerosos procedimientos judiciales iniciados contra parlamentarios y exparlamentarios del HDP, así como la perspectiva de la posible disolución del HDP, tienen el efecto de criminalizar actividades políticas legítimas. Estamos convencidos, por lo tanto, de la necesidad de que las autoridades turcas adopten medidas más decisivas que velen por una legislación nacional y la aplicación de la misma, en consonancia con las normas regionales e internacionales en materia de libertad de expresión, reunión y asociación. Asimismo, estamos convencidos de que los procedimientos judiciales en curso deben ser revisados de forma crítica y renovada con esta perspectiva en mente. Estamos interesados en continuar el intercambio con las autoridades turcas en torno a estas cuestiones y esperamos que accedan a recibir la visita de una delegación del comité con este fin. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 36 y 41 de las versiones inglesa y francesa, respectivamente.
Thank you. About this recommendation, I see the Turkish delegation is asking the floor. Dr. Hafsa, please.
As the Turkish group, we oppose this report, but I will let my colleague from the HDP speak first, and then I will speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear Chair. I would like to highlight just 2 points here. Point number one is the fact that almost all of the allegations, accusations that were raised against HDP deputies, they have already been reviewed and discussed by the European Court of Human Rights, and in its decision on Demirtas versus Turkey, the European Court of Human Rights and its Grand Chamber have concluded that neither the HDP nor Selahattin Demirtas have anything to do with violence and terrorism. This is a clear court decision. This is number one. Second, recently the Constitutional Court, the Turkish Constitutional Court, made a couple of very interesting decisions. One about Mrs. Aysel Tuğluk, who is now on the screen actually, that female deputy. She is dying of dementia, a very severe case of dementia. She is in prison since 2017. And the Constitutional Court in Turkey concluded that her rights were violated on multiple grounds. Plus, the Constitutional Court also convicted Turkey in the cases of Leyla Güven and Figen Yüksekdağ, two other deputies who are still in prison. So I can extend the list, but we have already provided the committee with a lot of written information. Let me also highlight that there is a closure case against my party, the HDP, and the prosecution is demanding the political ban of 451 people, including myself and all other members of Turkish parliament from the HDP, except for only 3. So it is a very grave situation, unfortunately. On October 9th, I am so sorry to say this, but the attacks on the HDP are getting a physical form now. 3 deputies of HDP were physically assaulted by the police. One of them, actually his nose and his leg, they were broken. He's in hospital now, still having treatment. These and other situations, they show, unfortunately, the deplorable situation of the parliamentary democracy in Turkey. I thank the committee and invite them to closely follow the criminal proceedings by appointing a rapporteur to see the situation on the ground for themselves and not just through the HDP or the delegates from my country who are coming to here. Thank you so much.
As the rest of the Turkish delegation...
Before I give the floor to Dr. Hafsa,
as the rest of the Turkish...
just a second, please.
All right.
Of course, I will give you the floor,
Yes,
just to explain. It is very relevant also that in this case specific, we have a delegation with members from different political parties, and they have different perspectives also. And so, of course, it's a democratic point of view. It's very relevant to have both sides to express their own opinion. So, Dr. Ravza, please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. And as the head of the Turkish delegation, I try to make sure that we are 5 parties being representing our National Assembly here. So we make sure that everybody has a voice. But I will again, on behalf of the rest of the delegation, I will express our concern that the committee's agenda is being hijacked by one party's political agenda. We have been very cooperative with the committee. We have hosted the committee 3 times. I personally went to the committee, talked to them, gave them all the information, but I don't see that anything will change. I respect the work of the committee as the head of the Turkish IPU group, but I believe that this decision is biased and we don't accept the decision. And my colleague's presence here is one of the things that proves the allegations of the committee wrong, where, like I said, we're 5 parties, all our members are sent by the Grand National Assembly of Turkey. All our tickets are bought by the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, like it should be, and his presence here is something that proves the committee wrong. And I have to say that Leyla Güven is at house arrest right now, and we are also concerned about she's in prison. We are also concerned about some members of HDP who are in prison, who have to go on hunger strikes. We are concerned that it's not their choice. I wanted to say that we respect, again, the work of the committee, but we don't accept this report, so we will have our reservation. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have the one reservation. But of course, we always respect, may I say this way, the recommendations from the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians, and so I invite the Governing Council to adopt the recommendation presented by the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. May we adopt? Okay, is adopted with the recommendations of part of the Turkey delegation. Adopted. Now we go to
Ahora continuaré con el caso de Uganda.
Okay.
Es el caso de 2 colegas ugandenses que actualmente se encuentran detenidos. Es el señor Alan Aloysius y el señor Mohamed Sheringia. En primer lugar, el comité desea expresar su más sincero agradecimiento a la delegación ugandesa por la información proporcionada en la audiencia que tuvo lugar durante la presente asamblea, así como su disposición a cooperar con el comité en la búsqueda de soluciones satisfactorias para este caso. El comité aprecia los continuos esfuerzos realizados por el Parlamento de Uganda a fin de supervisar la situación de los 2 parlamentarios, lo que incluye visitarlos en la prisión, debatir periódicamente en el Parlamento sobre su situación y pedir al gobierno que informe sobre el estado en el que se encuentran. No obstante, el comité lamenta que la misión solicitada por este Consejo para visitar Uganda no haya recibido aún la aprobación oficial por parte de las autoridades ugandenses. Es nuestro deseo sincero que a la luz de las renovadas garantías de apoyo proporcionadas por la delegación ugandesa durante esta asamblea, se permita que pronto se concrete esta misión. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 41 y 26 de las versiones inglesa y francesa, respectivamente.
Thank you. About this case in Uganda, I'm asking if there is someone that we should know. No one has the floor. So I invite the Governing Council to adopt the recommendations presented by the committee. No oppositions. Adopted.
Continuamos con Venezuela. El comité ha examinado también el caso de 134 parlamentarios venezolanos elegidos en el 2015. El comité se encuentra profundamente preocupado por el hecho de que en agosto del 2022 el señor Juan Requesens fuera sentenciado a 8 años de prisión, así como por el dictamen de una orden de detención y una solicitud de extradición en contra del señor Julio Borges, en relación con los eventos que se produjeron mientras se desempeñaban como parlamentarios. El comité reafirma su posición de larga data en cuanto a que el acoso de los parlamentarios de la oposición elegidos en el 2015 es una consecuencia directa del papel que desempeñaron como oponentes al gobierno. Instamos una vez más a las autoridades venezolanas a que pongan fin de manera inmediata a todas las formas de persecución contra los parlamentarios de la oposición elegidos en el 2015. El comité expresa su firme esperanza de que el diálogo entre el gobierno y los representantes de la oposición se reanude a la brevedad. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 44 y 47 de las versiones inglesa y francesa respectivamente.
Thank you. About this case in Venezuela, someone wish to raise the floor? This is one example that you had elections there, but we are following the cases that were presented by MPs before the elections because they were our colleagues, and we will keep accompanying the situation also when maybe their term ended. No reservations. Okay, we may adopt the recommendations.
Continúo ahora con los casos de dos colegas de Zimbabue. El primer caso concierne a la señora Joanna Mamombe, la parlamentaria más joven de Zimbabue. La señora Mamombe fue detenida y sometida a tortura y malos tratos en mayo del 2020, siendo luego liberada y arrestada en varias ocasiones. El denunciante alega que ninguna de las denuncias presentadas por la señora Mamombe han dado lugar a una investigación. El comité se sintió muy complacido al reunirse durante esta sesión con el presidente de la Asamblea Nacional de Zimbabue, quien reafirmó ante el comité que una misión sería bienvenida en su país con el fin de reunirse con todas las partes y obtener conocimiento de primera mano respecto a este caso. Además, dadas las alegaciones sobre posibles problemas de acceso a un juicio imparcial, el comité desea enviar a un observador de juicio para supervisar los procedimientos judiciales. El segundo caso concierne al señor Job Sikala, parlamentario de oposición detenido actualmente. El comité ha recibido información respecto a la detención supuestamente arbitraria, ausencia de juicio imparcial y condiciones de detención inhumanas. El señor Sikala fue arrestado el 14 de junio del 2022, acusado de incitación a la violencia pública a raíz de un discurso que pronunció. El comité solicita a las autoridades que liberen al señor Sikala para que pueda reanudar sus funciones parlamentarias, además de garantizar su derecho a un juicio imparcial. En este caso, el comité desea enviar, además de la misión, a un observador para seguir los procedimientos judiciales. Les invitamos a adoptar el proyecto de decisión que figura en las páginas 49 y 53 en la versión inglesa y 52 y 56 de la versión francesa.
About Zimbabwe, I understood. Mr. Speaker, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the chairperson of the committee, for the opportunity given to me to explain a number of issues in terms of our criminal procedure as well as the constitutional arrangements and provisions that determine our court processes. Mr. President, it was unfortunate that some of the documentation appeared to have not been studied by the committee. I would ask the committee to go through the documentation that I presented to them so that they can have a better appreciation of the court processes affecting the two members of parliament. What I need also to put on record that as far as our parliament is concerned, the two members of parliament have not lost any privileges in terms of their salaries and other benefits that accrue to them. That's the role our parliament has played in ensuring that there is no prejudice to their welfare. We also would like to inform this august House that where constitutional issues do arise, especially on the violation of human rights, our Constitution is very clear that the offended person can approach the Constitutional Court to claim their rights there. As far as these two members of parliament are concerned, they have not, Mr. President, approached the Constitutional Court to claim their rights accordingly. Neither am I aware that they were denied the approach to the opportunity to approach the Constitutional Court. As far as medical care is concerned for Honorable Job Scala, I'm aware that when he was not feeling well, he informed his family and the doctors were dispatched to the prison and examined him, and he was given medication as was diagnosed by the doctors. So it is not correct that he was not allowed to receive medical care. As far as the request by the Human Rights Committee to send a trial observer on both cases, I think they'll be welcome to attend the court processes. And I want also to inform you, Mr. President, that the Human Rights Mission, the Human Rights Committee mission to Zimbabwe is most welcome, and will facilitate that they are received by the Ministry of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs, so that they can find out exactly what's happening on the ground. Meanwhile, I shall tender further documentation that I've received this morning for the perusal of the Human Rights Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will ask the committee, it was a concrete question, if you took note of the documentation presented by Mr. Speaker on the behalf of the delegation first, and then the second one, it's the invitation to organize a mission to Zimbabwe and to have meetings with authorities about this situation. I will ask that before we adopt, especially the first point, if you take good note of the information presented by the Zimbabwe delegation.
Gracias, presidente. Analizaremos la información que ha proporcionado el representante del Parlamento, que además agradecemos, por supuesto, la disposición en la audiencia que tuvo con el Comité de Derechos Humanos y agradecemos también la disposición para llevar a cabo esta misión. Nuestro objetivo justo para poder enviar observadores a acompañar el proceso y tener la certeza de que toda la información esté considerada, tanto de la parte denunciante, pero también del Parlamento de Zimbabue. Entonces, agradecemos la disposición.
Muchas gracias, Madam Chair. With these comments, also presented by Speaker Mudenda and the answer by the chair of the committee, may we go forward and adopt the recommendations of the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians? No opposition, so the recommendation is adopted.
Señor presidente, queridas y queridos colegas parlamentarios del mundo, los casos que acabo de mencionar son solo una parte de los numerosos asuntos en estudio ante el comité. En vista del número récord y creciente de estos, podemos constatar que tanto la institución parlamentaria como la democracia se encuentran bajo amenaza y, por ende, hoy más que nunca deben ser protegidas. Asimismo, el número de casos de mujeres parlamentarias sigue aumentando. Actualmente tenemos ante nosotros la cifra récord de 135 parlamentarias víctimas de diversas violaciones a sus derechos humanos, lo que representa un incremento del 400% comparado con las cifras de inicio de la década pasada. Sin duda, queda mucho por hacer para seguir combatiendo el flagelo de la violencia contra las mujeres parlamentarias. Todos y todas seamos parte de la solución. Es por este motivo que les exhorto a tomar acciones concretas en favor de nuestras colegas amenazadas, así como en favor de los derechos humanos de todos los parlamentarios. Para saber más sobre las acciones concretas que pueden tomar para ayudar a nuestro comité y, por ende, para defender los derechos humanos de los parlamentarios, les invito a visitar nuestro stand sobre la solidaridad parlamentaria y que se encuentra en el lobby principal. No duden en inscribirse en nuestra lista de contactos para permanecer informados del trabajo de nuestro comité y poder actuar en consecuencia. Sus acciones cuentan. Únanse a nosotros para ayudar a nuestros colegas amenazados. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you. France has the floor. S'il vous plaît.
Très bien, merci Monsieur le Président. En tant que membre de ce comité, je voudrais d'abord saluer l'extraordinaire travail de notre présidente qui a mené les travaux de main de maître. Mais je voudrais aussi, Monsieur le Président, parce que nous avons vécu un moment extrêmement important, saluer la déclaration qui a été faite par notre collègue, le professeur Nassirou Bakou Arifari, député du Bénin, qui pendant plusieurs années a présidé ce comité et qui hier nous a dit au revoir puisqu'il met un terme à son mandat. J'invite les instances de l'UIP à prendre connaissance du message exceptionnel qu'il a délivré à notre comité. Il est d'une profondeur, il est d'une sincérité et il fait surtout état d'une expérience exceptionnelle d'un homme qui a consacré énormément de temps à la protection des libertés parlementaires. Son message est un peu triste parce qu'il constate qu'au fil du temps, le nombre de cas soumis au comité augmente, passant de 350 à 700. Mais c'est aussi un message qui est plein d'espérance. Il donne toute une série de pistes de travail qui, à mon avis, doivent être largement diffusées au sein de nos instances. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. Dear colleagues, I think that I may express in name of all members of the Governing Council our thanks and gratitude to all members of the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians a very intense work to defend our colleagues around the world. We don't care if they are from right or from left, if it's a country from north or from the south, he's a parliamentarian. And if he's a parliamentarian, the human rights need to be preserved, specific as a mission during the term of as a parliamentarian. So a specific gratitude to all members. And now I will join me to this intervention from our colleague from France. A special gratitude to the presidents of committee, to the chairpersons that are the committee, current our colleague from Mexico, but also to our colleague from Benin that presided for a long term, and with a personal commitment to the human rights that is always be given as example to the world. So to him and to you, Madam Chair, a specific applause from all the Governing Council. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
And now the Council is called upon to elect 4 members of the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. It should be easy, but allow me. We should elect 4 members to this important committee of our IPU organization. But we have more candidates than vacancies. And so we will need to vote. But before that, I will give the floor to our Secretary General to explain the situation and how we need to proceed. Allow me, before Secretary General or after? So maybe Secretary General can explain the procedures, and then I will give the floor to Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. As you have said, the Council is called on to elect 4 members to fill the 4 vacant seats on the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. And as you go about taking this decision, I want to be helpful to try to clarify the procedure for you. This committee, as you will recall, is normally comprised of 10 MPs who are dedicated to as you've heard, the chair of this committee report to you, dedicated to defending and making proposals to the Governing Council for defending parliamentarians around the world. Today, we would like for you to comply with the spirit and letter of the IPU, which means that all committees, all structures of the organization need to be gender balanced and geopolitically balanced, which means that today the outcome of your elections should show that you have equal numbers of women and men on the committee. That is 5 women and 5 men. Currently, you have 3 women on the committee, which means that today you are called on to elect at least 2 women to make that complement of 5. Also, you need to make sure that the committee is geopolitically balanced, and if that is our understanding, it means that those geopolitical groups that are not currently represented in the committee will have a priority in terms of filling vacancies. And I want to point out that one geopolitical region is completely absent. That is the Asia-Pacific geopolitical region. If that is our understanding, I would like to point out to you that prior to this seating, one of the candidates has gracefully withdrawn their candidature, and that is Mr. Daniel Zocic from Switzerland. We thank him for seeking to make life easier for us. And on the basis of the explanation that I have given, you may wish to consider to elect the two women candidates that are on that list. That is Ms. Odhiambo from Kenya and Ms. Gerkens from the Netherlands. You may wish to elect them unopposed, because then they would make up the complement of 5 female members of the committee. On the basis of that same understanding that you need geopolitical balance, you may wish to consider electing unopposed the candidate from Pakistan representing the Asia-Pacific group, so that the Asia-Pacific group can be represented by at least one person. Which means, if you do agree with this proposal, which means that you would be called on to fill one vacancy among the 4 remaining candidates, who would be Mr. Alex Ruhanda, Mr. Mahamadou Karidio, Hari Kamboni, Hamidou Traore. Those are the 4 members that are still candidates for the one vacant position now on the Committee on the Human Rights of Parliamentarians. Mr. President, you may wish to consult your colleagues on whether or not they agree with this procedure, and if they do, we will then proceed to voting. And that voting, we suggest, be by a secret ballot in view of the large number of candidates fielding requests to be on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Before try to get a consensus on this, I see Nigeria ask the floor, please.
Mr. President, respected colleagues, I want to appreciate the explanation by the Secretary General, and I concur in total with what he has submitted for the purpose of clarity and then moving forward. Secondly, Mr. President, Parliament is one other important arm. It signifies democracy, and my proposal is that we have a member here on the Transitional National Council. Transitional National Council is not Parliament, and so automatically that one should be dropped, and then the remaining should be consultation. It is about democracy, and we should encourage. We should not encourage any military intervention in our democratic processes. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will try to understand the situation. Namibia, South Africa. So, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I understood that South Africa asked first. I'm sorry, Honorable Speaker. Please, South Africa.
No, thank you very much, President. I want to appeal to. Is it clear? The microphone seems to be not working. Or is it working? Okay, no, thank you very much, President. I wanted to appeal to the colleagues that are nominated to contest one position to withdraw and at least agree on one person. I don't think that there is a need for us to go on a long and protracted electoral process. It's just one position that is available. We value their contributions, all of them as individuals, but can they at least be given an opportunity to consider withdrawing and then at least to agree on one candidate, and then we finalize the composition of the committee on unanimous consensus without having to go through the electoral process. That is the plea that we're making to the colleagues who otherwise are very brilliant. We just have to make sure that the committee is constituted properly at the ultimate end. Thank you very much, President.
Okay. Dear colleague, I agree with you. You may, but I am not available to make this proposal, but it's much better when it comes from you. But Honorable Speaker of Namibia, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I was going to basically reinforce the recommendation from our Secretary General. I think it will make our task much easier. And I also like to echo the sentiments expressed by our colleague from South Africa that common sense should prevail in view of our time constraint. I think we should try and find consensus among those who are contesting these particular positions. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will ask Madam Speaker of Tanzania, the chair of the African group, because all candidates are from Africa, if it's possible to get a consensus just in one candidate or not. Otherwise,
Mr. President, if you could give us like hardly 5 minutes, we are finalizing our consultations. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes, I'll get back to you.
okay. So we will come back to this issue, and so not to lose our time, we can go and we came back. We will see if Madam Speaker gives to the Governing Council an answer. It will be possible to take the decision before lunch. Otherwise, we'll come back after lunch. Nigeria, what's...
Thank you, Mr. President. I think you are a bit silent about the position that we have, proposed here about the Mali position of, yes, please.
Yes, as I understood, our colleagues from Mali came to this meeting with full rights, and so with full rights means not just to vote, but to be elected. Mr. Secretary, but it's a very important question. Please, Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Transitional National Council of Mali is considered to be a legislative body. The only difference is that it is transitional, it is not permanent. And when you took the decision, when the IPU Governing Council took the decision to maintain Mali's membership of the IPU through the National Council, it did so on the understanding that that National Council would enjoy all the rights accruing to membership within the IPU. And I hasten to point out that for a number of other parliaments, this is not the case. So Nigeria, to answer your question, legally and procedurally, any member of the National Transitional Council can vie for office within the IPU as any other parliament that is a member of the institution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Nigeria, please.
Mr. President, I didn't mention here that Parliament is about elected people. And I don't know when a transitional government will have an elected person in Parliament. And coming from the background of West African Economic Committee of West African Communities, I'm the first deputy speaker. And I'm aware that we have suspended the Parliament from participation in terms of activities. It is a contradiction of that provision. You are now the ones who are encouraging coup d'etat in our regions. This should not be encouraged. And I think that it's a simple, clear explanation. We should not be maneuvered, and we should not be manipulated. How can somebody coming from a military regime be regarded as a parliamentarian? I've never heard of that.
Procedure and legally?
Procedure and legally. No. You can't take that.
I'm trying to understand the country that is asking the floor. Guinea, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je ne voulais pas prendre la parole, mais l'intervention de mon frère du Nigeria m'oblige à prendre la parole. le Parlement du Mali est représentatif du peuple malien. Et c'est le peuple qui a décidé comment ces parlementaires doivent être choisis. Il s'agit du droit du peuple malien de choisir les moyens par lesquels il doit être représenté. Alors, il ne revient pas à notre pays de s'ingérer dans cela. Et nous ne sommes pas à la CEDEAO, nous sommes à l'Union internationale parlementaire. On applique les règles et les procédures de l'UIP et non les règles et procédures de la CEDEAO. Deuxième précision, il est important qu'on fasse observer que les pays qui sont en transition, au lieu d'être mal jugés ou sanctionnés, nous devons comprendre le processus par lequel les pays sont arrivés dans cette position. Si je prends l'exemple de la Guinée, il a fallu qu'un président élu change la constitution pour se maintenir au pouvoir, pour que le peuple demande à l'armée d'intervenir. Parce que le coup d'État, il est militaire, il est aussi civil. Quand un président démocratique lève les barrières de la Constitution pour se maintenir au pouvoir, c'est aussi un coup d'État. Moi, je voudrais qu'à cette tribune-là, nous mettons en place des processus et des mécanismes pour aider les pays en transition d'avancer tout en restant fidèles aux règles et aux principes de démocratie internationale. Donc, il ne revient pas à un parlementaire d'indiquer la voie par laquelle le peuple se veut être représenté au niveau de l'instance qu'il la représente. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons ici we have here a question raised by Niger. That is, the parliament was entering and not elected directly. But in the beginning of our assembly, no one put in case the attendance of our members to the assembly. The list of participants was distributed. If a delegation should not be here in accordance with our statutes, the issue should be risen on that moment, not in the middle of the work. Finally, of course, is an interim parliament. But if we don't know the results, also the consultations are happening there. If it is this person, the elect one, of course, with elections, and if he's not re-elected, we need to be replaced in our committee. But it may happen with all of us. We can begin position in IPU, we lose our seats, and then we need to be replaced in all committees of IPU. But Nigeria again, and then we need to prosecute. I'm trying to understand if the Arab group achieved one agreement. Africa, I'm sorry. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think democracy is all over the world defined simply. Government with the people, by the people, and for the people. There's no any second definition to it. And we should not manipulate words. Tomorrow, you will be the same person to go and sort out issues in another continent or in another country. All we are saying is that we should encourage a democratically elected government all over the world. It is part of the speech you read here, what you are supposed to be doing and protecting. And so if any country or community decides to say they won't go that way, we should not support them. That it was not raised at the first instance does not make us now observe if there are issues to raise that could be valid at any point in time to raise matters. And you have your observer status, you have other things. As far as I'm concerned, there was a mistake, and that mistake should be identified. Except if you are now asking us to go and then abuse the process of what is called true democracy. I'm not a subservient, and I will not subject myself and any other institution that believe in true democracy to any military, no matter the guys, no matter the name they call themselves. Thank you very much.
We note your position, dear colleague. I will ask if the African group, no, they are still negotiation. If you don't mind, we have a long day of work, and so I will ask our colleague from Turkey if Madame Kavaksi Kan is ready to make the presentation about and the report about the migration meeting that happened in Istanbul, a very important one because migration is something that affects all continents. In the meanwhile, we wait the results of the negotiations inside the African group. Madam, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. President. It was an honor for us to host 228 participants from 46 countries of IPU member countries in Turkey. Distinguished colleagues, we as the Grand National Assembly of Turkey, together with the IPU, have successfully organized the parliamentary conference titled Parliaments and Global Compact on Migration and Refugees, How to Bring Stronger International Cooperation and National Implementation. The meeting was held in Istanbul on 20th and 21st of June 2022. This conference was of utmost importance as the first global parliamentary conference focusing on refugees and forced migration. The conference, like I mentioned, had 288 participants, including parliamentarians from 46 different countries and also representatives of international organizations and other institutions from all over the globe. While addressing international migration in general, conference focused on refugees and responses to forced migration. 6 formal sessions were held, and international migration governance standards, global compacts and global policy agendas, sustainable solutions and root causes of forced migration, irregular migration, including management of borders and combating transnational crime, the experience of Turkey as a country hosting the highest number of refugees in the world, and the human dignity and social inclusion and cohesion of refugees and migrants were the 6 different panels where we discussed these issues. Concerns were emphasized throughout the conference on the huge challenges faced by many countries receiving refugees, asylum seekers, forcibly displaced persons, and war evacuees, and with the least resources hosted from neighboring countries. Parliamentarians from many countries pointed out that the hosting countries had the least resources and greatest number of refugees and had nonetheless provided far more generously refugee protection and assistance than developed countries. Fair and equitable responsibility sharing and enhanced international cooperation clearly emerged as the fundamental message. Many participants emphasized a rightful expectation that developed countries, particularly European countries, assume the equitable share of responsibility in providing protection to refugees and assisting countries with large refugees and displaced populations. A major concern raised by the parliamentarians during the discussions, as well as experts and academics, was the rise in many countries of xenophobia, intolerance, and exclusion, and violence directed against refugees and migrants. Participants urged that the attention to rolling back racism and xenophobia be an immediate priority for parliamentarians and governments. We need attention on this worldwide. It's important that in our parliaments we don't allow hate speech, we don't allow xenophobia, we don't allow racism and discriminatory language. The urgency for parliamentary engagement and action was reiterated throughout the conference, notably the imperative of governance under the rule of law and the key role, responsibility, and function of legislative branch of government in that regard. Participants emphasized the need for parliamentary engagement and action in the ratification on domestication, harmonization of international conventions and guidelines, the elaboration and enactment of national legislative frameworks on governance and regulation of all aspects of migration, including areas like human and labor rights, protection of migrants and refugees, and as directly elected representative of the people for their countries in guiding the executive branch and monitoring and holding the administration and other stakeholders accountable. Special mention was made of parliamentarians' role in urging international dialogue and cooperation and the direct engagement in international dialogue of parliamentarians amongst themselves. The importance of generating international guidance for parliamentarians was underlined. Of course, it's important to note what is the real source of migration. Why do people have to leave their homes? They're not doing it by choice. So we need to find a solution to the core problem, like we have the situation in Ukraine currently, and situation in many other countries where people are forced to migrate, leave their homes for their lives, or seeking better lives. The inclusion of refugees and migrants in their cities and countries of residence and their contribution to development and economic and social welfare and social cohesion deriving from good governance were highlighted by delegates as their concerns. It was noted that following issues should be addressed: access to health services, education, and general government services. Specific attention to children of migrants and refugees need to be paid. Gender-responsive approaches towards all migrants and refugees, especially women and girls, must be held. Labor market employment integration and decent work must be provided. Skills assessment, recognition of qualifications and training is a necessity. Inclusion, anti-discrimination, equality of treatment as imperative of social cohesion. Specific efforts to combat xenophobia and violence against migrants and refugees was highlighted. One of the conference's sessions was focused on extensive experience in Turkey and political, economic, social, humanitarian measures taken by the Turkish government and other stakeholders to receive, provide support for, and in many cases facilitate the integration of refugees in employment and with the social society, with the local societies in general, their participation in social life, daily life in their societies where they live. We all believe that parliamentary action for refugee protection and assistance and governing migration are important in every country. This is a global necessity. I would like to underline as I'm concluding that there was an urgency for further international parliamentary dialogue and cooperation addressing causes of forced migration, regulating international migration, and further implementing of the recommendations of the global compacts, like the Global Compact of Migration and Refugees, and on realizing the Sustainable Development Agenda. It was an honor for us to host the members of IPU together with the IPU in Turkey, and I'm grateful to our host, Rwanda Parliament, for hosting us. Thank you so much.
Dr. Hafsa, also a special thank to you, to your country, to your parliament, to your speaker, for the commitment to organize this meeting. It was a success about one issue that affects all the continents, and we need all concrete actions to prevent migrations. Thank you. Now about Sustainable Development Goals, we are trying to go forward our agenda before to have an answer from the African group. And so I will invite Senator Ivan Lozano from Uruguay to present the report about the Sustainable Development Goal seminar on climate change and the Sustainable Development Goals that happen in Montevideo. Senator, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Entre los días 28 y 30 de junio se congregaron en Uruguay más de 65 participantes provenientes de 12 países para realizar un seminario sobre el cambio climático, organizado de forma conjunta por la Unión Interparlamentaria y el Parlamento de Uruguay. El mismo contó de 4 sesiones, de 4 módulos. La primera se tituló Comprender el cambio climático y el contacto ambiental en América Latina y el Caribe. Se presentaron ejemplos de políticas y medidas adoptadas por países de la región como respuesta a los desafíos climáticos, entre otras, fortalecer tanto la mitigación del cambio climático como la adaptación del mismo mediante financiación climática, fomentar una supervisión y gestión de conocimiento a largo plazo acerca del cambio climático y su repercusión, velar por los esfuerzos por abordar el cambio climático se encuentren en consonancia con las iniciativas de desarrollo sostenible y viceversa. El segundo módulo o sección se tituló Acelerar la transición a una energía no contaminante y mejorar la financiación climática de cara a aplicar el Acuerdo de París. Se pusieron de manifiesto varias acciones que los parlamentarios pueden realizar para apoyar la transición en una energía justa y no contaminante y mejorar la financiación climática, entre otras. Apoyar los marcos jurídicos que otorguen prioridad a las transiciones hacia una energía no contaminante e impulsen la financiación climática. Incentivar una transición justa, promoviendo inversiones en fuentes de energía renovable, la creación de puestos de trabajo decentes en industrias verdes y la eliminación gradual de industrias contaminantes basadas en el carbón. La tercera sección se tituló Priorizar una acción climática equitativa, promover la participación pública y la inclusión social. Entre los esfuerzos parlamentarios por garantizar la equidad y la inclusión social en el ámbito de acción climática, se identificaron las siguientes. Defender los derechos de los grupos marginados y subrepresentados en el proceso de adopción de decisiones sobre cuestiones ambientales. Incentivar la firma, ratificación y aplicación del Acuerdo de Escazú. La tercera sección, titulada Apoyar una agricultura y medios de subsistencias que sean resilientes al clima, garantizar la seguridad alimentaria y la salud humana y ambiental. Entre las oportunidades por reforzar la acción parlamentaria en este ámbito se incluyen promover políticas y leyes que reconocen las interconexiones entre el clima, la seguridad alimentaria y la salud. Apoyar legislación que reduzca la huella ambiental de los sistemas agroalimentarios, además de reducir y prevenir las pérdidas y desperdicios de alimentos. Posteriormente se realizó un trabajo de campo en el cual se fue a visitar el departamento de Maldonado, donde se tuvo una presentación por parte del director de Ambiente de la Intendencia Municipal de Maldonado. Fuimos a recorrer un lugar de procesamiento de los residuos orgánicos que luego se transforman en energía, y fuimos también a recorrer el arboreto Lucic, que fue realizado por un inmigrante italiano, Antonio Lucic, donde se encuentran más de 400 especies de flora exótica, así como más de 100 árboles del Uruguay. Dado que el cambio climático no respeta las fronteras nacionales, en este seminario regional se hizo hincapié en la importancia fundamental de la cooperación regional para afrontar la crisis climática. Se consideró que el diálogo interparlamentario y el intercambio de mejores prácticas son primordiales para una acción climática eficaz en América Latina y el Caribe. Maracose, Yané, Rwanda, thank you very much for your attention.
Dear colleagues, we take good note of these two reports presented by our colleague from Turkey and Senator Lozano from Uruguay. And now we go to by video, the presentation of the report from Mrs. Albazar, the President of IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians, about the 8th Global Conference of Youth Parliamentarians that took place in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. Is it possible to have the presentation, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is the greatest issue of concern of world's youth. What can young MPs do about this? Well, on the 15th and 16th of June, young MPs came from around the world to my country, Egypt. Over 170 young MPs from almost 60 countries came to the City of Peace, Sharm el-Sheikh, just to answer this question. They were carrying the hopes of young people and the future generations. We reaffirmed our commitment for climate action. We were united in declaring that climate action is emergency that we need to prioritize now. We focused our debates on the strong link between climate change and human rights, and we agreed that we will be the generation that will achieve the climate justice and the sustainability without leaving anyone behind. We also agreed that young MPs, we need to step up our efforts in legislation and government oversight to adapt laws that support climate change mitigation and adaptation, the transition to green economy, and to ensure our governments implement their commitments in the framework of Paris Agreement. Finally, we explored climate financing. We agreed that the current level of support are inadequate and a major obstacle for developing countries. The target of $100 billion per year has not been achieved yet. We agreed to work together to ensure that the commitment is honored. You will be pleased to know that the conference was organized as a first step before COP27 that is happening in Egypt next month. And we will be sure to have youth and young MPs' voices announced there. Ladies and gentlemen, my country, my parliament, and myself were thrilled to host the conference and to welcome the young MPs. Our outcome document lists a series of conference actions we have to put forward to act on climate change. I'm confident that we, as parliamentarians of all ages, work together to implement these commitments. We can ensure a better future for everyone. Thank you so much.
A special word to our colleague from the Egyptian Parliament that hosts this important meeting and receive you, all of us, very well, and to all members of the Forum of Young Parliamentarians, the young MPs that attended, with a huge discussion showing that they are real committed with IPU. Now we can go to the Parliamentary Forum of the United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development that happened in United Nations, New York. And so Mrs. Petra Bayer from Austria will present the report. Madam, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. A very good afternoon. I had the pleasure and the honor to facilitate a part of the parliamentary forum which took place in New York this year on the margins of the HLPF, the High-Level Parliamentary Forum on Sustainable Development. The Parliamentary Forum addressed the question of partnership and development cooperation. Are they developing for the SDGs? It focused on 3 targets out of the SDG 17, which is on international cooperation. I'm sure you know that. And we looked at key questions on financing the SDGs, namely domestic resource mobilization, development assistance, and private-public partnerships. We were about 18 parliamentarians from nearly 30 countries, and there was a very active engagement and debate. The forum was the opportunity for parliamentarians to hear from experts about these 3 issues and discussed how parliamentary oversight could enhance the quality and quantity of SDG finance as a key to meeting the goals by 2030. Its deliberation will continue to the preparations of the Effective Development Cooperation Summit, which will be held in Geneva in December this year, and I hope that I can meet there many of you. Just also let me mention that it was very happy that the HLPF 2022 took place in person and not virtually anymore, and I'm very much looking for our parliamentarians, for your very strong voices that have to be heard for the SDGs, for the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm sure that we are the ones who really can make the turn, who really can make the world to a better place for many people and provide people with better lives. And I want to remind you about the 3 guiding principles, the 3 main ideas behind these 70 goals and 169 targets. It's first of all, leave no one behind. That also means that we really have to look at these constituencies of those of our people who are the most marginalized, and it's really important to focus on them. The second is breaking down the silos, which is also important for us as MPs, because very often the SDGs are only followed up by governmental systems, and even we in Parliament very often do very hard to really become engaged in this and really also to break down the silos between our committees, for instance. And the third guiding idea is the normative shifts. That means that we really have to be courageous, that we really have to be brave, and also think about the change of systems, of underlying systems we are living in. Should it be economic systems or social systems or any other systems that hinder us to gain the Sustainable Development Goals? That means a decent life for everybody in a sustainable manner. So I hope we will meet again at other occasions during the HLPF and other occasions. Thank you very much, and that was my brief report.
Thank you, Madam, and we take good note of the report on sustainable development. That is one of the compromises of IPU in our new strategy. And now I will give the floor to the President of Senate of Zimbabwe, Honorable Mabel Chinomona, to present the report of the women speakers of Parliament that took place in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, dear colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the 14th Summit of Women Speakers of Parliament met last September 8 and 9 in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. It was attended by more than 100 participants. The women speakers focused on priority action areas for parliamentary leaderships to better deliver on sustainability and prosperity when anticipating future risks and responding to crises. Reflecting on experiences from the pandemic, we looked at the global recovery from the perspective of sustainable development rooted in justice, inclusion, and environmental protection. As our economies recover from recent crises, we firmly agreed that there is an urgent need for a green economy that is more inclusive, including by recognizing the value of care and unpaid work. Examining the growing benefits and risks of new technologies, we agreed that the digital economy was a key component of economic resilience and recovery. However, we expressed our deep concern about tech-related risks such as the growing digital gap, mass surveillance, online harassment, fake news, hate speech, and online violence, which all hinder the rights and freedoms of women and girls everywhere. We call for policies that address the digital divide and protect the rights of women and girls online. We also recognized the role of gender-sensitive parliaments in encouraging gender-responsive legislation and supporting the eradication of violence against women and girls, including online. We highlighted the importance of parliamentary leadership in responding to such risks. The Tashkent Declaration that we have adopted during the summit calls to step up implementation of the IPU Plan of Action for Gender-Sensitive Parliaments. Immediate and robust action should be prioritized in all parliaments to have equal numbers of men and women, to mainstream gender across all work, to improve family-friendly infrastructures and culture, to implement policies to end sexism, harassment, and violence against women in parliament, and to make gender equality a shared goal among men and women members of parliament. Dear colleagues, the women speakers will lead the way in building resilience by prioritizing the protection and advancement of women's rights and empowerment throughout our work. I count on you to join our efforts to achieve this goal. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam President of the Senate, and also congratulations for the success of the Women's Speakers Conference that happened in Tashkent. Now we have two final reports. The next is about the first regional seminar for parliaments of the Asia Pacific that happened in Islamabad, Pakistan. I understood we have a presentation on that. It's possible to...
Pakistan?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Greetings. I'm Rumina Khurshid Alam, Member of Parliament, Convener of the SDGs Task Force of the National Parliament of Pakistan. Hope you all are doing well. Warm wishes to you. At the very beginning, I would like to thank the IPU Secretariat Parliaments of South Asia Pacific groups of their all-out support on the third regional seminar on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. We greatly appreciate the strong commitment shown by the visiting parliaments at this event, despite the unprecedented challenges the country is currently experiencing. The seminar's first session provided an overview of the region's socio-economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. The presentation focused on how COVID-19 recovery can enhance economic resilience, adopt an inclusive approach, and ensure resources are not diverted from sustainable development. Emphasis was put on marginalized, vulnerable segments of the population, promoting parliamentary actions to enhance the capacities of poor, marginalized, and vulnerable segment of society to escape from poverty. Monitoring the government's work and ensuring that its development plans, policies, and budgets are aligned with the 2030 agenda. There is a need to increase job opportunities, including in the agriculture and tourism sector, and address youth employment challenges. Participants were invited to consider how to incorporate public engagement activities into parliamentary work on the SDGs. After the launch of the Global Parliamentary Report, a series of parallel breakout sessions on tackling inequalities took place. The importance of addressing food insecurity and malnutrition through a multi-sectoral approach that includes health, agriculture, education, youth, and gender equality was stressed. Promoting community mobilization, raising awareness, and investing in capacity building projects to end hunger and malnutrition. It was emphasized in enhancing parliamentary cooperation to end hunger, poverty, and food crisis. The importance of ensuring equality, inclusive, and equitable opportunities for all parliamentarians were called upon to enact laws that favor full and productive employment and decent work for all, especially youth. Prioritizing laws and regulations to ensure that high-quality education is accessible to everyone. Enacting legislation or strengthening existing laws to guarantee decent work opportunities for all, including young people. Raising awareness on technical and vocational education as complements to formal education in providing a well-rounded and skills-based curriculum equipping young people to meet the competing demands of work and personal life. Importance of establishing mechanisms and procedures to mainstream the SDGs in the Parliament's work in a comprehensive manner. Assigning the responsibilities for coordination of work on the SDGs to a specific parliamentary body or a structure. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on women and identified the root causes of discrimination that the crucial women's right. The National Assembly of Pakistan presented a case study on its cross-party women's parliamentary caucus, which has become an international good practice. Prioritizing budget allocations on women's empowerment activities and ensuring the programs and activities targeting the mainstreaming of gender perspectives in other SDGs related programs are developed and well-resourced. The importance of reducing risk and building resilience to disaster and other shocks to safeguard development gains. Environmental challenges that undermine the achievement of the SDGs in various countries in the Asia-Pacific region were highlighted. The linkages between habitat loss, environmental degradation, and climate changes. Parliamentarians reflected on national-level options for promoting a green recovery in their respective countries, including in relations to clean energy, biodiversity, and waste management and circulatory. Prioritizing law and regulations that requires public investment in conservation programs, sustainable agriculture initiatives, and urban green infrastructure. In order to reduce deforestation, 6, and habitat loss. Ensuring there are regulatory and risk, governance, frameworks, and financial instrument to fund in sensitize long-term public and private disaster risk reduction initiatives, including resilient infrastructure and nature-based solutions. Prioritizing citizens' engagement in discussions on risk reduction to promote inclusive strategies that are responsive to the risk and need constitutes. In the seminar, interparliamentary dialogues and the sharing of practices to build cooperation and enhance knowledge and catalyze collective parliamentary action to support the realization of sustainable development goals in the Asia-Pacific region. The participants of the seminar emphasized or called for a greater interparliamentary dialogue and sharing the best practices. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. And a special thanks to the Pakistan Parliament to host this very important seminar about SDGs to the Asian Pacific countries. And the last one, and then we came back to the Committee of Human Rights of Parliamentarians. The last one is the report about the meeting of speakers of the G20, the speakers of Parliament, of course, the P20 that took place last week in Jakarta. I understood we have also a video. Special gratitude from IPU to the Indonesian Parliament for the commitment to organize this meeting of speakers of the G20, and all them showed a real compromise to have a sustainable recovery, and for that we need a strong parliament. And so we took good note from all these reports, and before the interruption for lunch, I will give the floor to Madam Speaker that chaired the African group to explain to the Governing Council if it was possible to reach a consensus.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yes, we have been able to reach a consensus, and the African Thank you so much. I think I needed that. It wasn't very easy. So we have one candidate who is Mr. Harry Kamboni, member of the National Assembly of Zambia. Thank you so much.
So it will facilitate our work. We don't need to have a secret bullet, only if someone asks for that. I hope not, because we needed to go to lunch. And so, if it's possible, we have 4 positions and 4 candidates. The candidates are in agreement with of our criteria to have a gender balanced composition and also to have all the geopolitical groups represented in this committee. So I will express the name of our 4 candidates. Ms. Arda Gerkens, Senator from Netherlands. Mrs. Millie Grace Odhiambo from Kenya. Mr. Harry Kamboni from Zambia, and Mr. Muashid Hussain Sayed from Pakistan. May we consider the elected by acclamation? Is possible? Dear colleagues, I wish all the 4 elected candidates good luck for your work. I always repeat, allow me, for me it's the most important committee of IPU. No one defends the human rights of parliamentarians, just IPU. And you will have this strong task in your hands. Senator, please, from Pakistan, you wish...
Mr. President, I'm so grateful to you and the Honorable Secretary General of IPU for conducting and completing this process of election in the best possible way. I congratulate you, and I'm also grateful to all the parliamentarians present in this hall for making this process complete in the best possible way and a very friendly and pleasant way. And I'm also grateful for approving the nomination of our candidate, Pakistan's candidate, Mr. Mushahid Hussain Sayed, who is a renowned scholar, intellectual, journalist, political activist, and an elected member of Senate of Pakistan. I'm so grateful to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And also a special thanks to Madam Speaker for your the share of the African group for your work to achieve the consensus, because it was very important to the development of the work of our assembly. And to the candidates, of course, from the different countries of Africa that decide to withdraw and accept the consensus obtained in your group. And so, dear colleagues, we will go now make the interruption for lunch, and we came back in 1 hour. 2:30, please, to continue with our work. Have a nice lunch. We'll come back. meeting of the Governing Council. I will give the floor, if you don't mind, because I understood that some colleagues are with flies this afternoon. And so sometimes it happened this morning, for instance, when Dr. Ravza asked me the same, that needs to leave this afternoon. And so we are sometimes change the order of our agenda to respect the compromises from our colleagues. And so the same thing happened, I understood now during the lunchtime, with the president, chairperson of the advisory group on health. And so, if you don't mind, we begin with the presentation from the report of the activities of this group, and then we will go to the report on the work of the IPU task force with Dr. Ali Nwami. Please, Ignacio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The IPU Advisory Group on Health met on 12 October. It welcomed technical partners from the World Health Organization, the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn and Child Health, UNAIDS, and the Global Fund for Fights AIDS, Tuberculosis and Malaria. The advisory group was briefed on the collaboration between IPU and the Parliament of Rwanda in the area of women's, children's and adolescents' health. It congratulated the Parliament of Rwanda for the results achieved with the passing of legislation on health and civil registration and the improvements in maternal and child health indicators. As the focal point for the implementation of the health component of the IPU strategy, the Advisory Group on Health discussed effective strategies to identify and reach vulnerable and marginalized populations. It highlighted the cultural and social barriers limiting information on health and access to related services. It was crucial to build trust among the population by working with relevant stakeholders, including civil society organizations, youth organizations, and religious leaders. The advisory group also identified quality of care and women empowerment as important factors for better health outcomes. The IPU Secretariat presented its works on health and climate change under the IPU strategy to 2022 to 2026. The advisory group agreed on the importance of strengthening synergies between these two areas, in particular with regard to nutrition, the impact of climate change on health, and climate-induced migration. Finally, the advisory group was briefed on the work of Gavi, the Basin Alliance, and its collaboration with the IPU to promote parliamentary engagement on immunization and universal health coverage. The advisory group decided to hold a field visit in 2023 to continue providing recommendations to parliaments on how to improve access to health. It also proposed to hold a side event on comprehensive sexuality education at the 146th IPU Assembly. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, and I hope that the work of this group will be greater and with more and more importance for the next future, but we don't need a new pandemic to give relevance to the group. We just need work done to avoid new pandemics and new awful things to humankind. And so I will give the floor to the chair of the task force on Ukraine, and allow me, before I give the floor to Dr. Ali, to express my personal, but I believe from all members of the Governing Council, gratitude for your efforts to achieve peace and to incentive dialogue between two parties on this conflict. And not just for you, as chair, but all members of this task force. And you did a very important visit that, as it happened when we go to a war zone, put in danger your own life. We need to say that again and to give our gratitude to you. Finally, the report is responsibility of the task force. It was not a report of the executive committee, or will not be a report of the governing council. It's your own report and your own responsibility after all the efforts you had done with both parts. And finally, if you think that you will retire from this task, forget it. Because the resolution we approved yesterday said that you will ask the task force to continue to do all the best until the conflict has an end. And so you will not go home without work. You will have more work to do for the future. You and, of course, all members of the task force. Dr. Ali, please, you have the floor.
Mr. President, dear colleague, well, I start from where did you end? We won't give up. We won't give up working on the mandate of and the principle of the IPU. We will not lose hope. We will strive. We will do what it takes, actually, to save lives and to make sure that those who believe in peace will be willing to sacrifice for peace and have the courage to move forward, to create a better world for all of us. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, dear colleague, upon your decision in Nassadwa to form this task force, the President actually, after consulting with the geopolitical group, formed this task force where, I had the honor to chair it. But I want to say that, I'm really fortunate to have these members, distinguished members in this task force, those who believe in peace, those who believe in the IPU, and who are committed actually to work according to the principle of the IPU. I had the honor to have in this task force the speaker from South Africa, speaker from Namibia, the speaker from Uruguay, also the chair of the foreign relation from Indonesia, the chair of the foreign relation from Kazakhstan, and also the deputy speaker from Netherlands, and also the head of the Israeli group for the IPU. We work as a team. We started actually by preparing for our visit. We did contact both sides. Also, we engage with many friends who help us actually to facilitate our engagement, our visit. And I'd like to thank the Polish government, the Polish Senate, the Polish Parliament, everyone in Poland who helped us actually to facilitate our visit to Kiev, because if they didn't do it, we will not be able to make that visit. At the same time, I do have a special thanks for our friends from Ukraine, the Ukrainian Parliament, the Ukrainian people, for their openness upon the discussion, for their hospitality, for their engagement, and also for the Russian Duma and the Russian Federation for what we received from them. Also, I'd like to thank the UN representative in Kiev and in Moscow for their engagement, for their help, for what they did add to the task force about what's happening there. I know this mission, you can say it's mission impossible, because there is a lot of player in it. But, we while working in this task force, we made certain that we are stick with our mandate. Our mandate is to try to bring both sides to engage in a dialogue and to be part of a negotiation process that would lead for the ceasefire and a solution for the conflict. And unfortunately, because of so many things that happened in the last 8 months, there were more obstacles than challenges. But what I can say to you is this. We are committed to continue our work, to end this conflict, to bring a solution, to engage with both sides. This is something that we all have to do. It's not only the task force, it's all of us. The IPU family should be engaged and should be committed to work toward creating peace and ending this conflict. I know all of you has a role to play, and I hope that you will engage in raising the voice of peace. We have enough conflict. The people over there and in the world had suffered enough. Enough is enough. We need to change the page. And we should take the lead. We should be innovative in trying to make the voice of peace prevail and succeed. There is many who are benefiting from these conflicts. Not this conflict, other conflicts even. But we as parliamentarians, we as an IPU family, we who are committed to the status of the IPU, Article 1.2 emphasizes that we are here for peace. We agreed to work for peace. And this is why it's very important that we as parliamentarians raise our voice to urge both sides and all the players to try to engage in a dialogue that will lead to peace. All wars, they don't end by war. They end with a negotiating table. And this is what we want as soon as possible. Myself, as the chair of this task force, and on behalf of all members, I want to assure you that we are committed to work to find a solution, and will continue our work. And we urge you, all of you, to do whatever it takes to support us. And wherever you see that there is an engagement that will help, please don't hesitate to contact me or any member of the task force. Let's pray that peace will prevail. Let's make a hope for the people over there who are suffering, that there is someone, somewhere, is thinking about you, feel that you shouldn't suffer, and will work hard, to end this conflict and save the lives of all those that are at risk over there. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you again, Dr. Ali Nouami, for your work, your commitment to achieve success for this very difficult mission that you accept. And again, I repeat, special thanks to all members of this task force. You are doing a great job, and the success of your mission will be a success to the humankind as a whole. I will ask if someone about it, again I repeat, we will not approve the report. The report is the responsibility of the task force. They have the obligation to present the report. It's done. If someone wishes to raise the floor about it. Okay, no, thank you. And thank you to the members. And so we come to the point 10, questions relating the IPU membership and observer status. The situation of IPU membership, I try to find the document, it's 11.10. Yes. Point A, before I give the floor to the Secretary General, if you wish to add something, but just to repeat, so it will be very quick, that we are engaged with the invitation to countries of the Caribbean to join us. We believe that after our meeting, myself and the Secretary General, and it's also important to say a special word to the Speaker of Guyana that helped us to organize the event with the Caribbean states. We believe that very soon Belize and Bahamas will be ready to join us, and the others, we continue to follow our objective. And so if Belize and Guyana join us, we will be 180 countries. The United States, as I said also during my report, we are doing all the best as President and Secretary General, but I understood that different countries, for instance, parliamentarians from Belgium, from Netherlands, are always doing the efforts with a lot of meetings with the Congress persons of the United States, and try to express the relevance to join IPU. And so please help us. It should be a compromise of all the organization. If you have a special contact with different Congress persons from both houses, help us to achieve the objective to have the United States back to our organization. We can, I will give the floor about the situation of certain permanents. Review of the situation of permanent observers at IPU and requests for observer status. We have different organizations that raised to be observers. The Executive Committee made first one, may say, one evaluation of the current observers of the organization. We discovered that we have 69 already, and some of them without any kind of collaboration with IPU. So maybe on the first moment they wish to become observer to the IPU, and then they forget the partnership with IPU. And so we will follow the situation, contact them, try to understand if they wish to keep with concrete cooperation with IPU, otherwise they will not continue to giving the status of observer. But so we didn't decide anything about each case because we needed to make the contacts now. And we analyze two proposals, and we have recommendations about it. I will give about that point the word to the Secretary General. And finally, the Executive Committee decided also that for the year 24, the observers will pay a fee to the organization as we do. Because if the members of the organization pays a fee, the observers that have the same right to participate in our works, that benefit from all the facilities and the information from IPU, should pay something also. There is no free lunch. But of course, it will be symbolic, because we don't want to expose anyone because they don't have the resources to pay the fee. but just to also to affect the compromise of each organization to be associated with IPU. But why just for 24? Because many of them had already approved their own budget for the 23. And so not to create something that may disturb the way they plan to work, we will share this information. In Bahrain, we hope to approve formally the amount that will be the fee, and then they have time to prepare the budget for 24, including this information. And so this is completely transparent to everyone. And so I will, Secretary General, may you inform us about the approvals that, or the recommendations, may I say this way, that the Executive Committee decided to present to the Governing Council about the Observers Association, the new members that will have the observer status.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to indicate to you that when you deliberated, you had before you a number of requests for observer status. And at the end of your deliberations, you decided to recommend to Council that two observers be, or two organizations be granted observer status: the Collective Security Treaty Organization Parliamentary Assembly and the Unite Parliamentarians Network for Global Health. You may wish to put the question to your colleagues whether they are in a position to approve those recommendations from the Executive Committee. I believe that members have received the documentation regarding these two organizations in their files. Thank you.
Thank you. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question of clarification for you on one of the organisations that has been recommended. I note from the papers that the CSTO's membership lapsed in 2014, and I wondered if, Mr. President, you could explain what happened then and what has changed now.
CSTO, why were they suspended? CSTO, Collective Security Treaty Organ.
Thank you. I will give the floor to Nigeria, then to the Secretary General to present a clarification for the request of UK.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary General. I also just want some little clarification based on the information you gave on the observer statute. You made mention of the observer statute and the length of time and their engagement with IPU to a certain extent. I just want to know, do we pick specific time when the time for observer statute will lapse, or didn't we? If we didn't, I think it is very, very important. Even if we are going to, it's important for we are going to accept observer status for a certain number of period within which you are supposed to be a member of the IPU. Otherwise, I think it will lapse like that. That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And also receiving the information for Ambassador and Philip. We usually do one evaluation every 4 years of the situation. So I think I answered the question raised by our honorable colleague from Nigeria. And so, Mr. Secretary General, to the other one.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Let me go back to Nigeria and add to what you've said, Mr. President. These observers are admitted into the IPU as permanent observers, which means that there should be ongoing engagement between them and the organization, including through participation in our meetings and developing cooperation activities together, because we share the same goals, or they endorse our goals and values, and that is why they think they should engage with us. But then every 4 years, as the President said, there is an assessment of all the observers to see those that have been active and those that have been dormant. it's no use keeping people who may have gone out of existence in our records or who are no longer interested in working with us. And if that's the case, of course, as the executive committee recommended, we will go back to them and tell them that we see that you have been dormant in the organization for these years. Can you tell us whether you want to continue cooperating with us, and in what way? We need to ascertain their interests. And if not, the executive committee has recommended that we strike them off our records. Regarding the point raised by the head of the UK delegation, Harriet Baldwin, yes, the CSTO observership lapsed for the same reasons as I have just explained to the Nigerian delegate. They were not very active. They had joined the organization at the time as observers, but were not very active. And following our assessment in 2014, we realized that they were not actively engaged, and it was recommended that their membership as observers be removed. However, they have come back, they have woken up, and they have come back, and they are actively engaged with us now. We are recommending that we give them that opportunity again to build cooperation with the IPU, especially so as the objectives are very clear, that they help member states develop legislation on collective security, security threats, and peace initiatives. So the executive committee was satisfied that they did qualify to become observers again. In any case, they will be subject to evaluation 4 years from now as all the other observers. I believe I've answered their question, Harriet.
May I just clarify, thank you, Secretary General, that you're confirming that it was due to inactivity and that the date of 2014, the suspension, it was a coincidence that that was the year that the Russian Federation annexed Crimea.
Okay. We've taken note of that, Ms. Baldwin. We've taken note that it will be recorded. Thank you.
Okay. Seychelles.
Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to raise a point of clarification, but it's not to do with observer status. It has to do with membership. I don't know if I can raise this point or it is out of order in terms of the membership. I seek your guidance. I thank you.
What do you think?
Mr. President, you may wish to entertain that motion and see what he's referring to, since we are still on the item, the overall item regarding membership and observers. So it might be in order for him to.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. President. Well, my point is that we know that last year it was agreed that there will be a 3% increase on membership by members. But in terms of what is happening globally, in terms of capacity for small countries like small island states, in terms of increasing the contribution of participation, I want to know if a country presents a case to IPU, whether they will consider, for example, certain small countries, the budgets are being cut, and they will not be able to come with large delegations, for example, a representative of youth or women. Maybe one can come. Will there be sanctions? Because, I mean, I would like some clarification on that. I thank you.
Mr. Secretary General, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I take it that you are not asking us to come back to the issue of the budget that was approved a few days ago. If that's the case, I just would like to explain that the governing bodies have often been very flexible when examining the case of some parliaments that find it difficult to pay their contributions to the organization. And they have always come up with solutions that would allow them to participate in one way or the other in the proceedings and deliberations of the organization. However, this should not be taken for granted. It is discussed on a case-by-case basis. In some cases, it might be that there has been a major disaster in the country, and so all the resources are being devoted to managing the disaster. There may be political crisis in the country, like in Venezuela now, and so all of those will be put on the table and will inform the decisions of the recommendations of the Executive Committee and ultimately the Council. But the fallback position is that all member parliaments are required to pay their assessed contributions to the budget of the organization.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Anyone would like to take the floor? Okay. So we'll move to item 10C, which is the situation of certain parliaments. And here, Mr. Secretary General, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the agenda item under which I brief members of Council on general political developments in the world, developments regarding certain parliaments that may have been dissolved or that are struggling to function properly. And also I use the opportunity to give you an assessment of general political developments that might erupt sometime in the future, so that this serves as early warning for all of us. And I think we have a couple of those parliaments. So I think that the relevant documents have been circulated to you all, and let me just briefly go through them. You have there on the screen a slide showing the countries that are on the radar screen of the organization pursuant to your previous discussions, according to the criteria that I have just outlined. That is, countries where parliaments have been dissolved unconstitutionally or are not functioning, political crises that have an impact on parliament's functioning and may require the attention of the governing bodies, and generally the political situation in the countries as a whole. So regarding countries where parliaments are not functioning, you know the situation in Afghanistan. There has been no significant development there, nothing positive to report on. The parliament has been suspended since 2021, but then you have decided, the governing council has decided to maintain the parliament that was dissolved as a non-voting observer member in the IPU, which means that they are entitled to participate in the deliberations without having to take part in the decision-making process. That is the stand that the governing council adopted, and it is in respect of that decision that you have had an Afghanistan delegation that is here. So, Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to maintain that stance and continue to engage with that parliament in order to see how you can work towards return to constitutional rule in Afghanistan.
So the recommendation for Afghanistan to continue as we did before as an observer for their parliament.
Thank you very much. Yeah? Approved? Yes.
Approved, yes.
Okay, thank you. Burkina Faso, unfortunately, this is a negative development that I would like to report. You remember when I reported to you in Nusa Dua, I reported that there had been a coup earlier in the year when the institutions were dissolved and the military took over. But then subsequently the military authorities had decided to re-establish a transitional parliament. I see Nigeria is looking at me and with some dissatisfaction. They had established a transitional parliament, and we had recommended at the time that we engage with that transitional parliament and urge them to work with us with a view to speedy return to constitutional rule. We did engage with them on the basis of that decision, Mr. President, and I had a long discussion with the Speaker of that Parliament. He was going to come here during this assembly to explain what was being done with a view to speedy return to civilian rule. But then a few weeks ago, something happened, and I mentioned this in my speech the other day. There was a second coup. I think it's a record, 2 coups in a year. And so again, the authorities dissolved even the transitional institutions that they had established, including the parliament. So currently there is no parliament foreseen. However, in these recent days, we have been informed that the new authorities have decided to restore the transitional constitution that they had suspended. And there are consultations ongoing now with a view to establishing institutions that would drive the transition. Most probably, I do understand that they want to keep to the initial deadline for the organization of elections in Burkina Faso. On the basis of this, we are recommending that Council take note with regret of this further subversion of constitutional processes in our countries, and express their disapproval of acceding to office through military means, suggest that the Secretary General monitor the situation, and if there is, in the coming days, there is the establishment of a transitional legislative body, that we engage with them and pass on the message that we want to pursue the original objective of working with them towards a speedy return to constitutional rule. In that way, you don't have to suspend them formally now until you have a clearer idea of whether there will be a legislative institution or not. But there will be the additional pressure. They will know that they are on notice to work with the IPU robustly to return to constitutional rule, as we have done with other transitional parliaments that you will hear of. So, Mr. President, the recommendation from the Executive Committee is that we express all of this condemnation, but we do not suspend Burkina Faso until we have had further and clearer information on what the authorities want to do with Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. Nigeria? Yes.
President, Secretary General, it's just I think Mr. Secretary General has put a lot of light into my doubts and questions. However, I just want to, little and not too far, the wisdom behind allowing military intervention in a state, and also allowing, I don't know how do they constitute the assemblies there. Is it by election? Is it 100% acceptance of the constitution of that country to ensure that they have elections for the parliament, or by appointments of these members of parliament? That's the clarification I really want to have there.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Honorable Delegate from Nigeria. We have to understand that there are special circumstances under which it may not be possible to proceed with elections to a fully fledged parliament. And this has been recognized by the IPU. In the past, we have had transitional assemblies as a result of maybe civil war or other strife in a country, and we've worked with those transitional assemblies. This country is an example towards a swift return to constitutional rule. And it's on the basis of that experience that we have proposed that instead of expelling countries full scale, you work with them, you work with the parliaments and those transitional parliaments for them to return to constitutional rule. Because if you leave them out, then you don't hold them up to any standards, and it will be difficult to get them back into the folds. So in this case, there's no requirement that a parliament is elected. There are many parliaments that are not elected that are members of the organization.
And it's very important that, you know, in such situation, we keep the engagement, because there is so many challenges that they are facing in Burkina Faso and in the Sahel area. And actually that, you know, approving the proposal from the Secretary General is very important to send the hope, actually, to the Burkina Faso people. So is it approve the recommendation to, you know, allow the Secretary General to continue the engagement with the Burkina Faso Authority? Approved. Thank you. Okay, next.
Thank you very much. Very quickly, Guinea-Bissau, just to report that parliament stands dissolved in Guinea-Bissau. This is a country, as we have reported in the past, that has been in the throes of internal conflict between the government and the parliament. And so the parliament has been dissolved in view of elections that will take place by December this year. And meanwhile, the standing committee of the parliament, or the bureau of the parliament, is in office, and all the outgoing parliamentarians remain in office until those elections are held. So we do have a parliament there, but what you want to do is to urge the authorities in that country to organize those elections as scheduled, so that by the time you meet in March next year in Bahrain, you will be pleased to welcome a fully fledged and elected parliament that will satisfy the Nigerian delegate.
I see that our colleague from Nigeria are laughing, but let's hope for the best. Yes. So the recommendation is approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. For Myanmar, no positive progress to report. The president of the IPU this morning told you, expressed his concern over the ongoing persecution of members of parliament in Myanmar, including the execution of 1 or 2 parliamentarians. So the situation has not improved. We have been engaged with the military authorities to tell them that this is not on, and this is the mandate that was given to us by the governing council. You also recognized, you decided not to recognize the coup in what do you call it, Myanmar, given the fact that the elections that had been held had been deemed to be free and fair. And so it was a clear subversion of a legitimate democratic process. You therefore decided to engage, to continue to engage with the members of that parliament elected in November 2020. And then you applied the same treatment as you do to Afghanistan. That is, they are allowed to participate in the deliberations of the IPU without any decision-making rights. Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to confirm this position.
Should we confirm it? Yes.
Okay. Sudan, Mr. President, very easy. There's no parliament to talk of. Since 2015, we have been promised elections to establish a parliament following the coup in that country, but they've been going from coup to coup, and we do not have any clear idea of when those elections will ever take place for a parliament, even if it's a transitional parliament. So you take note with regret of this ongoing stalemate when it comes to the political situation in Sudan. You ask the Secretary General to continue to monitor the situation and report to Governing Council as and when necessary.
Noted. Tunisia?
Yes, Tunisia, the parliament in Tunisia stands dissolved as a result of confrontation between the parliament and the president of the country. And you have in the past expressed displeasure at the subversion of the role of parliament, the prerogatives of parliament by the president. The president has not heeded your complaints. In it, he has gone ahead and organized a referendum on a constitution that gives him more powers. He has arrogated to himself more powers and in a way, taken over some of the powers that accrue to the parliament. Elections are now foreseen before the end of the year. Yes. According to the new constitution, the elections will take place in December. I have been engaged with him and his ambassador in Geneva, and the message that has come to us is that the IPU is welcome to support the processes in Tunisia after the elections have taken place. So you may wish to take note of this situation and hope that as and when those elections take place, we can come in to help them build capacity for the parliament so that some of the evolving issues can be settled. Mr. President?
Noted.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. We move on to transitional parliaments very quickly. We start with Chad. Chad, you have taken note in the past of the fact that a transitional parliament has been established following the death of the then president. That parliament continues to be a member of this organization pursuant to your decision, and you have asked the IPU to continue to support democratic processes in Chad and engage in consultations and programs with that transitional authority or the transitional parliament with a view to speedy return to constitutional rule. I want to report to you that we have robust engagement with Chad. We have a program of cooperation with that transitional assembly. They're working towards strengthening the capacity of the staff with a view to the re-establishment of a fully fledged parliament. You may wish to take note of this development and urge the Secretary General to continue to engage with that parliament, hoping that in the very near future, I think they have now a clear timeline for the organization of elections by 2024, and you hope that by then you will be pleased to welcome a fully fledged elected parliament. Mr. President?
And yes, and if I may add to the chat that all the different parties, they came to an agreement, and thanks to Qatar who sponsored this and hosted the meeting for them. And I urge you to support the recommendation of the Mr. Secretary General. Anyone?
Yeah.
Okay, noted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We have Guinea-Conakry. They are in the same situation as Mali. I think I will report on Mali later on. There was a coup last year in September, during which the parliament was dissolved. An interim transitional legislative body was created in Guinea, and you decided, Mr. President, you and your colleagues, when you met in Nusa Dua, to mete out the same treatment as you did for Mali, that is to maintain Guinea's membership in the IPU, while urging the Secretary General to work with the authorities in that country to make sure that there is speedy return to constitutional rule. Although election dates have not yet been announced, we remain committed and in consultations with the authorities of Guinea in order to see what we can do to help them move along towards having those elections. So you may wish to maintain the position of the Governing Council pursuant to Nusa Dua. Thank you.
So do we recommend the recommendation? Do we support the recommendation of the Secretary General? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regarding Mali is another country that is in the throes of a political crisis. They too had they have had two coups since August 2020. I don't think they have had two coups in the same year, but they have established a transitional legislative body which you decided to maintain as members of the organization while seeking to engage with them towards return of constitutional rule. We have been engaged with that parliament. We have been providing support to that legislative body to allow them to go out and explain the activities of the organization, of the parliament, to canvass the views of the people so that they can be aware of what is being done in terms of returning to constitutional rule. During this assembly, I had a long discussion with the Speaker of that transitional parliament, and I'm pleased to report that he has confirmed that a constitutional referendum is planned for March 2023. The decision has been taken. Parliamentary elections are foreseen for October, November 2023, and presidential elections are foreseen for February 2024. So you may wish to take note of these positive developments and urge the authorities of Mali to continue to work towards the implementation of this roadmap that they have now indicated they will follow. I did receive confirmation from the Speaker of the Transitional Assembly to that effect, Mr. President.
Do we have the approval to move forward? Approved. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly, Mr. President, we have Haiti. Haiti is a country that is generally that is in the throes of political crisis on an ongoing basis. And this has had an impact on the parliament. They have not been able to organize any elections for as long as I can remember. And what they have in Haiti now is the rump of a parliament. It's a bicameral parliament, but then there are only 10 members left in that parliament. The membership, or rather the term of those 10 members is due to expire by January 2023. Which means that come that date, there will be no longer any parliament to talk of in Haiti. We have been in consultations with our colleagues of the UN system. They too are just as helpless as we are to influence any political developments in Haiti, whereas the economic and humanitarian situation is very dire. Mr. President, you may just wish to take note of these unfortunate developments and ask the Secretary General to continue to keep this country on the radar screen of the IPU, given that they are still members of this organization.
Noted.
Libya, we all are, I believe, familiar with the situation in Libya. We have two parliaments, two governments, two everything. There are ongoing talks with a view to bringing together the two sides to find common ground to resolve the political statement in the country. And so far, not much has been done. There are various accounts to the effect that elections are foreseen for March 2023, but then we are not there yet. Meanwhile, you have decided that the legislative body based in Tobruk is the body that exercises Libya's membership in the IPU. During this assembly, it had been planned that I would meet with the Libyan delegation, but because of our respective schedules, it has not been possible. I do understand that they are sending a delegation to Geneva to meet with me. We will continue to see how we can nudge them to find common ground with a view to holding full-fledged elections so that we don't have to deal with a parliament whose future is very uncertain. So, Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues to take note of those developments.
Noted. Yes, proceed.
Thank you. For Palestine is a member of the IPU. There, we just want to report that since 2006, there have been no elections, no legislative elections in Palestine. And last year, there had been plans to hold elections both for the parliament, the Palestinian Legislative Council, and the president of the Palestinian Authority. That hasn't happened because President Abbas held that those elections could not take place for as long as residents of Jerusalem were not part of the electoral process, were not allowed to take part in the elections. So we have those elections that are currently on hold. But as you know, membership in the IPU for Palestine is exercised by the Palestinian National Council, which is the overall umbrella parliamentary organization that represents both Palestinians on Palestinian territories and in the diaspora. So we have a valid interlocutor there, Mr. President. You may want to ask your colleagues to take note of this.
Noted. Next.
Thank you. South Sudan. I think South Sudan is...
Okay, excuse me. I'm sorry. Palestine.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وشكرا للأمين العام على هذه المداخلة التي أعطت الواقع الفلسطيني كما هو، ولكن تجدر الإشارة إلى أن المانع من إجراء الانتخابات كما تفضل السيد الأمين العام منذ العام 2006 كان هناك عائقين أمام الشعب الفلسطيني. الأول هو منع إجراء الانتخابات بالقدس المحتلة من قبل دولة الاحتلال، والعائق الثاني كان المصالحة الداخلية بين الفصائل الفلسطينية، وهذا ما تم قبل أكثر من عام ونصف تقريبا. كان هناك توافق، ولكن ما تجدر الإشارة له إلا أنه قبل يومين كان هناك توقيع لاتفاق مصالحة في الجزائر الشقيقة بين جميع الفصائل الفلسطينية وفي هذه الوثيقة التي تم التوقيع عليها كان هناك اتفاق على إجراء انتخابات تشريعية ورئاسية في الأراضي الفلسطينية. أولا أتقدم بالشكر، واسمحوا لي في هذا المقام أن أعرب عن شكري للجزائر وكل الدول الصديقة التي ساهمت في تحقيق هذه المصالحة الداخلية، وأطلب أن يتضمن القرار أو هذه المداخلة حول فلسطين الطلب من إسرائيل عدم التدخل في إجراء انتخابات في القدس الشرقية. نطلب من الIPU بشكل واضح أن يكون هناك طلب من إسرائيل أن تترك الفلسطينيين ليجروا انتخاباتهم في القدس الشرقية، إذ لا يعقل أن تجري الكنيسة الإسرائيلي انتخاباته أكثر من 5 مرات في 5 سنوات ويحرم الشعب الفلسطيني من إجراء انتخابات ويتهم بعد ذلك بالتقصير في الديمقراطية. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
شكرا.
Mr. President, you may wish to ask your colleagues of Governing Council to take note of those observations from the Palestinian delegate, and
Noted.
this will be properly recorded and acted upon.
Noted.
Next. Thank you, South Sudan. I wish to report positive news here for South Sudan. In recent months, there had been a crisis, a confrontation between the opposition and the governing coalition. The opposition had boycotted the proceedings of Parliament, but it seems I have received confirmation that those differences have now been resolved. I did meet with the Speaker of the South Sudan Parliament here in Kigali. She confirmed to me that the opposition and the governing coalition are now working together in the Parliament in the spirit of the peace agreement that has been signed for South Sudan. That Parliament is working, therefore, but then they have extended the transitional period for elections to take place by February 2025. No, elections will take place in 2024, and the transitional period will come to a formal conclusion in February 2025. We have been engaged with that Parliament with a view to providing support to them, and with Madam Speaker, we have agreed to support the newly established Youth Caucus in that country. She's very keen for us to provide assistance with a view to ensuring that there's a legislative framework for gender equality in South Sudan. I have committed to supporting those efforts, Mr. President. You may wish to take note of these positive developments and encourage the authorities of South Sudan to work speedily to meet the deadlines that they have proposed.
Noted. So now.
Yeah, Venezuela.
Yes.
Venezuela, very quickly, you had a report this morning on human rights situation in Venezuela. Those human rights cases are symbolic of the political stalemate in the country, I would say crisis, because you have two vying parliaments, one that was elected in 2015, whose term expired in 2020, and then we have another parliament that was elected in 2021 by the current regime, Mr. Maduro. Both of them claim to be the legitimate parliament of Venezuela and lay claim to the seat of Venezuela in the IPU. You have taken the decision, Governing Council, not to recognize either one of these parliaments because they do not qualify with the definition of a parliament that is eligible to be a member of the organization. Nevertheless, you have decided that you would accommodate delegations from Venezuela that are composed of the 2015 and 2021 parliaments with a view to observing the discussions, but also allowing the IPU to see how they can forge common ground between the two sides in order to help resolve the political stalemate in Venezuela. You may wish to confirm this position, Mr. President.
Confirm. Yes, noted. Confirmed. Okay.
No, Yemen, just to say that you recognize the parliament whose seat is in Seyun, And we are currently in discussions with the Yemeni authorities to see what type of support we can provide to them in various fields. It's foreseen that a delegation of Yemen will come to Geneva for discussions. In the past, you have laid emphasis on the need for all the parliamentary authorities to work towards facilitating humanitarian assistance to the Yemeni people who are suffering from the ongoing civil war. So, Mr. President, you may just wish to take note of these developments and mandate the Secretary General to continue to discuss with the Yemeni authorities and report accordingly.
Noted.
Now we go on to some political developments in some countries that may have a future impact on the Parliament, and one is Bosnia-Herzegovina. During the past two sessions of the Council, I have reported on this ongoing internal strife within this country in the Parliament, and there are fears that this crisis might lead to a breakup of the fragile unity that has been cobbled together for this country. We just want to put this on your radar screen so you take note of this, and if and when this situation evolves into a real crisis, we'll be sure to bring it to your attention. Thank you, Mr. President.
Noted.
Thank you. Before I conclude, I just want to mention Syria. Syria has been there for some time now, not because they don't have a parliament. They do have a fully fledged parliament, elected parliament, that is exercising its membership of the IPU, but we have them there because of the ongoing civil war. Is it a point of order, sir?
Yes.
Point of order?
Point of order.
If not, you may want to ask the Secretary General to conclude before.
Yes. Well, he didn't. Mr. Secretary General didn't finish yet, so let him finish and then you can do okay.
I said that the only reason why they are on this list is on account of the fact that there's an ongoing war in Syria, and the IPU has been involved in working with the parliament in Syria, and we continue to express the view that that parliament has a strong role to play in forging a reconciliation between Syrians, so that as and when peace returns to the country, you can have a parliament that is representative of all of Syria and can continue to deliver on the expectations of the Syrian people. So for the time being, we are not discussing Syria because we doubt the legitimacy of that parliament, but simply because we want to urge them to play their role as a bridge builder for the Syrian people. So, Mr. President, you may wish to take note of this and urge the parliament, therefore, to be more robust in its efforts to build reconciliation in Syria.
Okay. Syria.
شكرا سيد الأمين العام. نحن في سوريا لا نتحدث عن شرعية البرلمان السوري لأنه انتخب من أطياف مختلفة وبكل ديمقراطية وبمشاهدة على جميع شاشات التلفزة وبوجود وفود من دول عربية وأجنبية ضمن الجمهورية العربية السورية. وأعتقد بأن دورنا ضمن الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي لم يكن يوما إلا فاعلين إن كان ومحاولين قدر الإمكان إيصال الصوت الحقيقي وطلب المساعدة منكم. لكن نحن اليوم نعيش في ظروف جدا آمنة، في ظروف اجتماعية وأيضا إدارية ممتازة. نتمنى أن نواصل طريقنا معكم كاتحاد برلماني دولي ونؤدي كل الواجبات التي علينا، وأعتقد بأننا لن نتأخر يوما. شكرا.
شكرا سوريا. Thank you very much, Syria. Do you want to say anything, Mr. No. I think, you know, what the Secretary General is proposing also, you know, go hand in hand with what you mentioned. Noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Just two countries left. Eswatini. Eswatini, you had the report from the governing body, from the Committee on Human Rights of Parliamentarians this morning, but we have reported to you, including in Nusa Dua, that this country has faced some crisis, political crisis with protests by citizens on account of alleged violations of their rights and the fact that there is no freedom of expression in the country. We have kept this country on your radar screen, and I have been engaged in discussions with the authorities, including the Speaker of Parliament, who acknowledges the situation and would welcome, if that were the desire of the IPO, any involvement that we might have to help them resolve the situation there. And I have again indicated to the Speaker that I would like to dispatch a mission to Swaziland, sorry, not Swaziland, Eswatini, to see how we can provide support to them while also looking to the cases of the violations of human rights of parliamentarians. And the Speaker has agreed to this proposal, and we will identify suitable dates that are convenient for them and for us. Mr. President, you may wish to take note of these positive developments.
Noted.
Lastly, Mr. President, Sri Lanka. Okay. Sri Lanka, as you know, we all saw it on television, had protests earlier this year, I think it was in May, that led to the ousting of the then President and Prime Minister. A new administration has been put in place, new President elected by Parliament, new Prime Minister appointed, and sometime last month I was invited by the new President of the country to visit the country to see what it is that the organization, the IPU, could do to assist the Sri Lankan government in building a more robust democratic system, including a stronger parliament. So we spent a few days in Colombo talking to all the political protagonists, and at the end of the day, we did have a kind of agreement that the IPU could support the authorities, the administration, in making sure that there are robust parliamentary systems in place, that the role of the parliament is more clearly spelled out in the constitution, and that capacity building programs be organized for the parliament in that country. So we are working, we will be making those proposals to the Sri Lankan authorities in the coming days, and hopefully we'll have a program of support on the way. This is an example of how we can respond to parliaments that are facing crisis as a result of general chaos in the country. So, Mr. President, you may wish to take note of these positive developments and encourage us to continue to support the ongoing initiatives in Sri Lanka.
Noted. Thank you. I believe we finished the item 10 now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll move now to item number 12, future interplenary meetings. The floor is yours, Mr. Secretary General.
May I catch my breath, Mr. President?
Yeah, you can have water also.
I'm finding my file. Just 1 minute. Okay. Very quickly, Mr. President, we have circulated to you all the traditional list of future interparliamentary meetings, which is a calendar of meetings that we propose, which have been suggested for implementation over the next couple of years. This table is intended to give you some degree of certainty and predictability as you plan to participate in the various activities of the organization. And we have, as usual, separated these meetings into two categories: the statutory assemblies of the IPU, and you'll see from that document that we now have certainty that the next assembly, the 146th assembly, will take place in Manama, Bahrain, from the 11th to the 15th of March 2023. I was pleased to sign the agreement to host that conference with the Bahraini Speaker of Parliament last month when I visited Bahrain. Then we also have, for next year, in principle, as you know, we have one assembly in Geneva and one outside Geneva, but for the October session of the Assembly 2023, we have received a preliminary offer to host the 147th Assembly from Angola. Angola has submitted an offer to host that meeting. At the time you and your colleagues met, Mr. President, in the Executive Committee, we had not received the confirmation of that offer. We have since received that confirmation that they will be willing to host the IPU Assembly in October 2023. But I do remember, Mr. President, that a number of questions were raised as to the advisability of holding an assembly outside Geneva, and there was a view that the assembly should take place in Geneva. So pending a formal recommendation from the Executive Committee and possibly a technical assessment mission to Angola, you may wish to take note that this assembly may take place in Geneva or Angola, depending on a recommendation from the Executive Committee in the coming days.
Do we have your approval for this proposal? Approved.
Then you have the other category of meetings, the specialized and other meetings. There again, this is just an expression of the IPU strategy. Those meetings are consistent with the various objectives of your strategy, and this time around we have included a column that indicates the policy goal or strategic objective that each activity, each meeting is corresponding to, so that you have a clear understanding of the relevance of those meetings. So you see column 2 there with the policy goals. Then there, Mr. President, the only point I want to make here is that many of those meetings have been approved by the Governing Council already, and there are a few that need to be approved by the Governing Council at this session, and they're set out in bold in the last column there. I also want to point out that only meetings for which we have received, we have secured funding are included in this schedule. So if we are able to secure dates and venues for all these meetings, some of them are online meetings, then we will go ahead because we have the resources to do so. So we want to assure you that if you took the decision, it would be certain that we would carry out these activities with the resources that we have identified. Thank you, Mr. President.
Also, I'd like to urge you to host some of these activities within different regions. We want to see a real engagement with the IPU and the activities on all geopolitical groups. So I urge that anyone, any country or any region can host some of that activities. That will be great because we want a real engagement. We want the IPU to be everywhere. So do we have the approval for the proposed future meetings? Yes. So finish, Secretary General? Mr. Secretary General?
Yes.
Okay. Then we'll go to item number 14 now. And this is related to the activities of committees and other bodies.
That's right.
So which one now? We have the...
You start with Forum of Women.
Okay. We will start with the Forum of Women Parliamentarian. Where is...
You invite her.
Yeah, I'm inviting the President of the Bureau of Women Parliamentarian. Well, I know Lisa is the President. Okay, the Vice President.
The President of the Women's Meeting.
Yes. Miss, excuse me for the pronunciation. Esperancy Nirsarfari, Vice President of the Senate of Rwanda. Let's see.
Excellences, les présidents du Parlement ici présents, Excellences, Monsieur le Président de l'UIP, Monsieur le Secrétaire général de l'Union interparlementaire, chers collègues parlementaires, Mesdames et Messieurs, je suis ravie de vous présenter le rapport de la 34e session du Forum des femmes parlementaires que j'ai eu l'honneur de présider. Le forum s'est réuni le 11 octobre 2022 avec 191 participants, dont 139 parlementaires de 78 pays. 128 femmes parlementaires et 11 hommes parlementaires étaient présents. Je profite de cette occasion pour encourager davantage de collègues masculins à assister au forum et à défendre l'égalité des sexes. Le forum a examiné dans une optique de genre le projet de résolution discuté au cours de cette Assemblée. Nous savons que tout au long du cycle de migration et lorsqu'elles fuient pour sauver leur vie, les femmes et les filles sont confrontées à des discriminations et des violences sexistes spécifiques. Elles sont aussi fortement menacées par la traite, en particulier pour des fins d'exploitation sexuelle. Le Forum a ainsi considéré que les mesures législatives, répressives et éducatives pour lutter contre la traite des êtres humains doivent s'attaquer à la demande de biens et de services issus de l'exploitation, ainsi qu'à l'utilisation de la technologie et des plateformes en ligne comme moteur de la traite. Il est également impératif de garantir que les femmes migrantes dans des situations d'esclavage moderne et de trafic sexuel soient toujours traitées comme des victimes d'esclavage et de traite et reçoivent le soutien dont elles ont besoin, quel que soit leur statut d'immigrante dans un pays. Je suis très satisfaite que la plupart de nos amendements au projet de résolution ont été inclus dans le texte adopté par la Commission permanente de la démocratie et des droits de l'homme. J'attends avec impatience l'adoption de cette résolution par l'Assemblée. Dans le cadre du 10e anniversaire du plan d'action pour des parlements sensibles au genre, le Forum a consacré sa réunion débat aux solutions concrètes pour créer une culture d'égalité et de tolérance zéro à l'égard de toute forme de violence sexiste dans les parlements. Excellences, chers collègues, nos institutions parlementaires doivent montrer l'exemple. Il nous faut lutter contre les discriminations, la culture sexiste et toutes les formes de violence sexiste qui existent encore dans nos parlements. Nous savons ce qu'il faut faire. Des parlements ont commencé à mettre en place des politiques et des mécanismes indépendants de signalement et de traitement des plaintes et à mettre à disposition des victimes des espaces confidentiels où elles peuvent recevoir de l'information et du soutien. L'application de sanctions lorsqu'une procédure de plainte révèle un mauvais comportement est également cruciale. Toutes ces mesures doivent se propager dans tous nos parlements pour nous opposer sans ambiguïté au sexisme et à la violence fondée sur le genre. Nos institutions doivent appliquer la tolérance zéro. Durant cette Assemblée, le Forum des femmes parlementaires a également organisé un débat paritaire sur le thème « Rajeunir les parlements », comprendre pourquoi des parlements plus jeunes et sensibles au genre sont plus efficaces. L'accent a été mis sur les moyens pratiques pour concilier les activités parlementaires et les responsabilités familiales. Le débat a également ouvert un nouveau champ de discussion sur l'utilisation de nouvelles technologies au sein du Parlement et comment elles peuvent soutenir l'égalité au lieu de l'affaiblir. En terminant, chers collègues, je voudrais vous remercier d'avoir participé à cette 145e Assemblée de l'Union interparlementaire. C'était un grand plaisir pour moi et pour mon pays de vous accueillir tous ici à Kigali. J'espère que vous avez apprécié votre séjour et je vous souhaite un bon retour dans vos pays respectifs. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Mira Safari. And now let's give the floor to Mr. Rakatomala from Madagascar to present the Forum for Young Parliamentarians.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire général, chers collègues et amis, j'ai le plaisir de vous présenter les travaux du Forum des jeunes parlementaires. Nous nous sommes réunis mercredi en présence de près de 85 parlementaires, parmi lesquels ne figuraient néanmoins que 31% de jeunes femmes. C'est beaucoup moins que lors de la présente Assemblée à Nusadua, où notre réunion comptait près de 45% de femmes. Chers collègues, alors que nous promouvons l'égalité des sexes à la présente Assemblée à Kigali, je vais vous rappeler sobrement que le chemin est encore long pour atteindre la parité. Je tiens à remercier le Président et le Secrétaire général de l'UP de leur présence parmi nous. Nous avons accueilli favorablement le Conseil du Président de ne jamais perdre de vue la cause des jeunes. Nous avons également tenu compte des conseils avisés du Secrétaire général concernant le rôle que peuvent jouer les jeunes dans le réunissement des parlements grâce à l'innovation. Comme l'a expliqué le Secrétaire général, de la même manière que nous mettons régulièrement à jour nos smartphones, nous devons régulièrement mettre à jour nos parlements pour innover et les moderniser. La question des jeunes et celle de l'innovation vont également de pair lorsqu'il s'agit de rendre les parlements davantage sensibles au genre. Trop de parlements demeurent encore mal équipés pour accompagner les jeunes parlementaires. J'ai été heureux d'apprendre que les groupes de jeunes contribuent à l'innovation au Parlement. Je pense par exemple à la création de salles d'allaitement pour les jeunes mères. Nous avons également discuté de la façon dont les jeunes parlementaires peuvent être source d'innovation pour rendre nos parlements plus inclusifs. Nous avons exprimé notre opposition à la violence, aux harcèlements et aux conséquences de la guerre qui empêchent les femmes d'exercer les mandats. Nous avons discuté de la résolution de la présente Assemblée qui porte sur la migration. Nous avons appelé les pays à adopter et à mettre en œuvre une approche fondée sur les droits de l'homme en ce qui concerne la législation, l'élaboration des politiques destinées à lutter contre la traite des êtres humains, notamment des jeunes. S'agissant des récentes initiatives en faveur des jeunes, nous avons abordé la campagne « Oui à plus de jeunes au Parlement » et fait le point sur le progrès réalisé à ce jour, notamment grâce à la création des groupes de jeunes, à la mise en place d'initiatives destinées à favoriser l'autonomisation des jeunes parlementaires, à la création des sections jeunesse au sein des partis et à l'organisation de manifestations réunissant des parlementaires et des jeunes. Nous avons passé en revue des mesures prises pour donner suite à l'engagement compris dans la campagne d'encadrer les futurs jeunes parlementaires lors de réunions spécifiques. Certains pays ont créé des parlements de jeunes, d'autres ont invité des jeunes à participer des auditions et à des formations dans le cadre, par exemple, de parlement fictif. Nous avons également présenté la pratique rwandaise consistant à réserver 2 sièges au Parlement pour le Conseil des jeunes du pays. Malgré les nombreux progrès accomplis, nous sommes conscients que nous avons besoin de plus d'investissements, aussi bien techniques que financiers, pour réaliser notre plein potentiel dans tous nos pays, de l'Afrique au groupe des 12+. On constate un écart entre nos objectifs et les moyens dont nous disposons pour les atteindre. Les jeunes ont besoin de plus de ressources. À cet égard, nous nous sommes félicités de la proposition faite par l'UP de soutenir notre action en faveur de l'autonomisation des jeunes. L'une des choses qui nous a particulièrement interpellés a été l'absence de membres issus du Conseil du Forum des jeunes parlementaires. Nous invitons tous les parlements dont certains de leurs membres siègent au Conseil du Forum des jeunes parlementaires à inclure en prioritaire dans leur délégation aux assemblées leurs membres qui siègent à notre Conseil. Si nous voulons autonomiser les jeunes, nous devons mobiliser tous les jeunes parlementaires. Notre Conseil ne peut pas accomplir la vaste mission qui lui est confiée s'il n'a pas les moyens d'exploiter tout son potentiel. Enfin, s'agissant des 2 résolutions de la 146e Assemblée de Forum, m'a désigné ainsi que Ulrich, l'Est allemagne, pour y apporter le point de vue des jeunes. Je vous souhaite un bon voyage de retour et je me réjouis de vous retrouver au Bahreïn. Merci, mesdames et messieurs.
Thank you. We take good note of this report. And now we will go to the Committee on Middle East Questions. And so, Mr. Migliore, where is the chairperson? It's there, of the Middle East question. A very important committee from IPU tried to achieve also dialogue between parts to put an end in this conflict in Palestine.
Thanks, Mr. President. Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to report on the meetings held by the IPU Committee on Middle East Question on 28 July and 11 October. During our meetings, we agreed on the importance of our committee's mandate in achieving peace through working together, building relationship through parliamentary diplomacy, and uniting to find solutions to common challenges. We have the 74th meeting of this important committee, and it's important for us to know that the improvements are going on each day. The activity since the 144th IPU Assembly are a lot. First of all, we also heard a report from the IPU Secretariat on the committee's activities, as well as the communication the IPU had received on the situation in the region since its last meeting. And I am very pleased to have the opportunity to show you and to show to all the Assembly a very important proposal by IPU. We were briefed on the preparation for the IPU Science for Peace schools, starting from education. It's the crucial point to meet the peace at the first place, which would be held in collaboration with CERN, that is the most important center of research for physics in the world, a training program for parliamentary staff from around the world on addressing challenges and experience models of scientific cooperation. to connect science and peace. It's very important, especially in some issues. I can say you about water, about energy, about exchange of different cultures, because the science is a unique and common language, even for which parties and which countries that are in conflict. The first session would be held in CERN in December 2022, focusing on the exploration of new and renewable sources of water. We agreed that we could contribute to achieving peace in the region by establishing activities with concretely identifiable impact, starting from the words to get to concrete actions. We have discussed also on Middle East developments. We discussed both positive and worrying developments that had occurred in the region. We noted the importance of emphasizing positive developments and demonstrating how this could be built upon to find solutions. We welcomed recent statements by Israeli Prime Minister in the United Nations General Assembly and Palestinian leaders in support of the two-state solutions. We highlighted that focus should be placed on elements that united, notably all people's desire for peace and freedom, as we acknowledge that neither side will benefit from the current situation. I would like to commend, as said before by the Algerian delegation, the agreement signed by Palestinian fractions on 13 of October, facilitated by Algeria, and in particular by the initiative of the President Tebboune. We would like to thank Algeria and all the countries involved in enabling this reconciliation, which established a positive new phase in the evolution of the situation in Palestine. This agreement will help the building of a real democracy in Palestine. Yemen, we were briefed by the Speaker of the Yemeni Parliament on the suffering of the Yemeni people. We emphasized that Yemen should remain high in our agenda, but several things are pronounced by the Secretary General on this issue. Libya, after a briefing by the Deputy Speaker and the Secretary General of the Libyan House of Representatives, we agreed on the importance of supporting Libya in finding a Libyan-led solution. We encourage Libya to continue to maintain communication with the IPU on the support it needed and recommended that IPU Secretary General establish technical cooperation agreements with the Libyan House of Representatives for the rehabilitation of Libya's legislative institution, included the Secretary General remarks that, dear Secretary General, you had with the next, hopefully, elections in Libya. Food security. We express our deep concern regarding the food security crisis in the Middle East caused by the Ukrainian war. A FAO representative briefed us on the multifaceted food security challenges in the region, noting that current responses were neither proactive nor sufficient. Solutions were proposed, which we recommended be implemented, including transforming agri-food system through policies and fiscal allocation. We commended Turkey for its role in enabling a grain export deal between Russian Federation and Ukraine, establish hope for future faithful solution for such global crisis. And finally, the UNRWA. Following a briefing by UNRWA representative, we discussed UNRWA's role in providing a crucial role to aid the Palestinian refugees in region to prevent refugees from falling into deeper poverty and restoring to radicalization. A crucial point is the radicalization in these camps. We noted that more resources were needed for UNRWA to continue to fulfill its mandate, considering the deterioration of the situation in several regional countries is needed, and for that we are totally involved as Middle East Committee on question of Middle East. We are fully committed to stay aside of each country of this region to have the solution for the parliamentarian engagement that we need. And the IPU is the highest level for succeeded intent. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation and for the work done during these days on the Middle East Questions Committee. And I understand that we need to elect 5 members to the Committee of Middle East, 3 men and 2 women. And we received 4 candidates. So we still will have 1 vacancy for the future. Mr. Hubert Julien Laffière, a member of National Assembly of France. Mrs. Laurence Riel, member of National Council of Switzerland. Mr. Amin Nifuri, senator from Uruguay. Mrs. Najd Mohamed, member of the Council of Representatives of Iraq. And so you will have, we will miss a man to have a complete composition of this committee. Before taking this decision, Secretary General, may you wish to say if it's possible to adopt it by applause or you need to do something different?
No, thank you, Mr. President. The situation is as you have explained. Given that there are no competing candidatures, you may wish to ask Governing Council to approve those 4 candidates and then instruct that the remaining seat that would be accrued to a man would then be filled during the assembly that will take place in Bahrain.
Okay, if there is no opposition, we have 4 candidates to 5 vacancies. It's easy to accept all the candidates by acclamation, and then in Bahrain we will try to fill the other position that will still open. All elected, and so I just wish good work and success on the mission. And again, I will repeat something that I said in all meetings of the geopolitical groups. I believe that all the nominees are people that wish to work on the committees that they try to go. Otherwise, I don't understand, because if you wish to put something in your card, we can give cards empty to fill it. We need people real committed to the work of IPU, and I trust that all the members elected right now will achieve this matter and be completely committed with the Committee of Middle East Questions. And so we are going to Committee to Promote Respect for International Humanitarian Law, and I will give the floor to Mr. Kiariri from Kenya to report us what are the activities of the committee. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'll start by first inviting all of us to East Africa. And in the same breath, I want to take this opportunity to thank Rwanda for organizing such an amazing conference of the 145th IPU. Honorable members and dear colleagues, I am pleased to report on the meeting of the International Humanitarian Laws Committee, which was held this week in Kigali. You will find our report in your set of documents, And so I will just focus on 2 points. Colleagues, I had the privilege of being elected as president of this committee. It is a great honor and privilege, and I hope that we shall be working with my colleagues in this committee in the few years to come. I would also like to pay tribute to Dr. Agnes Vadai, our outgoing chair, for her leadership and commitment. Kindly join me in appreciating her with a round of applause. She's seated right there at the back. Colleagues, we are the committee that is in charge of promoting respect for international humanitarian law. You will understand that we spent some time discussing the humanitarian impact of the war in Ukraine, as well as the dramatic situations that are linked to the crisis in Afghanistan and Myanmar. Just to give you some figures, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with Ukraine. As of mid-September 2022, over 7.6 million persons had fled into neighboring countries, and beyond 90% are women and children. An additional 6 million people are displaced within Ukraine, and close to 18 million are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance inside the country. Winter is likely to cause further displacement due to inadequate shelter, which particularly impacts the most vulnerable groups. These groups are the elderly, the persons with disabilities, persons with chronic illness, and children. Moving on to Afghanistan, in the past year, some 1.2 million persons fled the country. A total of 7 million Afghans are found in neighboring countries today. The new arrivals in Iran and Pakistani are comprised of a majority of children. An estimated 3.5 million people are currently internally displaced by the conflict in Afghanistan. The political change of August 2021 pushed Afghanistan to a humanitarian and economic crisis. Right now, 18.9 million people are estimated to be acutely food insecure. With regard to Myanmar, over 1 million refugees and asylum seekers have fled to neighboring countries. 950,000 are in Bangladesh. Over 1.3 million persons are internally displaced within Myanmar. As you can see, colleagues, these are very dramatic situations, and we are concerned that the trend is going upwards towards more forced displacements and more people in increased vulnerable situations. This trend needs to be reversed because, honorable members and colleagues, while these figures might sound very dramatic, I would like to remind us that each figure here represents a human life. It is of great concern. The committee calls on all of the members of the IPU to take urgent political action and work together to have this to stop. We need to raise these in our respective parliaments and our geopolitical groups and see how we can contribute to global efforts of assistance to support refugees and the countries that are hosting them. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable colleagues, the second point I would like to raise relates to the question of inclusion. We held a panel here to discuss good parliamentary practices for the inclusion of refugees, internally displaced and stateless persons. We saw how numerous countries, Turkey, Djibouti, Rwanda, just to name a few, have taken important measures to allow men and women that have fled their countries to live in dignity and to engage and contribute to the host country's development. By enabling inclusion in the national systems with the right legislation, policies, and practices in place, states ensure a more holistic, effective, and coordinated response that can benefit both the host and refugee populations and the stateless people. Of course, this does not come about easily. Action, political will, changes are required. I hope that we can all engage along that path and follow up in our countries to see how we can enhance the inclusion of those that do not have chosen, those who have not chosen to leave their countries and who have dreams, wishes, hopes, just like you and me. Thank you very much, honorable members, and I wish you a safe flight back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear colleague. We take good note of the report presented, and the Governing Council should elect 3 members for this committee. I understood that we have 2 candidates. Mr. Antonio Gonzalez from Peru, submitted by the GRULAC, and Mrs. Morakash Staneka by the 12+. And I will, this is the candidates I have. Another person?
We have another candidate.
We have on the list that was distributed.
Ah, okay. It is not in my file. So, the first one, Mrs. Mara Browser from Argentina was presented as well as candidate. So we have 3 candidates for 3 positions. Now, I think that's the same situation we had a few minutes ago without the other committee. If there is no opposition, we may elect them by applause. Senator Llano.
Una consulta nada más, presidente. Es un hombre y una mujer. Y en el caso del GRULAC designamos a un hombre y en el caso de la mujer designamos a 2, pero en el periodo compartido, ¿verdad?
Sí.
No a 2. ¿Me entiende? 2 años dura el mandato y empieza la de Chile y el segundo año la de Argentina. En un acuerdo que ellos llegaron, ¿verdad? Porque para que haya consenso.
Mr. Secretary General, may you explain if it is possible?
Thank you very much. I believe that procedurally and legally it is not possible to accommodate this request. Today, Council is called upon formally to elect a representative from GRULAC or 2 representatives of GRULAC, now that we understand. But it is only that candidate that you are approving today, electing today. You cannot commit the organization to what will happen in 2 years' time. If at the end of, this is just my interpretation, if at the end of 2 years, the person who holds that position now is no longer able to hold that position, then it will be declared vacant, and of course, GRULAC will be entitled to compete for that position at that particular time. So we cannot foresee a vacancy now that does not exist. Thank you.
Senator, please.
Gracias, presidente. Me comunica acá el secretario general del grupo que queda la representante de Argentina por los 2 años. El hombre, representante de la delegación de Perú, y la mujer, representante de la Argentina.
Sí.
Ok, gracias.
Entonces, we go to the point we began before I give the floor to the leader of GRULAC. We had 3 candidates for 3 vacancies, and we may elect all them by acclamation. We don't need to ask a vote. Not this one.
Mr. President, maybe this should be clarified. We do understand that currently GRULAC has a candidate who may want to serve for just 2 years. This is an internal matter for GRULAC to settle, and that is Argentina. Do we understand that that is the case? And that at the end of those 2 years, this position will be vacant, and if the other lady, what you call Mrs. Gonzalez, wants to vie for that position, she can do that at that particular time. Mr. Gonzalez, if he wants to vie for that position at that particular time, then he is free to do so. But I do not think that the organization can commit itself to something that may or may not happen. So today, GRULAC is required formally to present one candidate for election to that committee. And it is that candidate who will be elected on the assumption that they will serve the full term. If it happens that midway that person is not able to perform their duties, then the matter will be brought back to the council for a formal decision. But we cannot put on our records that somebody will serve the remaining half of the term later on.
So I will ask Mr. Secretary General, who is the candidate of GRULAC?
I understand it's Argentina.
Because at this moment, for me, this is not clear.
Mr. President, may I explain? Mr. President?
Peru?
Yes. Por favor. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. The candidates that GRULAC is proposing for this position are two. For the male candidate is Mr. Alex Antonio Paredes Gonzalez of Peru. And for the ladies' position is Ms. Mara Browser, member of the Chamber of Deputies in Argentina. So both are the candidates for that position, the two positions for GRULAC. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, please help me and help the table to run our meeting. Because it was what I explained in the beginning. We have 3 candidates for 3 positions. We may elect them for acclamation. After it became other questions that try to disturb the decision of the governing council. So again, the 3 candidates, 3 positions, may we consider them elected? And now, the gender partnership group, I asked Dr. Ali Nouami, I believe that the task here is more easy than the other one. You have the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you. Well, dear colleague, I am sorry you had to see me several times on the stage today. Dear colleague, I am pleased to report on the work of the Gender Partnership Group. Yesterday, together with my colleagues, Ms. Vaslenko and Ms. Saidov, we had a very fruitful meeting that I was pleased to chair. The group saw yet again strong participation of women at this assembly, with a total of 35.4% women delegate. This is good, but it's not good enough. We had reached close to 39% in Madrid and in Nasodova. So we know we can do better and that we must remain vigilant. We must also pay attention to details, and this is what we did here in Kigali. For the first time, the group analyzed the trends by geopolitical group, and we can see great gaps in their gender composition. Some have progressed immensely, while others are stagnating. This is something we will continue to monitor. But let us be clear, in every geopolitical group, there are all male delegation, and to a lesser extent, some that are all female. Overall, here in Kigali, there are 14 delegates of 2 or more members composed of only men, and 4 made up of women only. The total of 18, and these are 18 too many. At the assembly that celebrate gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments, this is something we should all be concerned about. Democracy is a core value of the IPU, which we cannot compromise. Colleague, our goal is 50-50. To achieve that, no delegation should have any less than 40% women or 40% men. And here I have some good news. Based on information available until last night, out of 120 delegations attending this assembly, 35 were gender balanced, meaning there had been 40 and 60% women or men delegates. This is a positive trend. At the last assembly, only 30 delegations had this 40-60 ratio. You will find the list of gender balanced delegation in your documents. Please note, today we received some updates. Chile should be added to the 50-50% list. This brings the total gender balanced delegation to 36, and the UK changed from 43% women to 50-50 men and women. They all deserve a round of applause. I know you are so tired, but please do so. And let me encourage others to follow. Of course, should you find that your delegation should be on the list, but we omitted it, we will correct our records. Please inform the Secretary. Colleague, the group also continues its dialogue with delegations of parliaments that have no or few women members to promote women participation. Here in Kigali, we had a very constructive dialogue with the delegation from Nigeria, led by the Speaker of the House of Representatives. We were encouraged to see that women's political empowerment was clearly on the agenda of the parliament and that women movement in Nigeria was mobilized. But there is still a lot of resistance and far too many challenges. For progress to be achieved for women in politics, all entry points should be considered at all levels of the Constitution. Lawmaking, policies, and mentalities need to be changed. Leaders should be engaged. Political parties should take the lead in that. And it's very important not only to look into the gender partnership only through numbers, but also we need the empowerment of women in these parliaments. We want to see them chairing committees. We want to see them taking a leading role in their parliament. Mr. President, I really appreciate the support of the Secretary General in providing this group with an outstanding team from the Secretary, Karen, Maria, and Mario. Sorry to forget your name. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali, for your presentation and for your personal engagement in this aspect of partnership, gender partnership. And so, I understood that the group of facilitators for Cyprus did not meet here during this assembly. We hope that it will be possible to organize a meeting of this group in Bahrain, so we don't have a report to present. And we will go to a high-level advisory group on counter-terrorism.
They have elections.
Sorry? I wish to go.
Cyprus, there are two
But there is no, it is not here. Where it is? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I apologize. Before I go to the counterterrorism, we received the information that a group of facilitators for Cyprus has 2 vacancies, and we received 2 candidates. Mr. Samuel Kogolati, member of the House of Representatives from Belgium, and Mr. Laurent Werly, member of the National Council of Switzerland. So, if there is no opposition, we may consider them elected as the other ones before by acclamation, because we don't have a competition. Elect. Thank you for this information. And so now, yes, the high-level advisory group on counter-terrorism and violent extremism, and Mrs. Atia from Egypt will present the report. Mrs. Atia, it's not here. Dear colleagues.
Mr. President, Mrs. Atiyah will present the report on the Science and Technology Group, not the HLAG.
Okay, maybe. This is the information I received of the inscription. Just a second, please. Okay, same thing. They change. They put you to present the report about science and technology. So it was a mistake of names. But please, you have the floor. Our colleague, Mr. Bowden from Argely, to present the report on advisory group on counterterrorism and violent extremism.
Salam alaikum. Bonjour. Monsieur le Président, merci Monsieur le Président. J'ai le plaisir de vous faire un compte rendu de la réunion que le groupe a tenue le 12 octobre 2022 en présence de 13 de ses membres et de 3 invités spéciaux. Définition du terrorisme. Pendant cette réunion, nous avons discuté l'importance de mener dans le cadre de notre mandat une définition du terrorisme. Cette définition nous permettra en tant que point focal mondial pour les activités parlementaires liées à la lutte contre le terrorisme de proposer une législation pour plus efficace au Parlement membre de l'UIP. Le terrorisme doit être combattu par la justice, d'où la nécessité d'une définition précise et acceptée par tous afin d'avoir une législation précise pour des lois précises. Il était important de formuler une définition sur la base de consensus et non de visée politique personnelle. Appel en faveur du Sahel. Nous avons également entendu un rapport du secrétariat de l'UP sur les dernières mises à jour concernant l'appel en faveur du Sahel et des réunions à venir sur les thèmes lutter contre la dégradation de l'environnement et ses effets sur la prolifération du terrorisme et associer les populations à la prévention de l'extrémisme violent et lutter contre les conditions propices au terrorisme. Monsieur Tonkouano, secrétaire exécutif du comité interparlementaire du G5 Sahel, a informé le groupe de la situation. Dans la région du Sahel, nous avons convenu que la situation était grave et qu'une action urgente était nécessaire. Monsieur Strauban, expert de l'Institution d'économie et de paix, a fait une présentation sur l'indice mondial du terrorisme 2022, analysant l'impact du terrorisme sur la situation de plus en plus dégradée de la région du Sahel qui est devenue le point chaud mondial des activités terroristes. Monsieur N. Ronkono, président du réseau des académies africaines et des sciences, a présenté un exposé sur l'état de l'éducation dans les pays du Sahel, son lien avec l'augmentation de la violence et de la radicalisation. À cet égard, il est important que l'appel en faveur du Sahel ait une approche holistique du problème, car une meilleure éducation ne suffira pas à éradiquer le terrorisme du Sahel. Pourtant, le Sahel ne sera pas libéré du terrorisme sans éducation. Nous avons également discuté l'importance d'élargir l'approche de l'appel en faveur du Sahel, nécessitant l'intervention d'un plus grand nombre de commissions et d'experts. Il a été souligné qu'il fallait mettre davantage l'accent sur la protection et l'inclusion des femmes dans les efforts de lutte contre le terrorisme. Madame Markiewicz, consultante de l'UIP, a présenté un projet d'analyse du contexte du conflit du Sahel. Nous avons noté que l'appel en faveur du Sahel était l'un des projets les plus importants de l'UIP. Nous avons souligné que les tragédies de la guerre en Ukraine ne devaient pas éclipser les tragédies survenues dans d'autres parties du monde, notamment dans les pays du Sahel. L'attention mondiale accordée à la guerre en Ukraine a montré qu'il était nécessaire d'adopter la même attitude humanitaire dans tous les cas, car les victimes sont des victimes partout dans le monde. Avec l'expérience précédente de l'Algérie dans la lutte contre le terrorisme, avant les résolutions pertinentes de l'ONU, j'ai le plaisir d'annoncer que le président de l'Assemblée populaire nationale algérienne, M. Brahim Bourali, a proposé de tenir une des prochaines réunions de l'appel en faveur du Sahel. Finalement, je voudrais remercier le secrétariat de l'UIP pour leur travail acharné et pour les produits interactifs comme l'application mobile et la carte interactive. Je voudrais demander aux membres de les télécharger et les utiliser afin de faciliter nos activités parlementaires. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Boden. All the commitment on this committee is very important to defeat one of the cancers of our society. Now, I consider adopted the report, and now something that maybe during my next tour to the geopolitical groups, I needed to refer it in the beginning of our assembly. I am talking about the vacancies in this working group. We have 7 vacancies, but we received just 2 candidates. And so you can imagine how difficult it is to this group to keep working and have quorum if the geopolitical groups are not in conditions to propose members to the committee. We received the proposition of Mrs. Narakutimana from Burundi, submitted by the African group, and Mrs. Butina from the Russian Federation. On this point, we can go through the same procedure. We have 2 candidates for 5 seats, and then the other 5 will go to Bahrain, and we hope that I will insist in all geopolitical groups to present candidatures. But before we go on, I see that UK raised the floor. Please, Madam, you have the floor. Mrs. Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. And on behalf of the 12 Plus group, I wondered if I could raise a point of order to you, Mr. President, and then my 2 colleagues have 2 other further points of order. May I just clarify, Mr. President, that the candidate of the Russian Federation to this group is the same individual by the same name who was convicted and served a prison sentence in the United States as acting as an agent of a foreign government? And if you can clarify that that is the same person, how might it impact on your campaign, Mr. President, to get the United States to rejoin the IPU. My colleague has a further point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I seek your advice and guidance on behalf of the 12 Plus Group as a point of order? Just as my colleague has said, it's been brought to our attention that Maria Valerievna Bettina may be standing to be an active member of the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism and violent extremism, and is the same person who was imprisoned and pled guilty herself in the US for being a spy carrying out espionage activities in 2018. Therefore, what general assurances can you give the IPU, given that all parliamentarians members of the IPU regarding both our safety and security? And in particular, Mr. President, only today we have passed a new code of conduct about prevention of sexual harassment at the IPU, yet this spy, Maria Bettina, in her activities is known to have used the honey trap methods. And are you comfortable that we are all safe and will not be sexually harassed? And finally, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of 12 Plus, we seek assurances that the selection will not fundamentally undermine this crucial advisory board on counter-terrorism and violent extremism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
On behalf of the 12 Plus.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the 12 Plus, this week the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe unanimously voted.
Sorry, who is...
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So on behalf of the 12 Plus, this week the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe unanimously voted to declare the Russian regime a terrorist state. Does the President feel it appropriate that a member of this nation should be a member of the Countering Terrorism Group? Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Three messages before I give the floor to Secretary General. It's not easy. First one, I received the information. Yes, she is the same person. The answer is clear. Second, usually the Governing Council accepts the nominations from the geopolitical groups. This is also a tradition in IPU. Third, it is relevant, I think, hearing the last intervention, IPU do not follow decisions from other organizations. We have autonomy to take our own decisions. We will not follow the decisions from other parliamentarian organizations. Otherwise, we can have a lot of organizations from the Portuguese-speaking countries, from Iberican parliaments, from NATO Assembly, Parliamentarian Assembly, and so on. And so we don't need to follow the decisions of other organizations. So, and I believe ASEAN Parliamentarian Assembly, African, and so on. That's why we have completely, okay, is one important information to take the decision, but we don't need to follow strictly the decision of others, regional, because they are not regional, we are a global organization. So, the question is, Mr. Secretary General, in accordance with our statutes, if we, the indication of the geopolitical group is mandatory or we need to vote here. Is something that for me is relevant, and I will, Madam Baldwin, before the Secretary General, please.
Further to my previous point of order, thank you, Mr. President, for clarifying that this is indeed the same woman who confessed to being a spy in the United States. And would the President be willing to answer the question about how this is going to affect our joint campaign to try and persuade the United States to rejoin the IPU? And how we're going to ensure the safety of colleagues at assemblies.
Thank you. I will answer it a little bit later on. Mr. Secretary General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will answer those questions from the legal point of view, from the point of view of the rules. There is one thing that is clear, that decisions regarding membership of the various organs and structures of the organization are taken by the Governing Council. All proposals from geopolitical groups or from the Executive Committee are just recommendations to the Governing Council. So the Governing Council is at liberty to endorse those recommendations or proposals or to reject them on the basis of the general views of the members here. So from that point of view, anyone can submit their candidature to the governing bodies. In this particular instance, I do understand that many delegations have raised concerns regarding the individual that is being nominated. And if I may offer, my understanding is that if this candidate were elected to the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism, there's concern over the reputational risk of the organization for a structure that is supposed to be fighting terrorism, to have such a profile in the high-level advisory group on countering terrorism. There's nothing that stops you from taking a decision today, but you may wish to defer if there is sufficient doubt and concern over this particular candidature. You may wish to defer a decision on its endorsement or rejection to a future stage, because it is not absolutely necessary for that particular position to be filled today for that committee. So, Mr. President, it's a decision that has to be taken by the Council.
Thank you. With this clarification that it was very important, allow me. The candidates proposed by the geopolitical groups need to be endorsed by the Governing Council. When we talk about endorsement, can be positive or no. This is one point that is relevant, and so we don't have one obligation to accept the proposals presented by the geopolitical groups. Usually, as we saw during all this day, we accept all the propositions presented by the different geopolitical groups. This is not a rule. This is a decision we took. And so, in this concrete case, we may accept or not the candidature of proposed this person to be in this group. Allow me to say that, as Secretary General said, we don't have to decide it today. If we have doubts about it, we can try to defer, or we can ask the geopolitical group, in this case Euroasia, to present another candidate, or if they wish in Bahrain to present the same, we will need to vote. It is very easy. UK?
Thank you, Mr. President. On a further point of order, I would like to ask the permission to push for a vote on behalf of the 12 plus group here today.
Today.
Except that, like this morning, when he had several candidatures.
We are discussing it because here on the table with Secretary General and Ambassador Philip, because we have a deadline for our beginning of our assembly, Madam Speaker is already here to preside it, and we cannot delay it forever. And so I will, but I see that the UK asked the floor again, please.
Thank you once
and
again,
Nigeria after it.
Thank you once again, Mr. President. On behalf of the 12+ group, we're happy to defer on this occasion. Yeah, till the next.
Thank you for your cooperation. It's it helps our work, and so. But also, we form the chair. I believe the chair of the EuroAsia. It's here. Okay, she left already, but officially we will inform our colleagues, and so during the meeting of the EuroAsia, they can discuss the issue, and after it they will take a decision to confirm the same candidate or to present another personality to this point. But may we accept Mrs. Ndarakutimana from Burundi? No opposition. So she was elected, and thank you UK and 12+ for the comprehension. And now, yes, Mrs. Atia from Egypt to present the report about the Working Group on Science and Technology. Now, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of all members of the IPU Working Group on Science and Technology, I'm pleased to report on our meeting held on the 14th of October 2022 in Kigali. I will also report on our activity carried last September in Quy Nhon in Vietnam. Let me start with our participation in the international conference entitled Science, Ethics and Human Development, held in Vietnam on the 13th of September 2022 and organized by the Rencontre du Vietnam within the events of the International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development 2022. Several members were present and participated in panels, discussions held during the conference. As this part of the conference, we also were able to meet His Excellency, the President of Vietnam, who confirmed the importance of science and research in policymaking. We thank the President of Vietnam for his presence and support, as well as the people of Vietnam for welcoming us. Some pictures you can see are from the event with the President of Vietnam. Our members also commended this opportunity for dialogue between parliamentarians and the scientific committee. It was important to ensure language was simple and understandable, allowing common understanding for the benefit of both communities. In Kigali yesterday, members reaffirmed the importance of the dialogue between science and politics. We agreed that a core element of our work should be the improvement of the channels of dialogue between science and politics, ensuring that science was considered throughout political decision-making at all levels. Scientists need to reinterpret scientific results to be successfully communicated to politicians. We heard a briefing by the former President of Science and Technology in Australia on the ways in which dialogue between scientists and parliamentarians had been improved and implemented in Australia. The weight placed on this dialogue ensured that parliamentarians had the evidence to guide their policy making, empowering both sides and enabling constructive communication. Members from the working group shared their best practices and experience in their respective countries to strengthen the engagement between parliamentarians and the scientific community in various sectors. Regarding the International Charter on Ethics and, of Science and Technology, we agreed that the Charter should serve as an ethical framework on the application and use of science and technology and could be used as a starting point for countries wishing to establish legislation in the field, acknowledging the cultural diversity and ensuring that the principles set out in the Charter were applicable in contexts across the globe. Members agreed that the Charter would serve as a unique tool to address practical guidelines on its implementation at a national level. We suggested that the Charter should include more input from several key stakeholders, including social scientists, experts in technology, and gender mainstreaming. For this purpose, we will organize stakeholder consultation workshops in the upcoming month based on a strict timeline. This would allow broader discussions among all parliamentarians in Bahrain, where we will be meeting for the next IPU assembly. The ethical norms outlined in the Charter should be based on the well-being of humanity, which should be at the center of both science and politics. We represent citizens. They have to be our primary concern. Finally, we agreed that an IPU campaign should be established to promote the Charter and make it known to parliamentarians around the world. During our meeting, we were briefed by the IPU Secretariat on the preparation of the IPU Science for Peace Schools, a joint project of the Committee on Middle East Questions and the Working Group on Science and Technology, which should be held in collaboration with CERN. The schools will be offering a training program for parliamentary staff from around the world, addressing global challenges and experience models on scientific cooperation. The first session is expected to be held in CERN in December 2022, focusing on the exploration of new and renewable sources of water. Before ending our meeting yesterday, we addressed our appreciation to the former chair of the Working Group on Science and Technology, Monsieur Michel Larive from France, and we elected our new chair, Mr. Denis Naughton from Ireland, wishing him great success in his new mandate. I will end this report by thanking the government of Rwanda, the Parliament of Rwanda, for hosting our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, how important is science and technology and politics and parliamentarians to work together to have concrete decisions and concrete innovation to the humankind and to the people. We finished point 14 and we may go to the point 15. Very short, I believe that in 10 minutes we will finish our agenda. The first one is the election to the Executive Committee, point 15. And I will just say that we need to elect 3 personalities to replace Mr. Chen Guomi of China, Mr. Mladen Grujic of Serbia, and Mr. Jean-Paul Letelier of Chile, who are not member of parliament, and Mr. Chen because the terms that is available to do in accordance with our statutes finish, don't allow him to continue at the Executive Committee. I cannot have words to express in the commitment of these 3 members to the meetings of the Executive Committee and with the organization. They were always there, present, contributing, sometimes with different point of views, of course, as it's happened in a democracy, but a real commitment with the work of IPU and the work of the Executive Committee. And so I think that I can, in my own name, but on behalf of my colleagues of the Executive Committee and in your behalf, to extend our gratitude to Mr. Chen, Mr. Mladen Grujic, and Mr. Letelier for the work done for so many years at the Executive Committee. And now we need to elect 3 personalities to replace them. Again, you have candidates from the different geopolitical groups. Mr. Frédéric Marchand of France, representing the 12 plus, Mrs. Aparajita Sarangi from India, representing the Asia Pacific group, and Mr. Ivan Flores from Chile, representing GRULAC, to complete the mandate of Mr. Letelier. And I will ask if it's possible to elect them from acclamation. So they are elected, and I welcome them to the Executive Committee IPU. You can't imagine the work you will have there, and so it's important to be prepared for that. Welcome. And so we can go to the update on the IPU CREMI Passive Prize. Very short to say that very soon, in the beginning of the Assembly, we will know officially the winners, and the winners will receive the prize, because the selection committee did their job. They, in accordance with the rules we approved, they received candidatures, they studied the candidates, and they took a decision. And the decision will be presented in the beginning of our assembly, and so this is what I have to do on this point. And go to the point 17. Any other business? And I understood that the Secretary General wished to raise the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I don't want to delay the proceedings of this council anymore. I just have 3 quick points. I said I had 2, but I have just added 1, Mr. President. It's good news.
So 3 minutes.
Yes, it's good news that I wish to announce. At the start of this assembly, we set a target to sign up 100 new MPs and 10 speakers of parliament to the I Say Yes to Youth in Parliament campaign. I am pleased to announce that just a few moments ago, we reached the 100 MP mark. The 100th MP in this assembly, Ms. Olga Cavalotti of Bolivia, signed up to that campaign. So now we have 12 speakers of parliament too who have signed up during this assembly. That campaign is therefore gaining traction, and I would like to thank all of you. Thank you. Second thing, Mr. President, you and I in recent days have received communications from the parliaments of Armenia and Azerbaijan regarding recent skirmishes and clashes between the 2 countries over disputed territory. We had hoped that this matter had been resolved, but no, tensions have risen again. And in response, Mr. President, you and I have offered to mediate between the 2 countries at the parliamentary level to see what we can do to promote dialogue with a view to the resolution of the current crisis. I have now received formal confirmation from Armenia, the Parliament of Armenia, that we can go ahead and promote that dialogue with their counterparts of Azerbaijan. I am awaiting confirmation from Azerbaijan also that they would be in support of dialogue with their counterparts. If that is the case, Governing Council may wish to take note and let the President and myself go ahead and organize that dialogue with the 2 parliaments and report to you accordingly.
Do you accept the proposal of Secretary General to mediate this conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan? This is one of our more important roles of IPU, to send dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy to solve conflicts. So thank you for your confidence.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Last point. You will remember, honorable members of council, that during my inaugural remarks at the opening ceremony of this assembly, I did deplore the chronic instability on this continent, Africa, and the multiplicity of coups on this continent. And I did intimate that I would be seeking endorsement from the Governing Council for us to initiate consultations with indigenous African institutions, the Pan-African Parliament, ECOWAS, SADC Parliamentary Forum, and other institutions that can help us reflect on how we can help stem the tide of instability in Africa, including this multiplication of coup d'etats that run contrary to democracy that we uphold here. Mr. President, I would now formally wish to seek endorsement from the Governing Council for me to proceed with those consultations and report in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. May we accept the suggestion of the Secretary General to endorse him to prosecute with to string the links with the other organizations in Africa to try to solve conflicts and to mediate them? No opposition on that issue as well? Thank you. And so, dear colleagues, we came to the end of this session of the Governing Council. Thank you for your cooperation, and we did all possible to be on time. We are 45 minutes late, but sometimes it is not easy to manage so many interventions from the floor. We did all the best, and now I will invite Madam Speaker to assume the position of President of the Assembly to go to pass directly to the Assembly and to the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Mr. President of IPU, Right Honorable Speakers, and presiding officers, Mr. Secretary General, members of Parliament, good afternoon. I am pleased to now open the last sitting of our 145th IPU Assembly. But before we proceed to the items on our agenda, I would like to give the floor to the President of IPU to introduce the winners of the first edition of the IPU Kremer Passy Prize. Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Madam President, dear colleagues, Mr. Secretary General, it's something very important for me, this moment we will have right now. First of all, it's the first time we will give this award to parliamentarians. And the first edition of this award with the name of our Father Foundation of the organization seems that more than 130 years after the first moment of IPU, the actuality of IPU, the relevance of IPU is the same. Defend the values of dialogue and parliamentarian diplomacy to achieve peace and the empowerment of Parliament as the organization that represents the people of the world. And so, 130 years ago, they created IPU, and now, for the first time, we will have this award given to parliamentarians. And there is no other organization of the world that has on their program of activity to give something to promote the parliamentarians that are dedicated to the cause of parliamentarism, multilateralism, and diplomacy in our world. And it was a decision taken in Nusa Dua. The process began before that, but after it we received the candidates. We had a very important committee of selection composed by all former presidents of IPU. It was a criteria that you will accept, because if we trust them to run the organization in the past, we need to trust them as personalities with independence and knowledge to choose the nominees. And so it should be usual one MP, but in this case they, and I say they because myself and Secretary General will participate in these meetings of the board, of the committee, but we don't have the right to vote. The decision is from the former speakers of the House. And what they decide? First, not to give to one personality, but two personalities from both gender, because it will not be always this way. It is not be a rule, but as it is the first time, they don't wish to give it just for a man or for a woman. And they decide in an exceptional moment to give for MPs from both gender. And the elected are Mrs. Cynthia Lopez Castro from Mexico. Please, can you join me? And the chairman, and with representing all members of the Parliament of Ukraine. I ask the delegations to come here. Allow me to present them before receiving the award and to give them the stage to make the words of gratitude to the IPU. Cynthia Lopez Castro has been a member of the Mexican Chamber of Deputies since 2018. She is a firm believer of the power of youth as an agent for positive change and a resolute activist on strengthening democracy through youth representation. In 2017, at the age of 30, we should never say the age of a lady, but okay, Mrs. Lopez Castro participated in the drafting of a new constitution for Mexico City. She was also one of the main proponents of the inclusion of a youth quota in the city's electoral law. Today, Mrs. Lopez Castro works in Mexico, focused on ensuring that a minimum of 25 of candidates are under 29 years old for public office at the federal level. At the IPU, Mrs. Lopez Castro actively promotes the engagement of youth in politics through her membership of the board of the IPU Forum of Young Parliamentarians. An active member of the IPU Standing Committee on United Nations Affairs, Mrs. Lopez takes her responsibility to support IPU and parliamentary engagement in the United Nations seriously, as we saw a few weeks ago in New York. She has represented the IPU in several high-level meetings, participating actively and bringing home to Mexico lessons learned. She is a champion of youth participation in politics. And so I am very happy to know the decision of the board. The chairman of Ukraine Parliament, Chairman Ruslan Stefanukush, and the 14 members of Ukraine Parliament were nominated in recognition of their commitment to their parliamentary duties despite the ongoing war in Ukraine. They never stop work. The parliamentarians of Ukraine continue to represent their constituents, as well as debating and making laws in a time of a national emergency. Special mention goes to the IPU office holders in the Ukraine Parliament, including Mrs. Leslia Vasilienko, President of the Forum of Women's MP, and for that, member of the Executive Committee, who have continued their IPU duties despite the challenge they are living in their own country. They fight for freedom, for democracy, for the liberty of Ukraine. They deserve the awards. And so, we will I think you need to go to the gym to carry it. Maybe. Okay. Now, I will give the floor with the authorization of Madam the President of the Assembly to Mrs. Cynthia Lopez.
was only 8 years old the first time I visited the Mexican Congress. I remember when I was there in a school visit and I started feeling sick. I couldn't complete the tour and my mom has to get me home. I still remember my words to my mom on that day. I told her, "Mom, you don't need to worry. I will return one day as a congresswoman and serve my country." From that day on, I knew exactly what I wanted to do in life. I have found my calling and my passion. To this day, I have been a congresswoman on 4 different occasions, at the local and 2 times at federal level. This has been an extraordinary accomplishment for someone coming with no family background in politics and has been the result of hard work and perseverance despite all the goods. I advocate for the introduction of quotas in favor of youth in elected positions. I remember the magic of the day when all the MPs under 29, and particularly the Congresswoman, were able to reach an agreement in a record time, and we went straight to the media to announce the measure in order to avoid any other politician objecting to the measure. It is hard to be a politician as a young woman, and sometimes our voice is not heard as loud as clear as we would like. It's through coordination and joining efforts that youth will be able to make the place for themselves that they rightfully deserve due to their proportional weight in society. We need fresh minds, fresh ideas in Parliament. Today, I am honored to receive this prize as a recognition of that struggle of my generation. And I am particularly proud to know that we are leveling the field who those that come behind us. The crystal ceiling are falling, and with measures like this, one will be able to revert that only 2.8 of the parliament all around the world are young, when most of the population today is young. And the world changes at a rapid pace, demanding new ideas, new opportunities to youth. And the IPU is making a great effort in this reality. This is the only international organization with youth quotas in their statutes. And I want to thank you, the president of the IPU, Duarte Pacheco, a young soul that is in charge of conducting the international organization. Without your support, this organization, we wouldn't be able to attend this conference. Today, Mr. President, after the difficult years of the pandemic, IPU is proudly standing and is more active and relevant than ever. And it's because we have a great captain, President Duarte. I also want to thank you, Martin Chungong, our Secretary General, who is always preoccupied to ensure that the voice of the young MPs are in any forum. We must contribute to this transformation, to every young person that hears the calling of politics, that wants to transform their society and work for a better world. I want to reassure you, it is possible. Don't stop dreaming, don't stop working. Beyond gender, social origin, nationality, or ideologies, the world needs us, needs more young people in posts of political responsibility. I want to dedicate this prize to all the young parliamentarians of the world. I have the opportunity and to work with in the IPU, to Jajadma, the Youth Envoy of United Nations, to Melvin from Suriname, that is the former president of Young MPs, the great Uli from Germany, Dan Carden from UK, Sebastian from Finland, Tina from Mauritius, our colleague from Madagascar, and Theret from Thailand, because we were working together to put quotas all around the world. And I would like also to thank Bowden from the African group and with all of your friends, because we are working very hard in all the countries to have youth quotas. So it's a privilege to share this prize with the Ukraine delegation. My solidarity with your country. What hurts to Ukraine hurts all of us. We are with you fighting for freedom. I'm so happy to receive this prize because Mexico is my inspiration, my passion. I consider the highest of honors to be able to represent my country about in this with humility and gratefulness. that I received this prize on representation of all MPs and next generation that are changing the world. It's an honor to receive it as the first young woman in Parliament to receive the Kramer Passy Prize in this beautiful country. Thank you, Speaker, from Rwanda to receive in your country, and it's an honor to be in Rwanda, the country of women, receiving this prize. Thank you so much, all of you, for your support. Thank you.
Now, I will give the floor to our colleague Arthur, representing the Speaker of Ukraine.
Dear Madam President of the Assembly, dear President Pacheco, dear Secretary General, dear friends, dear IPU family. On behalf of the Chairman of the Ukrainian Parliament, our delegation, all Ukrainian parliamentarians, and all the Ukrainian people, especially those serving their country on the front line, defending values and principles of the entire world, let me express our deepest gratitude to this high recognition of the extraordinary efforts of Ukrainian parliamentarians, who at 7:50 in the morning on the 21st of February, the very first day of full-scale invasion, despite massive missile attack on Kiev, convened in the building of the parliament to take necessary decisions, and have been doing that for all 8 years of unprovoked aggression and for all 8 months of this full-scale attack. But this award, first of all, goes to the people of Ukraine. Let me express our deepest gratitude to the high recognition of their resistance, bravery, and courage. This award is given for exceptional actions contributing to a more united, fair, and secure future. This is exactly what Ukrainians are doing today, fighting for peace and security for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam President, may I ask you and Mr. Secretary General to take a group photo with the winners of the 22 Kramer Passy Awards, please?
Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to the winners from Mexico and Ukraine. We can now proceed with our agenda. I am pleased to note that over the past 4 days of our assembly, we have had very productive and robust deliberations on a series of highly relevant issues. As you are aware, yesterday we adopted the emergency item resolution, condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and the subsequent annexation of territories in defense of the territorial integrity of all states. We are all painfully aware of the urgency of this matter to bring about an end to the death, suffering, and destruction, to return to our rules-based order based on the UN Charter and international law, and to tap into the full potential of parliamentary diplomacy, which I am sure we all believe in. Needless to say, this is a very serious situation with global implications and several levels: financial, environmental, humanitarian, and from the perspective food security and world peace. We, as parliamentarians, need to redouble our efforts and be fully engaged in overcoming this unprecedented crisis. In particular, we encourage the IPU Task Force on the peaceful resolution of the war in Ukraine to pursue efforts in the exercise of its very important mandate. I would propose that we now proceed with the consideration of item 3 of our agenda, namely the general debate on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world. We have had substantive and robust deliberations over the past 3 days, having had some 150 interventions from close to 120 national parliaments and the partner of organizations. So I invite the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Esperance Nyirasafari of Rwanda, and the Executive Committee members, Ivan Flores from Shine, to introduce the draft declaration. So the floor is yours, Honorable.
Madam President of the Assembly, Mr. President of IPU, Secretary General, dear colleagues and friends, it is a great pleasure for me and my colleague here, Ivan Flores, to present to you the Kigali Declaration as the outcome of the rich, insightful, and inspiring general debate of this 145th IPU Assembly.
Hi, Esperance.
Hi.
Bueno, de hecho, todos los que estamos aquí presentes en esta asamblea hemos acordado que el asunto sobre la igualdad de género y los parlamentos sensibles al género sigue siendo un tema de urgente necesidad y, por cierto, muy oportuno.
Yes, we live in a time of crisis. And now, after 2 years of confronting the COVID-19 pandemic, we all know that crises are not gender neutral. On the contrary, they add on gender-based inequalities and vulnerabilities, hold back our societies, and challenge our collective resilience. Here and now, we affirm that gender equality is key in confronting pandemics, conflict, economic recessions, and climate change.
Así es, Esperanza. Sin embargo, para que la igualdad de género impulse un nuevo mundo y la paz que necesita el nuevo mundo, necesitamos tomar 5 medidas valientes, ambiciosas y que cambien el juego.
1, we must reach parity in political decision-making using all effective means, including quotas, 50-50 quotas.
Yes. 2, todas nuestras acciones para preparar proyectos, para implementar las leyes y la elaboración de los presupuestos tienen que ser sensibles a todas las áreas de la actividad política.
3, we must place vulnerable populations at the center of our work.
4, hay que poner fin a la discriminación y la violencia de género, lo mismo que a otras prácticas nocivas, y garantizar el derecho al acceso a la salud sexual y reproductiva, así como los derechos a la justicia de todas las mujeres y las niñas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5, we must share the care responsibility equally among men and women. Let's set ourselves an example in our societies by undertaking 50% of the daily care work for our families, regardless of whether we are male or female MPs. Ready to do so, Ivan?
Yes, I'm ready. Go, Esperanza.
Colleagues, for us to be efficient in these actions, we need our parliaments to be gender-responsive institutions.
Bueno, ahora que celebramos el 10º aniversario del Plan de Acción de la UIP para sensibilizar a los parlamentos en los asuntos de género, creo que es el momento de volver a comprometerse y a intensificar la acción para los próximos nuevos 10 años.
We must all be ambitious than we were 10 years ago. Today, gender-sensitive parliaments must be tech-savvy and environmentally friendly.
Por lo tanto, esta es nuestra propuesta. 10 acciones para los próximos 10 años. 1, Esperanza.
1, we need to start by assessing the gender sensitivity of our parliaments. 2, it takes an accountability mechanism to make the assessment lead to reform. So we need to create a steering committee to drive gender-responsive reforms in our parliaments.
3, abramos nuestros parlamentos a las mujeres de todas las condiciones socioeconómicas. Y 4, just a minute. 4, tenemos que empoderar a nuestras comisiones parlamentarias de igualdad de género y los grupos parlamentarios de mujeres.
5, gender balance should apply across all our parliamentary structures. Not this. 6, this is not a combat of women alone. Men should be allies for gender equality.
Muy bien. 7. Hay una palabra mágica Y la palabra mágica para institucionalizar este cambio que se necesita es
to examine the 91 proposals for amendments from 19 delegations. The Forum of Women Parliamentarians also submitted 2 amendments. The committee took a decision on each of the amendments by voting. There was a lot of discussions about whether to include references to specific countries, and these issues were resolved through a vote. The discussions was at times difficult, and I would like to thank all delegations for their constructive way in which they engaged with this process. When the Standing Committee met on Friday, it adopted the revised resolution by consensus, without any objections. A number of reservations were raised, and every delegation that wishes to do so was given an opportunity to explain their position. I note for the sake of records that reservations that were raised by the following delegations: Czech Republic on operative paragraph 3, India on preamble paragraph 21, Kazakhstan on preamble paragraph 9 and 10, and operative paragraph 9, Qatar on the reference to labor mobility in operative paragraph 5, Syrian Arab Republic on preamble paragraph 9, Turkey on preamble paragraph 19. Hungary and Indonesia expresses a reservation on the entire resolution. In addition, the Russian Federation expressed its opposition to this resolution. I think that this resolution represents an important step in the fight against human trafficking and encourage you all to adopt it today. I would also like to note that the committee accepted the Bureau's recommendations, and that is that our next resolution will be on the theme of orphanage trafficking, the role of Parliament in reducing harm as proposed by Australia. The committee also decided to hold a debate on the next assembly that will not lead to a resolution, but on the theme of disinformation and cyber harassment. Lastly, I was agreed to circulate a document to all members of the committee entitled "The Contribution of the Standing Committees to the IPU Strategy for 22-26. And we look forward to receive their comments within 2 months. Once again, Madam President, thank you for the supportive and the way Rwanda has hosted this assembly. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Can I take it that the Assembly is ready to adopt the resolution? If so decided. According to Article 32.2, if any delegation wishes to explain their votes briefly, they should do so after the vote has taken place. The same applies. Should a delegation wish to express a reservation without opposing the adoption of the resolution. So I see that some delegation wish to take the floor. But before giving them the floor, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the resolution has already been adopted by the Assembly, and that consequently, the speeches may only either refer to an explanation of vote or express, as previously mentioned, a reservation of which due note will be taken. So given the time constraints, I am asking delegation to limit their explanation of vote to maximum 1 minute. I see the delegation from India. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. We would like to reiterate our reservation as pointed out earlier on the preamble 21. We would like to reiterate our position for it to be noted on the adoption of the resolution.
Noted. Thank you. There is no other. So the resolution is adopted. Thank you. I now suggest we proceed to item number 5 of our agenda, reports of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, on Sustainable Development, and on United Nations Affairs. I will start with the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security and invite the President of the Committee, Mr. Al-Ahbabi of Qatar, to present the report.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، السادة الزملاء، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أقدم إليكم تقرير اللجنة الدائمة للسلام والأمن الدولي بصفتي رئيساً لهذه اللجنة. خلال الدورة 145 للجمعية عقدت اللجنة 3 أنشطة، عقد 2 في 13 أكتوبر والأخير في 14 أكتوبر. تناولت الحلقة الأولى في السلسلة تأثير الحرب على المدنيين. كان من المفترض أن يوضح أن الحرب ليست فقط بين الجنود، ولكنها تؤثر حقاً على الآخرين وخاصة النساء والشباب. ضمت مائدة مستديرة خاضعة للإشراف 3 خبراء تحدثوا من زوايا مختلفة تتعلق بالنساء والأطفال، وخاصة تجنيد الأطفال والقانون الإنساني الدولي. سمحت المناقشات للجنة بالتعرف على الموضوع وتوضيح النزاعات والحروب المختلفة التي تدور في الوقت الحالي، والضرر على دور البرلمانيين والضرر الذي تسببه للفئات الأكثر ضعفاً. ساعد نقاش بين أعضاء البرلمان في تسليط الضوء على دور البرلمانيين في نزع فتيل التوترات، وأشار إلى القرار الذي تبنيناه في نوسدوا في مارس 2022 بشأن إعادة التفكير وإعادة صياغة نهج عملية السلام بهدف تعزيز السلام الدائم لتشجيع البرلمانيين على اتخاذ الإجراءات. تناولت الجلسة الثانية قضية انعدام الأمن الغذائي الناجم عن تغيير المناخ والحرب هنا مرة أخرى. سمعنا لأول مرة عن خبراء في هذا الموضوع خلال مائدة مستديرة خاضعة للإشراف قدموا عدة توصيات للبرلمانيين من أجل خلق بيئة مناسبة لبناء القدرة على الصمود في بلدانهم. سمح النقاش الذي أعقب ذلك للحاضرين بتبادل الخبرات حول الأطر التي تم وضعها لتحقيق هذه الغاية. في 14 أكتوبر عقدت اللجنة جلسة استماع للخبراء حول قضية الهجمات الإلكترونية والجرائم الإلكترونية. سمعنا لأول مرة من زملائنا المقررين المشاركين من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة وإسبانيا الذين أبلغوا عن عملهم منذ تعيينهم، وشمل ذلك المشاركة في اجتماعات الأمم المتحدة والاستعراض المكتبي والسفر إلى عدة بلدان. استمعنا بعد ذلك إلى 3 خبراء عن بعد قدموا لمحة عامة عن حالة العمل والعديد من التوصيات للبرلمانيين للتعامل بشكل أفضل مع الإجرام السيبراني. سمح النقاش أيضاً للزملاء من مختلف البلدان بالإبلاغ عن العمل الجاري حالياً لحماية المواطنين من الإجرام السيبراني والهجمات الإلكترونية. وعلى صعيد داخلي اجتمع مكتب اللجنة صباح 13 أكتوبر تشرين الأول. خلال هذا الاجتماع تم تقديم وثيقة عمل للمكتب حول مساهمة اللجان في استراتيجية الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي الجديدة، واقترح أن يقدم أعضاء المكتب تعليقاتهم وملاحظاتهم على هذه المقترحات التي إلى أمانة اللجنة في أقرب وقت ممكن لتجميعها. كما أكد المكتب أن كل وقتنا في الدورة 46 بعد المائة سيخصص للتفاوض على القرار. أخيراً، فيما يتعلق بالانتخابات، وافق المندوبون على الترشيحات التي قدمتها مجموعة بلدان أمريكا اللاتينية والكاريبي ومجموعة 12+، ونتيجة لذلك سيجمع اجتماع مكتبنا القادم عضوين جديدين من تشيلي وفرنسا. أتطلع إلى لقائهما. شكراً جزيلاً على الإصغاء.
Thank you for your presentation. Can I take it that the Assembly takes note of this report? So it is so decided. And now I would like to pass the floor to the Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. I invite the President of the Standing Committee, Mrs. Mulder of Netherlands, to present the report.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you also, President of the IPU and Secretary General and all of you colleagues here in the room. And of course, first of all, I would like to congratulate Mexico and Ukraine for getting the Creamer Passy Prize. I'm really proud of you. Thank you. The Standing Committee on Sustainable Development held meetings on the 12th and the 14th of October. In our first sitting of the committee, we debated on the subject item of the next resolution, and it was about parliamentary efforts in achieving negative carbon balances of forests. The theme was introduced by respected academics and a rapporteur from Germany, Mr. Hoffman. 29 parliamentarians took part in the discussion, stressing the importance of securing budgets for forest protection initiatives. Forests need to be rejuvenated by establishing planting circles, we believe, And we think awareness of the importance of forests is really important for green development and disaster reduction. And of course, we'd like to see local communities engaging in decision-making processes in forest protection. The principle of common but differentiated responsibility and the concept of climate justice were evoked in the debate. And especially with all the flooding that is taking place around the world right now, this was an important issue to us during the debate. The committee discussed preparations of the parliamentary meeting at the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Egypt later this year. The rapporteur appointed by the Egyptian House of Representatives briefed the committee about the main elements that will be included in the draft outcome document that we will be discussing on the 13th of November this year. The debate that followed provided the rapporteur with input, of course, that he can use for his draft. Some themes were very prominent, namely loss and damage and climate finance, and we all know why. The parliamentary meeting is being organized by the IPU and the House of Representatives of Egypt, and it will take place on the 13th of November in Sharm el-Sheikh. And we hope to see lots of you over there. In our second meeting, the committee held a panel discussion on the theme reconnecting local communities with a local, sustainable, inclusive economy to achieve the targets of the SDG number 8. We had an expert speaking on from the International Labour Organization, who engaged in discussions with our parliamentarians, highlighting the need to empower micro, small, and middle enterprises. How can we translate the economic growth into jobs for local people? And how can we acknowledge the importance of our local communities for national economies and target vulnerable populations such as women, young and low-income people? And in addition to the regular committee sittings, I was pleased to have a workshop on climate change with my colleague, the president of the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. He just spoke to us, and it was a joint effort. And we wanted to have an interactive platform for the delegates to share their concerns and to raise awareness and try also to get out of this our input for the the next COP27. So regional and global cooperation, public engagement and solidarity were identified as practical solutions to these problems, because if you have the climate change, it affects the flooding, it affects the people directly in their food security. So this, we believe, is really important. And then, of course, like the other committees, we held elections to fill a vacancy on the Bureau. And we also adopted a working plan for the next assembly, and we will dedicate all committee sittings to the drafting of the resolution. And we thought it is important that our committee aligns with the committee's work on the IPU strategy and also the cooperating with the United Nations. And we want to continue to engage with each other in this way. I want to thank all the members of our committee for their active engagement during the discussions, and also, of course, Rwanda for having us here in Kigali. We are really proud that we were here this week. And thank you, Mr. President, and I wish everybody a safe trip home and a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Can I take it that the Assembly takes note of the report of this report? It is so decided. Now I would like to pass on the Standing Committee on United Nations Affairs. I invite the acting president of the Standing Committee, Mr. Benny Jansen from Jordan, to present the report. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. I am Bani Yassin from Jordan, and I am presenting on behalf of the IPU Committee on UN Affairs meeting that took place yesterday, 14th of October. Several members of the committee bureau were fortunate to join a WFP-led visit to local cooperative farm and the school WFP supports in the Rwandan government's school feeding program. This program aims to enhance nutrition in schools and support local farmers by sourcing food locally and investing money in the local market. We are grateful for the UN officials and our Rwandan hosts for this informative visit. Our committee session consisted of 2 panel discussions with high-level UN officials. The first panel focused on the UN response to growing hunger and famine. Representatives from the World Food Programme, WFP, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, presented the mid-year update of the 2022 Global Report on Food Crisis focused on food security and their work in Rwanda. Colleagues, there is a global food insecurity crisis. Today, over 200 million people face across 45 countries are food insecure, an increase of some 30 million from the 2020 forecast. This insecurity is driven by several factors, including conflict, economic shocks, and weather extremes. The sharp increase in global food prices in the last 2 years, the impact of the coronavirus pandemic, and the conflict between Russia and Ukraine further exacerbated the situation. And surprisingly, all countries facing famine have protracted conflicts. Having protracted conflicts, the second half of our meeting featured the panel, the new UN resident coordinator for Rwanda, Dr. Ozina Ojili, who shared the Rwandan good practice of significant engagement between different UN agencies. In his experience, the biggest constraints to the effectiveness in development is the lack of integrated mechanisms. Countries can avoid repeating past mistakes by sharing best practices. The UN can offer governments high-level technical and strategic policy advice. He cited good practices in Rwanda and elsewhere, with parliaments providing strong oversight and engagement, including on voluntary national review processes. 30 parliamentary delegations were in attendance, and 20 of them took the floor in the debates. In their interventions, members shared concern about the impact of the climate change on food security, with many citing the current drought in East Africa entering its 5th year. Several highlighted the importance of surrounding local food to address food insecurity and the need for sustainable process. They stressed the need to invest in building household resilience, support local farmers, and to advocate for climate adaptation programs. Participants want to strengthen the dialogue between parliaments and the UN agencies at the country level. In conclusion, the committee thanks Ms. Sophia Abdi Noor of Kenya for her services as president of the committee and wishes her well in her past parliamentary career. The Bureau members are pleased that Mr. Worley will continue as interim president until a new president is chosen at the Assembly in Bahrain. And we thank, with appreciation, to Ms. Paddy and the Secretariat. And I have to thank also the hosting country, the President, as well as the President of the Parliament and the population of Rwanda. And thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Benny Yarsen, for your presentation. Can I take it that the Assembly takes note of this report? It is so decided. We can now proceed to item number 6 of our agenda, approval of the subject items for the resolutions to be adopted by the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights at the 147th Assembly and appointment of the rapporteurs. May I draw your attention to the document A/145/6P1 Rev. As you will see, the Standing Committee on Democracy and Human Rights is proposing as its subject item for the next 1 year cycle of the theme of orphanage trafficking, the role of Parliament in reducing the harm. Mrs. Linda Reynolds of Australia has been designated as rapporteur of this subject item. Consultation will be pursued with the geopolitical groups to identify 1 or 2 additional rapporteurs from the other regions to work on this draft resolution. Is the Assembly ready to adopt the decision? It is so decided. So before we deliver our concluding remarks, I would like to acknowledge the presence here today of Mr. Jamal Fakhro, the distinguished Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Bahrain, which will be hosting the 146th IPU Assembly in Manama in March 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, may I invite you to take the floor and to the podium to say a few words. So the floor is yours.
سعادة رئيسة برلمان رواندا المحترمة، سعادة السيد رئيس اتحاد البرلمان الدولي، سعادة السيد الأمين العام لاتحاد البرلمان الدولي، الزملاء والزميلات، رؤساء وممثلي البرلمانات المحترمين. يطيب لي أن أتقدم باسم وفد الشعب البرلمانية لمملكة البحرين بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لجمهورية رواندا الصديقة رئيسا وحكومة وبرلمانا وشعبا على ما حظينا به من حفاوة الاستقبال وكرم الضيافة وما وجدناه من حرص واهتمام رفيع منذ لحظة وصولنا إلى هذا البلد الجميل، ونبارك لهم نجاح أعمال الجمعية العامة 145 للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي. الزملاء والزميلات، مع نهاية هذه المحطة القيمة من محطات الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، فنبدأ الاستعداد لمحطة جديدة ومسار آخر لمناقشتنا البرلمانية، محطة جديدة مختلفة ونوعية على أرض مملكة البحرين، أرض الحضارة والتاريخ العريق، وأرض التسامح والتعايش والحوار والاحترام الراسخ والسلام على الجميع. من هذا المنطلق يسرني باسم معالي رئيسي مجلسي الشورى والنواب في مملكة البحرين أن نوجه دعوة ملوها المحبة والمودة لجميع برلمانات العالم لتتشارك والتعاضد معنا لنكتب قصة نجاح أخرى للنجاحات التي حققناها على مدى 133 عاما. وندعوكم جميعا لإثراء الحوارات البرلمانية حول الموضوع الذي اعتمدتموه للجمعية العامة 146 سنعقد خلال الفترة من 11 إلى 15 مارس 2023 بعنوان تعزيز التعايش السلمي والمجتمعات الشاملة مكافحة التعصب، حيث تم اختيار هذا الموضوع ليتوافق مع مبادئنا وقيمنا الثابتة في مملكة البحرين، وما عرف عنها عبر التاريخ بأنها ملتقى الحضارات والمذاهب والأديان وواحة السلام والتعايش والحوار. نأمل أن نرى جميع رؤساء وممثلي البرلمانات من مختلف دول العالم في مملكة البحرين خلال شهر مارس القادم، ونؤكد لكم بأننا قد بدأنا قبل أشهر الاستعدادات العملية لاستضافة أعمال الجمعية العامة، ونعدكم بتقديم كافة التسهيلات التي تمكنكم من زيارة البحرين والمشاركة في الاجتماعات المقبلة للاتحاد. ختاما، نجدد الشكر والتقدير للاتحاد البرلماني الدولي على منحه الثقة لمملكة البحرين لاستضافة الجمعية العامة 146، ما يعكس مكانة البحرين في عائلة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي ويؤكد قدرتها وإمكانيتها العالية لاحتضان المؤتمرات والاجتماعات الدولية. فأهلا وسهلا بكم في بلدكم الثاني مملكة البحرين، ونتلقى بكل شغف شهر مارس المقبل لنلتقي بكم جميعا على أرض البحرين، أرض السلام والمحبة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Parliament of Bahrain. Now we are going to proceed with concluding remarks by representative of the geopolitical groups. We are going to start with the African group. Right Honorable Tuli Ackson, Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor. Yes.
Mr. President of the IPU and Madam President of this Assembly, on behalf of the African Group, I would like to express our appreciation to the authorities and the Parliament of the Republic of Rwanda for their hospitality. We also would like to register our appreciation to the leadership of IPU, the President and the Secretary General, and all the staff and personnel for their tireless efforts aimed at making our voices as parliamentarians heard to the world. Dear colleagues and friends, in the course of the 145th IPU Assembly, the African Group designated its representatives to fill the vacancies in the Bureau of Women Parliamentarians, Bureau of the Standing Committee on UN Affairs, and in the High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism. We also designated our representatives to the Drafting Committee on the Emergency Item. I'm convinced that our representatives in various committees and groups have contributed to the debates, the outcomes of which are aligned to the promotion of IPU values, including political dialogue, peace, democracy, development, and gender equality. Dear colleagues and friends, irrespective of the positive note on the work of the IPU and the contributions made by members of Parliament to the current IPU Assembly, I would like to register the following issues on behalf of the African Group. First is the need to review the statutes and rules of the IPU in respect of the following. One is the election of the President of the Assembly to be held at the end of the Assembly preceding the forthcoming Assembly in their respective countries. This will ensure that the host Parliament is abreast of the matters forthcoming in their respective countries and perhaps have a place on the discussion table during the time of preparations for the holding of the IPU Assembly and related meetings. The second issue relating to the change of rules and statutes is the membership of the steering committee to be extended to the chairpersons of standing committees. We have a feeling that currently the membership to the steering committee is very limited. The third issue on the rules and the statutes, there should be a clear deadline for submission of emergency items so as to give ample time to the geopolitical groups to consider the items in their respective groups' meetings before the plenary. Mr. President and Madam President of this Assembly, the second issue is there should be improvement on the channels of information dissemination, particularly to those relating to the meetings of the IPU geopolitical groups. There has been a serious concern that some of the countries didn't receive information about the meetings timely. The third and last issue is the establishment of the pilot IPU regional offices in the geopolitical groups. Countries should not precede the laying down of acceptable guidelines and criteria. The African Geopolitical Group is concerned about the establishment of such regional offices in the countries which have membership of more than one geopolitical group, in which case consideration should be given to whether an office will consider geographical location of the country or its political affiliation. Once the criteria is set and guidelines developed and approved by the Governing Council, then piloting may begin, thereby eliminating possibilities of the IPU having two or more regional offices in the same geographical location. Dear colleagues and friends, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, all right, Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the United Republic of Tanzania. Now we are going to proceed with the presentation of the Asia Pacific Group. Mrs. Pham Thi Yong Yen, MP from Vietnam, will make her remarks. The floor is yours.
Madam Speaker of Chamber of Deputies of Rwanda, President of the Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. President of IPU, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Asia Pacific Group, first of all, we would like to express our great gratitude and appreciation to the host country, Rwanda, for your hospitality, warm and considerate reception that you extended to all delegations attending this wonderful 145th IPU Assembly. We are very impressed, not only by your such accomplishment of #1 for gender equality in Parliament, but also your determination in preserving and protecting the environment of the countries of thousands hills. During our stay, we are touched by the natural beauties of the country and the open-hearted of the people. We hope that we will have future visits to witness your thriving prosperities and development. Taking this opportunity, we highly appreciate and extend our sincere thanks to our distinguished Asia Pacific Group members for your responsibilities, constructiveness, and active participation. We are also grateful to the diligence and effective works of the IPU Secretariat, which all contributed to the success of this assembly as overall. We wish you all good health, happiness, and great success and safe trip home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor is to Mr. Bustamante from Peru to make his remarks. He represents the GRULAC.
Thank you, Madam President. It is a pleasure for me to deliver this speech on behalf of Mr. Blas Llano, who is the president of GRULAC, our geopolitical group that covers Latin America and the Caribbean. We would like to thank, first of all, to the government of the Republic of Rwanda for its hospitality, and especially to President Paul Kagame, General Paul Kagame, and of course the authorities of the Parliament of Rwanda, represented by Ms. Donatille Mukabalisa, President of such organization. I request a round of applause for the members of Rwanda, please. Thank you. Of course, I would like to include the people that participated making this possible, this event possible. People that kept the streets clean, the gardens really immaculated. This is a real example for the whole world. They created a visible image of the conference. Also, this goes to the teams of technicians and personnel of the mise-en-scene, and the wonderful generosity and goodwill of everybody in Rwanda. Thank you. This assembly has recovered the lost energy, the energy it lost exactly because of the pandemic. I think we're back to where we were before. With respect to the activity of our geopolitical group, GRULAC, for Latin America and the Caribbean, I would like to recognize the great effort carried out during the last 6 or 7 months in maintaining the reinforcement of the presence of this fortified union. I would like to thank in particular President Duarte. President Duarte has actually been physically present this past 6 months in many parts of Latin America, namely Argentina. Also, he visited Colombia, Panama, Uruguay. Actually, you missed Peru, Mr. Duarte. I hope to see you there next time. And then he went back to Paraguay on an official visit. And recently, he had a visit in Halifax, Canada, to continue with the commitment to actually make ourselves, the Interparliamentary Union, closer to the Caribbean islands, so that we have an enlarged GRULAC geopolitical group. And for this, Guyana would take an important participation in the task. Now I would like to make a special recognition to the effort made by the President and the authorities of the Interparliamentary Union for accepting the offer to create a decentralized office in Latin America as a pilot, and this will take place in Uruguay. And we hope this is the start of many other offices from other geopolitical groups. For instance, Egypt, that has recently made a voluntary offer. So nothing would have been possible without the help of everybody, not only there in the executive committee, but also all of us in the assembly, and particularly in GRULAC, which is our geopolitical group. This is also important in the sense that we should give credit to Beatriz Argimon, who is Vice President of Uruguay and President of the Assembly, of the General Assembly. I would like to also state that Cynthia Lopez was actually very committed in the task that she carries out, and this was actually a motivation from the beginning to present her candidature to the Kremer Passy Award, convinced that she would actually make it, and she did. So I would like to also specify and underline the extreme vitality of another young parliamentarian, my friend Senator Rojo Edwards from the Republic of Chile, and he was a very, very faithful believer in the proposal of the point of urgency, convinced that whatever we state here as a resolution in this Interparliamentary Union will be a very good support towards peace in Ukraine and hope and peace for the world. Finally, it was very important that South America was chosen to commemorate the International Day of Parliamentarism and the 133 years of life in this family that we are. And we actually celebrated this a few months ago in Uruguay. So I'm sure that in the next coming years we will see changes, very positive changes, and importantly we'll see an increase in the visibility of our parliaments, the visibility of in the organization and reinforcement of the capacity of our parliaments to influence in the way our governments conduct their business. We are parliaments effect political control, and we as a collective of parliaments must do so, specifically through the United Nations, but in particular through each of every one of our parliaments. So to close, I would like to say that we're very happy to have received your confidence as GRULAC in this very significant time in history, having passed a pandemic and entering a war of significance in Europe. I'm very happy to having been selected to speak on behalf of Blas, who is the president of GRULAC, and I would like to convey his expression of thankfulness, and he wants to thank not only all of us, but also the people of this beautiful country, Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So may I invite Mrs. Arda Gerkens, President of the 12 Plus Group, to take the floor and give her remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, and thank you all members here present today at the IPU. Let me first also thank Wanda for his excellent organization of this 145th IPU Assembly. I think we all go home with a little love for Rwanda in our hearts. Madam President, we had Monday our first and long meeting, and of course the subject was the situation on Ukraine. And then every morning we met until yesterday, so this morning we could start a little later. The 12 Plus had some side events. One of them was concerning the LGBT plus rights. And we had some activists present from the region, and I must say also some very brave parliamentarians from Kenya and from Eswatini who stood for the rights of these people and also for the right to be able to express themselves in that, to make sure that we leave no one behind. I deeply respect those two women out there. Wednesday, we had a side event on the genocide, which was organized by Ukraine, with some important reports. And of course, in this country, I think it's very good that we had that subject and discussed it, because genocide should be prevented in future, and we can only do that by learning from the past, but also to look at the current situation. The 12 Plus was active in several committees, and in the third committee, Australia gained the new resolution, and I'm very happy to say that. Madam President, this week started with devastating news. News of bombing of Kiev and other cities. Having our friends so close, we all share their pain, seeing their country under attack of a truly senseless war of aggression by Russia. 12 Plus condemns these attacks, as well as the murder of innocent citizens, the abduction of children, the organized rape of women, men, girls, and boys. And 12 Plus would like to thank IPU to stand with Ukraine and calls out to Russia to end this war by leaving Ukraine and restore the borders from before 2014. Dear President, I end with a feeling of melancholy, as the presidency of the Netherlands has come to its end of its term. We elected Belgium to follow up, and I would like to wish them success from this side. But I would also like to thank the 12 Plus for their confidence, my colleagues for their support, the staff for their help, and the IPU for this honorable experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. May I invite Mr. Jamal Fakro First Deputy Speaker of the Shura Council representing the Arab group to deliver his remarks.
That's me again, sorry for that. السيدة الرئيسة، السيد الأمين العام، السيد رئيس البرلمان الدولي، السيد الأمين العام، السادة رؤساء المجالس والبرلمانات والوفود المشاركة. يطيب لي أن أحييكم أجمل تحية باسم المجموعة الجيوسياسية العربية المشاركة بهذه الجمعية، والتي تقدر عاليا الدور الذي يلعبه الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي في بحث القضايا التي تهم العالم أجمع. فنحن أيها السيدات والسادة في هذا العالم مترامي الأطراف بأمس الحاجة إلى الحوار وتقديم قضايانا بطريقة حوارية مسؤولة نتلمس إيجاد أفضل الحلول لها بعيدا عن التشنج وإقصاء الآخر من أجل إيجاد أفضل السبل لمعالجة ما نواجهه من قضايا تحدد مستقبل البشرية جمعاء. وفي هذا المقام أود أن أشير إلى القضايا التي طرحت والقرارات التي تم تبنيها والتي نأمل أن تكون خارطة الطريق لعملنا المستقبلي في الوقت ذاته. أتقدم بخلاص الشكر والتقدير إلى الشعب البرلماني في رواندا وعلى حسن التنظيم والاستقبال الذين حظينا بهما منذ قدومنا إلى هذا البلد الكريم الذي ضرب مثلا رائعا في تجاوز الماضي وقدم نفسه بما لمسناه ورأيناه للعالم من تطور على كافة الأصعدة، ونتمنى له ولشعبه العظيم المزيد من التقدم والازدهار. والشكر موصول إلى رئاسة الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي وأمانته العامة على ما بذلوه من جهد مضني لتسيير أعمالنا بالدقة المتناهية. ومرة أخرى أنتهز هذه المناسبة وباسم مجموعة الجيوسياسية العربية أن نرحب بكم في مملكة البحرين لحضور أعمال جمعيتنا القادمة 46 بعد المائة، والتي نحاول أن نوفر كل أسباب النجاح لعقدها، فأهلا وسهلا بكم في البحرين. وفي الختام أتمنى لكم عودة ميمونة إلى أوطانكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you so much. Now allow me to invite the President of the IPU to deliver his concluding remarks.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Just more 3 hours of speech and we will end. Madam President of the Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Madam Speakers, Mr. Speakers, it's a pleasure to address you in this moment. I believe, we all are very tired after a long week, but we should be happy with the results we achieved during this week. First of all, of course, we needed to say thank you. Thank you to the Speaker of the House of Representatives and to the President of the Senate and our colleagues from the Rwanda Parliament to the work done to host us. Thank you very much. We feel at home. We felt it during all the week. But allow me to extend, not just for the MPs and to the Madam Speaker and Mr. President of the Senate, but all your staff. I usually say, neither will fall from the sky. And if we came and we see everything organized, a lot of people work to achieve it. Thank you, Rwanda, personalities, people, for everything you have done. But also, I need to say to our Secretary General and all the staff of IPU, thank you for your collaboration, always present to achieve success of IPU. Thank you, Martin, and all the staff of IPU for your collaboration to achieve the success. And also a special thanks to a group of persons that make this meeting possible, the interpreters. Without them, we are able to organize our works. Thank you for your patience Also, you are working after hours to achieve the success of the meeting. Thank you also. And finally, a special thank you for each one of you that decided to travel for so long, to came to Kigali, to work for a week, expressing the commitment with IPU, with the commitment of parliamentarian diplomacy, the commitment of dialogue to resolve the conflicts and to find solutions to our world. Thank you to all delegations for your presence during these days here in Kigali. I said we should be happy with the results. Yes, I think so. Can't you imagine in just a week? We discuss a general theme to our assembly, and we decide to approve a Kigali Declaration about gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments as drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, but with concrete actions. That is completely different. This is not just words. This declaration has concrete actions that we should take in our own countries. A very good declaration from Kigali. But we approve also a resolution on our emergency item about the invasion of Ukraine. On that resolution, we repeat, because we needed to do it again and again until the end of the war. We condemn the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. We do not accept the annexation of their land by the Russians. And we needed to defend it and to say it again and again. Not just because of them, but we need to say this because we will repeat the same message if something happened to other country of our world. We need always to defend the state of law, the borders recognized by international community and the United Nations. If somewhere in the future something similar will happen to other country, we should repeat the same message. And maybe it will not happen because they will understand, the other people that may have this dream, that the international community will criticize and will condemn this kind of behavior. It's a very important declaration that we decide to adopt here. But allow me to say something. Now, here in Rwanda, we are in the South Hemisphere. And so I need to speak the most spoken language in this hemisphere, the Portuguese. E assim, meus amigos, nós temos que acreditar. Nós temos que acreditar que o diálogo é a solução para os conflitos e para as divergências. Nós, parlamentares, já temos esse hábito, porque nós, dentro dos nossos parlamentos, temos capacidade de escutar os outros, de ouvir, de muitas vezes discordar com respeito e muitas vezes também de trabalhar em conjunto para procurar soluções. É esse espírito que nós parlamentares temos que tem que ser também aqui transposto para a União Interparlamentar. Por isso mesmo é que o grupo de trabalho referente à Ucrânia é muito relevante, com uma composição 50% de homens, 50% de mulheres, com personalidades de todos os continentes, pronto a fazer o diálogo entre a Ucrânia e a Federação Russa para obter a paz que é necessário. But we not just approve resolutions and we not just have official meetings. We had a lot of bilateral meetings, showing that IPU is the right place to the dialogue between countries and delegations representing the parliament and the people of the world. We received the information that 200 official bilateral meetings happened during this week. 200. And I believe that much more happened without one official request of a room to our secretariat. Yes, it's showing that
we parliamentarians are open to dialogue and try to find solutions. In this meeting, we award for the first time 2 colleagues, 2 parliamentarians, for their work to defend democracy, to defend the values of IPU. Our colleague Cynthia Lopez from Mexico and the Speaker of Parliament of Ukraine, both gender balance decision from our decision committee. We discussed how we may reinforce our organization to be more relevant, to be more present near the people. We decided to open process to have regional office near the different continents and geopolitical groups. We decided that we should open a process to revise our status. Madam Speaker of Tanzania, representing South Africa, expressed it. And I will join something that I said during the vote of the emergency item. We should have in our status a possibility to present not resolutions, but votes, as we have in our own parliaments. Votes of solidarity, votes of condemnation if it is necessary, votes of congratulations, because I don't believe that there is a person inside this room that don't wish to express solidarity with Pakistan after the catastrophe they felt during the last weeks. So, we will continue to work. We know that here in Africa, some process of democratization are going on. Maybe we will have good news during the next meeting. Also, it was very important, what happened in Argelia a few days ago. All the parts of different political Palestinian forces met together to find a solution and to have elections there, for their land, of course. And so, we will meet very soon. We will continue to work. We never stop. We finish this one, we'll begin to prepare the Sharm el-Sheikh, and we will go to Egypt to talk and to discuss about climate change and to make pressure to our governments. It is not possible to repeat in Sharm el-Sheikh what happened in Glasgow last year. 2 weeks of talks, no decisions, and the climate change is worse and worse. And every day, every year, the effects are more in front of us and more people is dying. We need to make pressure because we need one agreement in Sharm el-Sheikh, and parliamentarians will be there to make that pressure. We need to congratulate Qatar for the Cup they will organize. How they wish to organize it to be a moment of joy and dialogue between civilizations from different parts of the world. And then we will go to Bahrain, to the next assembly. I know, after this one, the commitment should be very, very strong from the authorities to get a more visible and more important meeting, because after the success of Kigali, it will not be an easy task, but it's a challenge of you. And so, we are closing one door. We are opening more and more, because IPU needs to work every day of a year to achieve the objectives of our organization. Peace and development and democracy for all. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, before you make the final statement and to close the Assembly, I am not trying to destroy nothing. But allow me to give an offer in name of IPU and my name, Secretary General, the Executive Committee, all of us, to show our appreciation for your commitment during these days.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. Okay, you can be there to close the session with the new one. And as we have two chambers and they were very close to achieve the success, allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker of the Senate, to give you the same offer.
Thank you.
So, maybe together just to the photo. Madam Speaker, may you take yours? I see the photographers.
Yes.
Like this. Yes, you can close.
Because it's difficult, Madam Speaker, to give the floor to herself. Madam Speaker, you will close the meeting.
Right Honorable Speakers and Presiding Officers, Mr. Secretary General of the IPU, members of Parliament, accompanying officials, dear participants. Let me first of all thank the previous speakers, heads of geopolitical groups, my colleagues from Bahrain, and the IPU President. I sincerely appreciate your kind words. It was indeed a pleasure and honor to have you around. Here we are happily at the closing of our one-week-long marathon, quite a journey indeed. Allow me to take this opportunity to say how we appreciated the great job done by all of you. Thanks to your dedication, to each and everyone's contribution to make this big meeting as productive as possible. As a matter of fact, the passionate and lively debates resulted into very sound resolutions. Mr. President, speakers, colleagues, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, today I will say that during this week's intensive work, we covered a wide range of topics evolving around the Assembly. The theme of the general debate on gender equality and gender-sensitive parliaments and drivers of change for a more resilient and peaceful world, but also global issues that we as parliamentarians could not overlook. Everyone had a voice to express themselves, to agree, to disagree, and move forward. That is, in my opinion, democracy in action. Beyond debates on the general debate theme, we have considered and adopted the emergency item resolution on the condemnation of the invasion of Ukraine and of the subsequent annexation of territories in defense of the territorial integrity of all states, as well as resolution prepared by the Committee on Democracy and Human Rights. Our deliberations and discussions culminated in the adoption of resolutions, which in a way are our shared take-home. In a more special way, we are very glad that the Kigali Declaration has been endorsed by this Assembly on this 15th of October 2022. At this point, it is up to each of you to own the resolutions that resulted from our deliberations and decide on how to implement them back in your respective institutions based on Parliament's legislative powers and in the context of each country's specificities. Let us walk the talk and as not just another meeting. As we wind up our meeting, I personally, and you will agree with me, appreciated the spirit of mutual respect that characterized our meeting since the beginning to the end. Mr. President, speakers, colleagues, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, from our country and Parliament's perspective, it has been an amazing and memorable experience to host such a diverse gathering for an until week. You certainly leave us richer than you found us in terms of knowledge, acquaintances, and culture, and many other aspects. As a matter of fact, beyond the formal meetings set up, the few moments that we had to interact freely allowed us to know each other and to make new friendship. Right Honorable Speakers and Presiding Officers, Deputy Speakers, Members of Parliament, dear parliamentarians, before I conclude my remarks, I wish to thank His Excellency Paul Kagame, who graced our inaugural ceremony with his presence. Let me express our sincere appreciation on behalf of the Parliament of Rwanda, the IPU leadership, and you, dear members, who considered and accepted that we host this assembly. Dear participants, allow me to acknowledge that without your presence and active involvement, this meeting would not have been possible. Right Honorable Speakers, who accepted to chair different sessions when I was called to other duties, thank you so much. A big thank you to all the accompanying officials. I believe that your alertness and constant support to your superiors has made their work much easier. Our sincere appreciation goes to the IPU team for having worked hand in hand with the Rwandan Parliament technical team for the overall smooth coordination. Mr. Secretary General, you can be proud of your team. Thank you very much for the good job. The media, you facilitate people who were not physically present with us to be part of our deliberations and their outcomes in real time. Thank you very much for your services. I hope that we enjoyed your stay in Kigali, and if anything didn't meet your expectation, please bear with us as we keep working on getting better every day. I wish you a safe journey back to your respective home countries while keeping in mind that Rwanda is also your home. With these few remarks, it is now my duty to officially declare this 145th Assembly officially closed. I thank you for your attention and wish you all the best.
You can use it.
For the 145th IPU Assembly officially closed.